Chapter 1570. Human World Prison, Fire Dragon King's Realm. One-line sky. A fishy smell assaulted his face, causing Lin Ling to narrow his eyes. The light in his eyes became even crazier. He erupted with a fire attribute martial art that burned the world. At this moment, he only had a strong fighting spirit. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. Just as he said, he had a flame in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. It was all for the sake of overturning the world and finding his wife among the masses. His wife was taken away in front of him, and the powerful palace in the sky told him that he wasn't qualified to have Yu and the others. How could Lin Ling be willing to accept this? Since he came to this world, he had always drunk the strongest wine, protected his loved ones, and killed his most hated enemies. There had never been anything about not being qualified enough. If it wasn't enough now, then he would work hard until it was enough. Rumble. In the chaotic demon sea, wind and clouds surged as an emperor descended. This battle lasted for an unknown period of time. Lin Ling didn't know how many sea demons he had killed or how many injuries he had suffered. He only fought, constantly fought. He constantly devoured sea demons. His fiend god overlord body had reached 11 universes of power, which was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the further one's physical strength was, the slower it increased. An increase of 500 gene of strength brought about great effects, but one universe of power was unimaginable. With his fist, Lin Ling could now kill any early-stage Saint Realm cultivator. Moreover, Lin Ling's fire martial Dao, even if he didn't use the Tyrant Song sword, he had stepped into the small success stage of the heavenly pattern martial Dao and comprehended the origin energy. This origin energy was also called the ethereal fire realm. It could burn without fire. Even if they were 1,000 miles apart, Lin Ling could burn his opponent without fire. It was extremely powerful. The reason why he could comprehend the origin energy so quickly was because Lin Ling's martial Dao comprehension was returning to the origin realm. Moreover, the fourth layer of the Purple Palace realm was of great help to him. The fire martial Dao had several realms. Creation, transformation, ethereal fire, these were all part of the laws of heaven and earth. As for soul power, Lin Ling had reached 130 levels. Fight. In the crazy sea demon world, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased by fighting every day. In fact, he was venting his anger, hating himself for not being strong enough. Scram. Within the black seawater, Lin Ling punched out. A mountain-sized sea monster in front of him exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was deader than dead. In the hearts of many sea demons, Lin Ling was actually a demon. The dark clouds in the sky were always so gloomy, as though they were pressing down on one's heart. Accompanying them was a thick stench of blood. A storm was raging in the distance, falling into the sea, causing a whirlpool to form in the sea. A terrifying sea snake that was 1,000 miles long was swept up by the storm and torn apart alive. After a long while, the sky began to rain blood, and the broken bones also fell into the distant sea. This was a world of killing and blood. Above the Black Sea, Lin Ling stood quietly. The smell of blood on his body was extremely thick, and he still held the tyrannical song sword tightly in his hand. He could sense that cracks had appeared on the tyrannical song sword. The battle during this period of time had indeed been very intense. How do I get out of here? Lin Ling said coldly and continued to move forward. On this day, Lin Ling finally arrived at a mysterious world. The waves in front of him were monstrous, as though there had never been peace. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and red lightning actually fell like rain. It was a shocking sight. In the rain like lightning, dense air filled the air, and a huge island could be vaguely seen sitting there. Roars and roars of anger could be heard from time to time, causing people to tremble. No one knew what kind of demon was hiding there. Your Majesty, could that be the legendary mortal world prison? At this time, Purple Elder's surprised voice sounded. He had followed the previous emperor in the past and had also heard of this forbidden land in the mortal world. Mortal world prison? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This world was indeed vast and boundless. Before, there was a mysterious expert who took away Yu and the others. Now, there was a mortal world prison. What other secrets were hidden in this world? I heard from the previous emperor that the mortal world prison imprisoned all kinds of demons, ghosts, and gods. Even the great emperor Zhaixing couldn't easily get close to it in the past. Purple Elder's voice turned solemn. The great emperor Zhaixing was an emperor-level expert in Xianpeng province, but even he couldn't get close to it. This showed how mysterious the mortal world prison was. Obviously, the mortal world prison was not under the control of the three great myths. Human, whoever gets close to the mortal world prison will die. At this time, a red light appeared and formed a large number of tall figures in front of Lin Ling. At a closer look, they looked like both humans and demons. Their auras were extremely terrifying. These figures looked strange. They had human faces, but their skin was red, and there were antennae on their heads. The most terrifying thing was that these people's strength was between the 7th and 9th heaven of the Saint Realm. And they were murderous and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. These figures seemed to be guards, but their strength was so terrifying. It was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of the mortal world prison was. Kill without mercy. Those tall figures let out a low roar that was almost emotionless. It was as if they had been guarding this place for countless years, slaughtering anyone who got close. Lin Ling's face turned cold. With the appearance of the tyrannical Song sword, he seemed to have no other choice. Let me do it. However, at this time, a majestic voice sounded. In the low-hanging dark clouds in the sky, black scales were faintly discernible, as if a dragon was roaring in the clouds. Boom! At that moment, the sea exploded and waves soared into the sky. Terrifying. An extremely terrifying pressure attacked. The owner of the mortal world prison? Lin Ling's face turned even more solemn. He sensed that the mysterious existence was extremely powerful. Fire Dragon King's realm. Without holding back, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and pointed his index finger forward. A wisp of white flame was born. It looked very small, but it contained a terrifying pressure. When he used that wisp of flame, Lin Ling's forehead dripped with sweat. Obviously, it was not easy for him to control that wisp of flame. God-level talent. In the sky, a surprised voice sounded. You still want to kill me? Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. The other party was a mysterious existence. He had broken into this place and violated the taboo, so the other party wanted to kill him. However, how could he, Lin Ling, be trampled on? This flame is the flames of the underworld, but you haven't mastered it yet. Right now, you can only use 10% of its power. In the sky, the voice became colder and colder. In the dark clouds, the Black Dragon King appeared and roared. Dragon. This was a real dragon. Compared to the Black Dragon of the Immortal Spring Wirm King, it was much stronger because this was a real ancient dragon. Dragon's aura. Lin Ling said indifferently. In a sense, it was also his first time seeing a real dragon. You have good eyesight. Under my dragon's aura, you can still remain calm. Your courage and courage are also not bad. The Black Dragon King's mouth moved slightly and made a sound. Black Thunder Burial Realm. Boom! In the sky, black lightning smashed down like rain, forming a contrast with the red lightning in the distance. The ferocious aura was monstrous. This ferocious aura had formed a great source of power and was extremely powerful. Fire Dragon King's Realm. Chapter 1571. Dark Dragon Emperor Roar. The white flame grew bigger and turned into a Fire Dragon King. Moreover, it was a fire dragon king formed by a strand of yellow spring flame. Right now, his physical body had reached 11 universe power, and the amount of yellow spring flame he could use was much more than before. This meant that his fire martial Dao had improved greatly. Pop pop pop. The ominous thunderbolts fought against the fire dragon king. Those ominous thunderbolts were extremely powerful, and they were actually devouring the fire dragon king continuously. Still a little weak, Lin Ling said inwardly. His cultivation realm was still too weak after all. Even though he possessed a divine-level flame, he couldn't use it to suppress the terrifying Dark Dragon King. And the ominous thunderbolts controlled by the Dark Dragon King were one of the millions of demonic auras. It was also Lin Ling's first time encountering such power. Our Lord actually personally made a move. Those tall figures in the surroundings spoke in a low voice. From their understanding of their Lord had already been here for 10,000 years. He had always been in seclusion and rarely showed himself. But this time, he actually personally made a move for an insignificant human. This was extremely strange. This flame can't stop me. In the sky, the ominous thunderbolts wrapped around the Fire Dragon King, and the remaining thunderbolts swept towards Lin Ling. Pull up the sky and raise the cauldron. Facing those ominous thunderbolts, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He slashed out with his sword, and 11 universe power erupted, shattering the void. That ancient sword slashed onto the ominous thunderbolts. What was surprising was that the ominous thunderbolts were like a spider web, and it actually couldn't be cut apart. Instead, many of the ominous thunderbolts followed the ancient sword and attacked Lin Ling. So powerful. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He floated back and avoided those ominous thunderbolts. Currently, he wasn't an opponent at all. However, he had an intuition that the powerful existence didn't seem to want to kill him. Otherwise, his method wouldn't be like this. Insignificant human, coming here means certain death. Right now, do you think you can still survive? After the ominous thunderbolts devoured the Fire Dragon King, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, surrounding Lin Ling. Lin Ling already had nowhere to retreat. You're dead. The tall figures around him said coldly. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. Since he couldn't win, he couldn't be bothered to continue fighting. Moreover, if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, he also wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. His eye of time also silently appeared. Suddenly, he began to laugh. What are you laughing at? Aren't you afraid of death? In the sky, the Black Dragon King said hoarsely. The reason he didn't immediately kill Lin Ling was because he saw Lin Ling use time freeze to freeze the sea. He was very curious about this ability, and it gave him a familiar feeling. I'm scared. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, calm and collected. The Black Dragon King was puzzled. Then why did you put away your sword? Could it be that you feel that you have no power to fight back against me, the Dark Dragon Emperor, so you gave up your life? Dark Dragon King? Lin Ling laughed again and took out a wine pot to drink. Just a little carp who crossed the dragon gate by luck. You really think of yourself as an ancient dragon king? As soon as these words fell, the tall figures around him roared. This human was so arrogant, he actually called the Lord a little carp. Kill him. Many tall figures roared. The human world prison had existed for tens of thousands of years. In the long years, countless people had come here, and countless people had died here. Not to mention the Lord, even they had witnessed the rise and fall of the human world's emperors. However, whether it was the old or the new emperors, they all had to respectfully salute here. Therefore, what right did that junior have to be arrogant? Little carp. In the sky, the ancient Dark Dragon Emperor was stunned for a moment. Then, his ferocious aura became denser, shocking the world. Yes, I'm a little carp in the chaotic demon sea. Lin Ling laughed again. As soon as these words fell, the Dark Dragon Emperor's ferocious aura seemed to freeze. His dragon face stared at Lin Ling with a hint of surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? If the Realm Lord didn't enlighten you, how could you become the Dark Dragon Emperor? If I remember correctly, tens of thousands of years ago, you were just a little carp who only knew how to wag your tail and spit out bubbles when you met the Realm Lord. Otherwise, do you think you are the Dark Dragon Emperor? At best, you are just a little carp. Lin Ling raised his head and said fearlessly. Previously, he used the Eye of Time, but something happened that surprised him. He seemed to be very familiar with the Dark Dragon Emperor, as if he had known him for a long time. In his Eye of Time, he knew everything about the Dark Dragon Emperor. You. The Dark Dragon Emperor's expression changed greatly. From the ancient and huge Dark Dragon King, he turned into a black-robed man. This man's face was extremely cold. There was a dragon horn on his forehead and a pair of strange green eyes. What about me? I also know that after you transformed into a true dragon in the past, you were still a trash existence. The Realm Lord whipped you with a vine every day to make you a talent. That vine whip seemed to be called Dog-Beating Whip. The name was given by the Realm Lord. I remember once, you were beaten until your snot and tears flowed all over the ground. You cried for 3 days and 3 nights. Another time, you stole the Realm Lord's Void Mystic Immortal Vine and were hung on a tree for a month. There was a dog in the grass beside you to accompany you. Lin Ling talked endlessly about the past 10,000 years. He didn't know why he knew these things, but his Eye of Time told him everything. And now, facing this 10,000-year-old monster, he was no match for him at all. He could only rely on scaring the other party. Boom! Lin Ling's words were like thunder. First, it shocked the surrounding demons. Their expressions changed drastically. Bold, very bold. He actually dared to ridicule the Lord like this. What's the use if he doesn't die? One must know that in the human realm, even the ancient emperors had to respectfully bow when they saw the Lord. But this little guy was acting like an old man and scolded the Lord like a master. Who gave him the courage? Go to hell. A red light appeared. An ancient existence attacked Lin Ling. He couldn't stand it anymore. Get lost. However, just as the ancient existence attacked, the black-robed man shouted angrily. His pressure attacked, causing the ancient existence to vomit blood and fly backward. This time, all the ancient existences widened their eyes. Little Black, you're not bad. You're better than that dog demon called Little White. He won't admit his mistake even if he's wrong. Lin Ling said again. The Eye of Time made him more familiar with the Dark Dragon Emperor. And he could see that the Dark Dragon Emperor seemed to be more and more afraid of him. Little Black. Little Black. The Dark Dragon Emperor trembled all over. The surrounding demons were also the same. The dignified 10,000-year-old Dragon Emperor was now called Little Black. How was he small? He was obviously an ancient giant dragon. Are you master? Little Black. The Dark Dragon Emperor wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Tears flowed out of his eyes as he knelt down in the air. In the entire world, only one person was qualified to call him Little Black. It was his master, the Realm Lord. 10,000 years ago, he was just a small carp in the chaotic demon sea. On that day, he happened to meet a calm man who walked through the chaotic demon sea. He spat out bubbles and wagged his tail to curry favor with the man, making the man in a good mood. In the end, he was enlightened, causing him to become the Dark Dragon Emperor. And that man was his master, the Realm Lord he was most grateful to and missed the most in his life. Chapter 1572. The giants of the human realm caused a sensation. What's wrong with my lord? The surrounding demons were all stunned. Their lord was actually crying and kneeling? This was the first time they had seen it in 10,000 years. Lin Ling's pupils flickered. He also knew what had happened. One must know that the Eye of Time was left behind by the Realm Master after his death. That was why he knew everything about the Dark Dragon Emperor, but this Dark Dragon Emperor mistook him for his master. Master, Little Black misses you. The Dark Dragon Emperor was not as cruel and heartless as the legend said. At this moment, he was crawling towards Lin Ling with snot and tears, which surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect the other party to have such a big reaction. Then, Lin Ling saw the Dark Dragon Emperor hugging his leg and rubbing his face on his leg. His snot and tears were all on Lin Ling's trousers. This made Lin Ling angry. Get lost. Scram. He kicked out. All the demons were instantly furious. He dared to kick their lord? It's Master, it must be Master. 10,000 years ago, Master also kicked me like this. The Dark Dragon Emperor was still not angry. Instead, he was even more excited. After waiting for 10,000 years, he finally waited for his master's reincarnation. Little White, Little Black, do you know, Master is back? He kept roaring in his heart, excited. Lin Ling sighed and didn't want to hide it anymore. To be honest, I'm not your master, but I got your master's eyes, so I know everything about you. No, you are my master. I have a feeling that you are my master. Scram. The Dark Dragon Emperor crawled over again and hugged Lin Ling's leg. His snot and tears flowed out. Scram, if you wipe your snot on my trousers again, I'll beat you with the dog whip. Lin Ling shouted angrily. This guy was getting more and more excessive. Was he still a 10,000-year-old monster? Look, just because you know the dog whip, you are my master. Master, don't give up Little Black misses your whip. The Dark Dragon Emperor cried out in shock. His respect for Lin Ling came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. He was not the Realm Master, he only had the Eye of Time. However, he was too lazy to explain. Little Black, how do we leave this place? Master, aren't you going to see Little White and Little Black? Why don't I inform them to come over so that we can conquer the world again and unify the myriad worlds? The Dark Dragon Emperor raised his cold face and said excitedly. I'm not free, tell me how to leave this place. Lin Ling shook his head. He wasn't the master. If he stayed and was exposed, he might even lose the Eye of Time. So, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he underestimated the Dark Dragon Emperor's trust in him. However, the Dark Dragon Emperor still obeyed Lin Ling's words. He pointed to the east and said, that way is Xianhuang Dayu. North is Xianyuan Great Domain. Little ones, open the way for Master. Kill all the sea demons on the way. Yes, my lord. Those terrifying demonic creatures left one after another. Then, the Dark Dragon Emperor looked at Lin Ling pitifully. Not only was there worship in his eyes, there was also longing. Master, why don't you stay for a few more days? I can inform Little White and the others. Lin Ling's body trembled. Longing? What kind of look was that? He was even more determined to leave. If he was with this 10,000-year-old monster, he could be killed at any time if an accident happened. Do you have any treasures on you? Lin Ling was about to leave, but when he saw the reluctant Little Black, he asked. Master, there are many treasures in the prison of the mortal world. Those demons and ghosts also have some. Why don't we plunder them? I only have one treasure on me, and it's the ethereal divine vine that Master gave me in the past. It's the first treasure Master gave me, and I've been reluctant to use it. The Dark Dragon Emperor took out a green divine vine from his arms and stroked it with great reluctance. This treasure was not very valuable to him, but it symbolized beautiful memories. When he was still a little carp, his master gave it to him. Oh. Give it to me. Lin Ling stared at it and snatched it from him mercilessly. This is my memory. The Dark Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted, and tears flickered in his eyes. He looked pitiful. His memories were taken away, and they were memories that he had kept for 10,000 years. However, when he saw that it was Lin Ling, he smiled again. Although his memories were taken away, his master had returned. Everything was worth it. Little Black, you're too poor with these treasures. As for the prison, I won't go. I'm in a hurry. I'll come to see you next time. Lin Ling comforted the 10,000-year-old monster. After putting away the treasures, he turned and left. Although there were more treasures in the prison of the mortal world, how could he face those demons and ghosts? So, if he didn't escape now, when would he? Master, are you leaving? When will you come to see me again? Or, I'll go with you. The Dark Dragon Emperor was even more reluctant as he chased after Lin Ling. You stay here. Don't follow me. Lin Ling immediately shouted angrily. What a joke. With this 10,000-year-old monster following him, how could he sleep peacefully? He would not joke with his life. Master. The Dark Dragon Emperor's voice carried a sobbing tone, causing Lin Ling's scalp to go numb. He really wanted to say, I'm really not your master. I only have the eyes left behind by your master. Scram, if you continue to talk, I'll beat you with the dog whip. Following that, Lin Ling had no choice but to lower his imposing manner. If his aura weakened, who knew what would happen? As soon as the dog whip finished speaking, the Dark Dragon Emperor's body trembled. He no longer dared to follow Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling hurriedly strode away. Master, it's good that you've reincarnated. You were betrayed in the past and those ugly enemies are still alive. You will definitely regain your glory and shake the world. The Dark Dragon Emperor stared at Lin Ling's departure. He knelt down and kowtowed, becoming even more excited. After Lin Ling disappeared, he roared towards the sky. An invisible sound wave bloomed, passing through heaven and earth and landing on the other side of the world. The Dark Dragon Emperor was very clear that the Eye of Time was not something that anyone could obtain. The one who could obtain it was definitely the reincarnation of his master. Little White, Little Black, Master is back. At this moment, in the distant sky, a huge white dog demon was devouring a large number of demons in the demon realm. It was invincible. However, after hearing the voice, the white dog demon trembled and began to sob with tears in its eyes. A large number of demon race great emperors in the surroundings were frightened. What happened to this ancient Tengu great demon? Let's take this opportunity to escape, or we'll be devoured by it. The demon race great emperors fled one after another. They did not dare to provoke the Tengu great demon. The same thing happened on the other side. A cold woman stood in the sky with tears in her eyes. This woman was extremely beautiful. She wore a green robe and with every movement, hundreds of flowers bloomed. In the highest palace in the human realm, many ancient venerable emperors stared at the sky in surprise. It was the first time they saw such a mysterious existence and they were emotional. Master, what are you doing? A white-robed woman also stared at the sky in astonishment. She was graceful and elegant, like a female empress. She was the strongest existence in the Jianghu Immortal Foundation. If Yu and Anyuer were here, they would definitely recognize this woman. This woman was none other than the Lord who was protecting them. Chapter 1573. Little Flame's transformation. 10,000 years ago, I was just a blade of grass in the devil domain. After receiving Master's enlightenment, I transformed into a giant of the human realm. Master, you're finally back. The woman didn't care about everyone's surprise. She disappeared and rushed towards the chaotic demon sea. No one knew that Lin Ling alone caused a sensation among the giants of the human realm. At this moment, Lin Ling quickly left the chaotic demon sea. He didn't want to have anything to do with those 10,000-year-old monsters. Mysterious void immortal vine, Elder Z, what treasure is this? On the way, Lin Ling was a little excited. He didn't expect the Dark Dragon Emperor to be so straightforward. He gave away the treasure just like that. In fact, he had the Eye of Time, and the Dark Dragon Emperor also knew about it. That was why he wanted to leave immediately. He was afraid that the Dark Dragon Emperor would seize the Eye of Time. Although the Dark Dragon Emperor treated him as his master, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of people in his life, so he was naturally cautious. This is a treasure of heaven and earth. It can't increase cultivation, but the mysterious void gourd formed by the vine can quickly restore cultivation realm. It's even absolutely helpful to Wu Sheng. Elder Z said excitedly. This kind of treasure, even the star-picking nation didn't have it in the past. Your Majesty, now that your fiend god overlord body has reached the 5th layer, you can enter the 5th layer of the Violet Palace, the world of the living soil. The mysterious void immortal vine will grow quickly and form the mysterious void gourd without limit. Elder Z said again. The living soil was rumored to be one of the first strands of soil in the world. It could grow by itself and would never be depleted. The plants planted in the soil could grow even faster. Lin Ling was surprised. The 5th layer of the Violet Palace actually had such power. He quickly followed Elder Z into the Violet Palace. The 5th layer was a fertile land. One couldn't see the end of it. The soil on the ground was jet black. There weren't any plants in the surroundings, but a dense earthy aura assaulted one's face, giving one an extremely refreshing feeling. The mysterious void immortal vine was planted in the soil. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and grew a black gourd. It was the mysterious void gourd. Lin Ling picked one and tore open the gourd. There was a transparent liquid inside the gourd. When he poured it into his mouth, he immediately felt refreshed. The spirit chi of the sacred sea gourd was quickly restored. This mysterious void gourd was indeed the best recovery treasure. Within the Zifu, Lin Ling once again began to cultivate. Right now, his strength had increased tremendously, especially his soul force that had reached the 130th level. Unfortunately, he was still a step away from breaking through to the next realm. But it was enough. Even if he faced a 5th heaven saint, he was no longer afraid. He could even defeat an ordinary 6th heaven saint. Breaking through to the saint realm was far more difficult than Lin Ling had imagined, and the amount of resources required was far greater. On top of that, the requirements for one's comprehension of the martial Tao were much higher. Your Majesty, someone wants to see you. Please come with me. At this moment, Purple Elder appeared with a smile on his face. Hearing that, Lin Ling was stunned. Someone? Was there anyone else in the Purple Mansion other than himself? Your Majesty, come with me. You will be very happy. It was rare for Violet Elder to keep Lin Ling in suspense, causing Lin Ling to be even more curious. He followed Violet Elder forward and arrived at the 1st level of the Violet Palace. This was a world with verdant hills and limpid waters. GG. In the midst of the verdant hills, a red-furred ape quickly passed by and appeared in front of Lin Ling. The ape wasn't big, it was about the size of a small bear, but its entire body was covered in red scales. It was no longer the red-furred ape of the past. Little Flame. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Little Flame had been cultivating in the 1st level of the Violet Palace realm, and now he was finally able to see it. Big brother. Suddenly, Little Flame transformed. The red scales on his body receded like a tide, revealing his slightly dark skin. He had actually transformed into a 15-year-old boy. Lin Ling's eyes widened. Little Flame had transformed into a human? Your Majesty, this is the effect of the 1000 transformation monkey head mushroom. Violet Elder laughed. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely be very happy. Huh, great. Little Flame, you've finally transformed into a human. Lin Ling laughed. Looking at Little Flame transforming into a human, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Big brother, haha. Little Flame also laughed. His skin was slightly dark, and he wasn't tall, but his muscles were solid like a calf. Moreover, his head was bald, and his strength was extremely strong. Come, let's have a battle with Big Brother. Lin Ling smiled and sized Little Flame up. He was happy for Little Flame and wanted to test Little Flame's strength. Okay. Little Flame had always been obedient to Lin Ling's words and immediately nodded. Rumble. In the boundless hills, the two of them fought. They didn't use their origin energy, but relied on their physical strength. What surprised Lin Ling was that Little Flame's physical strength had actually reached 10 universes, which was only slightly weaker than him. Amazing, amazing. Little Flame, you're indeed a demonic beast. Your innate strength is very strong. Lin Ling's voice came from the mountains. Big brother, Little Flame has already done his best, but I still can't compare to you. I feel that Big Brother's strength is stronger than mine. Moreover, Big Brother has suppressed his other divine abilities and origin energy. Otherwise, I would have been defeated long ago. Little Flame said in admiration. He had always treated Lin Ling as his family, and he was also the person he respected the most in his life. Huh, how did your strength increase so much? Lin Ling said with a smile. He wasn't too proud of his strength. We helped it. At this time, a large number of demonic beasts appeared in the surrounding mountains. There were ice-fire-white rhinoceroses and ox-headed demon gods. They were the demonic beasts of Myriad Demon Mountain that had appeared in Star Picking Nation before being sealed by Great Emperor Star Picking and subdued in the Purple Palace realm. These demonic beasts were very strong, and they were all in the early Saint Rudiment realm. In the past, Lin Ling had also fought with ox-headed demon gods. Of course, the current Lin Ling wasn't afraid of them at all. Your Majesty. All the demonic beasts knelt down in worship, and their voices shook the heavens. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Obviously, with his strength, these demonic beasts were all subdued by him. These demonic beasts are all sealed by the former emperor. Your Majesty can control their lives. In the past, Your Majesty was too weak to control these demonic beasts, but now, you can. Elder Z said respectfully. Lin Ling smiled faintly and glanced around. These demonic beasts were good helpers. Alright, all of you continue to cultivate in the Myriad Demons Mountain. In time, you will definitely see the light of day again. When that time comes, all of you will move out at my call. Lin Ling waved his hand and shouted boldly. Yes, Your Majesty. All the demonic beasts were excited. They were trapped here and couldn't get out for the rest of their lives, but the new emperor, Lin Ling, gave them hope and gave them the chance to conquer the world again. Lin Ling looked into the distance. Now that his strength and influence were at its peak, it was time for him to rise in Xianpeng province. The person behind Yu Yu and the others is very strong. He should be a big shot in the mortal world. Moreover, he passed through the chaotic demon sea, so he should be the strongest existence in Jianghu Immortal Foundation. Currently, I am still a distance away from that height, but it won't be long before I can personally bring Yu Yu back. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he took a step forward and left the Purple Palace realm. Chapter 1574. Goodbye, Fire Spirit Princess. At this moment, Xianhuang Daiyu, at the side of the Ocean of Anarchy, the little girl was still sitting there and looking at the distant ocean every day. The Ocean of Anarchy is filled with devil chi. Not to mention the ocean, even the seaside will be invaded by devil chi. Is that little girl stupid? Yeah, she doesn't eat, drink, cultivate, or recover. She just sits there. If this continues, she'll die sooner or later. The cultivators in the path stared at the little girl and shook their heads. Even they didn't dare to stay at the side of the Ocean of Anarchy for too long because they would be invaded by devil chi, yet the little girl had already stayed there for 3 months. Her aura is getting weaker and weaker. If it wasn't for her formidable natural talent, she would have died a long time ago. Someone said in his heart. After all, ordinary cultivators would be invaded by devil chi if they stayed at the side of the ocean of anarchy for 3 days. It was unimaginable for them to stay there for 3 months. Based on her appearance, she has an extraordinary background. Perhaps she has some treasure in her possession. Are you mad? Her natural talent isn't weak, so her background is definitely not small. Could it be that you dare to offend her? She's about to die, what's there to be afraid of? Some bold cultivators formed groups of 3 to 5 and approached silently. Obviously, they wanted to make a fortune from the dead. Fuck off. However, they just approached when the little girl shouted furiously, and her voice shocked those cultivators. But then they noticed that the little girl's aura was weak. Obviously, it was a counterattack before her death. Kill her and seize the treasures in her possession. The eyes of those cultivators turned even colder. To them, there was indeed no need to be afraid of a dead person. Scoundrel, why aren't you back yet? The fire spirit princess was at the side of the ocean of anarchy. She'd always been waiting for Lin Ling. Even though she was extremely intelligent, she was still young and lacked stability. So she'd always been waiting at the seaside and didn't know that she'd already been invaded by devil chi. At this moment, she just wanted to sleep and felt very tired. Now's the time. The killing intent of the cultivators behind her grew even stronger. Rumble. Right at this moment, waves surged in the ocean of anarchy as a slender figure stepped on the waves and walked over step by step. He seemed to be slow, but he appeared before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. What? Someone returned from the ocean of anarchy? The sea monsters in the chaotic demon sea are terrifying. Even an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse has to form a team to enter, but he's alone? The martial artists in the distance gasped. The eyes of the warriors who had attacked the fire spirit princess narrowed as they looked at the youth. It was as if they were looking at a sea demon descending. Bastard! The fire spirit princess stared at the person who had come, and her little face lit up. Shockingly, the person who had come was Lin Ling, who had returned. He stared at Princess Fire Spirit and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. This little girl was really stubborn. She was really waiting for him. If he were to die in the ocean of anarchy, could it be that she would also wait her entire life? He could not help but feel heartache. Although the Fire Spirit Princess was overbearing and willful, she was also a stubborn person. Idiot, I'm not afraid of devil chi because my physical body is strong, but you don't cultivate your physical body. Now that you've been invaded by devil chi for 3 months, how can you withstand it? Arriving in front of Princess Fire Spirit, Lin Ling picked up the little girl, took out the void mysterious gourd, and poured it into Princess Fire Spirit's mouth. I just want to see if you found a wife. Princess Hualing said unhappily. Her little mouth curled up. I found her, but the other party didn't like me, so he still took my wife away. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. His words made Princess Hualing's big eyes dim. He actually didn't find her. But soon, she heard Lin Ling's cold voice, but it doesn't matter. It won't be long before I find them. At that time, I want to see the background of the guy who snatched my wife. He actually dares to speak righteously about snatching someone's family. This sentence made Princess Hualing laugh. Bastard, you're very confident. Then, she leaned on Lin Ling's chest like a porcelain doll with a sweet face. The few of you seem to want to harm my little girl. After Lin Ling smiled, his pupils turned and landed on the few martial artists. His eyes turned cold. Sir, don't talk nonsense. We just came to take a look out of curiosity. The few martial artists reacted and immediately shouted coldly. How could they admit it? Since she's fine, it's none of our business. Let's go. The leading martial artist waved his hand and wanted to leave. Wait. At that moment, Lin Ling's cold voice spread in the air. What? You want us to stay? The few martial artists stopped and stared at Lin Ling indifferently. Before, they were surprised that Lin Ling had come back from the ocean of chaotic demons, but now it seemed that Lin Ling was just a cultivator of the third saint layer. They didn't need to be afraid of him. Let me tell you first, we're the Divine Purple Robes King's people. If you want to attack us, you better think twice. Maybe you're a disciple of Champion University, but you should know that in Xianhuang Dayu, ordinary disciples can't compete with the Divine Purple Robes Kings. Let's forget about it. We'll mind our own business, shouted the few people icily. They had failed to attack, but they didn't need to take responsibility for it, as if it had nothing to do with them. Xiao Yan, kill them. Go. Lin Ling didn't waste time talking nonsense. He waved his right hand and the red-armored ape on his shoulder laughed and threw himself at them. There was no powerful origin energy. Instead, it was just the power of his physical body. It was clean and efficient. A black tiger steals the heart, and one of the martial artists' heart was taken out. Blood splashed everywhere. Ah! Ah! The remaining people were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would dare attack them. You're crazy. Ah! Said the leading martial artist with his eyes wide open. In the distance, the crowd was also astonished. Even though those martial artists had tried to harm the little girl, they hadn't done anything. However, that young man had killed them. First, she's the fire spirit princess of the fire clan. You can't offend her. Ah! Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He continued walking. Those martial artists were astonished. Surprisingly, she was the fire spirit princess? How could the fire clan's princess be in the ocean of chaotic demons? Besides, there wasn't a single strong cultivator with her. How strange. Second, I killed 2 of the Divine Purple Robes Kings. Ah! The voice floated out again. Those martial artists narrowed their eyes. Killed 2? In Xianhuang Dayu, it was said that Lin Ling, who came from Xianpeng province, had killed 2 of the Divine Purple Robes Kings. Could that young man be the famous Lin Ling? Third, even though you didn't attack, if I didn't rush over, you would definitely attack. Since you have the heart to harm others, then you have to bear the consequences. This world isn't so benevolent. Maybe you think it's unfair, but I can tell you that in front of me, Lin Ling, you have to swallow any unfairness. Kill. Lin Ling's last sentence was filled with killing intent. Fairness. Lin Ling had seen too much unfairness, so he didn't expect the world to be fair. He only wanted to use his sword to protect his family and friends. That was enough. Lin Ling, he really is Lin Ling. Kill. So strong. Kill. Chapter 1575. Who is more despicable? Lin Ling, spare my life. Those martial artists who had attempted to sneak attack all knelt down. They were afraid and regretful. They had never imagined that they would provoke Lin Ling. It had to be known that Lin Ling was so terrifying that even the 5 heavenly kings feared him. Lin Ling did not say anything and continued to move forward. What answered them was Little Flame's merciless slaughter, wiping out all those who had ill intentions. Serves you right. Princess Hu Ling waved her small fist. So those people wanted to kill her. Then they should all die. It was good enough that she, Princess Hu Ling, did not kill anyone. Since when did it become someone else's turn to kill? Scoundrel, you killed them for me. Then am I your friend? Then, Princess Hu Ling raised her eyes and stared at Lin Ling's handsome face. No, you are my family. Lin Ling was still hugging her. He looked at the sky and smiled. He killed those people because they had attacked his family. They had touched his reverse scale, so he had no face to give to anyone. Family? Huh, that's great. But scoundrel, I have to go back. I've been away for too long this time. Father and the others must be looking for me. Princess Wuling was extremely happy, but then she said sadly. Go back. After I settle the matters in Xianpeng province, I'll come back to find you and bring you to see someone. Lin Ling nodded and took out 10 mysterious void gourds and handed them to Princess Wuling. Princess Wuling accepted them and nodded with a smile. The two of them walked forward. Not long after, fiery clouds appeared in the sky ahead. A woman appeared in the clouds. She was like an empress, looking down with indifferent eyes. She was Princess Wuxia. Of course, she was looking at the ground in surprise. She did not expect to finally find Princess Wuling, but Lin Ling was with her. Wuling, where have you been all this time? Do you know how worried father was about you? Also, who told you to be with a lowly ant? You have to know that people are sinister. Some people have bad intentions when they get close to you. Her voice was like thunder, quickly gushing out. Clearly, during the last Xian ranking battle, many strong cultivators had protected Lin Ling, causing her to lose face. This caused her to have a deep resentment towards Lin Ling. Perhaps in her heart, she was the noble Princess Firecloud, and even more so, she was the Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling was only a lowly disciple. What qualifications did he have to go against her will? Princess Fire Spirit immediately lowered her head. She seemed to be in awe of her sister. What are you waiting for? Princess Wuxia shouted angrily again, you're still young, you have to be careful in case someone tries to take advantage of you. You have to know that there are some people with low backgrounds who want to use you to curry favor with the fire race. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Hearing that, Princess Wuling immediately raised her head and said. Princess Fireglow ignored Princess Fire Spirit's words. She looked at Lin Ling and said, deceiving a 5-year-old girl, do you feel a sense of accomplishment? If you want to curry favor with the powerful Fire Clan, you can rely on your own ability. Although the Fire Clan has a lot of cultivation resources, you can just tell us if you want them. Why do you have to lie to my sister? She thought that Lin Ling had approached Princess Wuling because he wanted to deceive her and steal the cultivation resources of the Fire Clan. That was normal, the Fire Clan was strong, and Princess Wuling was innocent and pure. Everybody wanted to take advantage of her. Lin Ling was astonished. He hadn't thought that Princess Fireglow would slander him. He smiled mockingly and said, I deceived her. You didn't? Princess Fireglow nodded indifferently. She looked at Princess Wuling and saw the empty mystical gourd in her hands. Her expression changed drastically. Wuling, how did you get that empty mystical gourd? Empty mystical gourd, Champion University also had one. It bore fruit every 100 years and there were only 5 of them. It was extremely precious. Princess Wuling had a dozen of them, where had she gotten them? Suddenly, she looked at Lin Ling icily as if she knew something, no wonder you approached my sister. You wanted to steal her treasures. As expected, you're a lowly insect. Not many people knew how precious the empty mystical gourd was. Princess Wuling was young, she probably didn't know about it, but maybe Lin Ling knew about it. That was why he had approached Princess Wuling and tried to deceive her. That Lin Ling was really despicable. I wanted her treasures. Lin Ling was even more amused. He wanted to say something, but Princess Fireglow grunted coldly and said, stop with your flowery speech. I'm not Princess Wuling, I won't fall for your tricks. I just want to say that you're a lowly peasant. It's the first time you've seen such a precious treasure. She hated Lin Ling, and at this moment, she was viciously suppressing him with her words. She wanted to see Lin Ling lose face and know how lowly and insignificant he was. Lin Ling wanted to explain, but Princess Rosie interrupted him. This made him look at Princess Fire Spirit. He saw the little girl pouting unhappily. He didn't want to make Princess Fire Spirit unhappy, so he didn't bother to argue. Toad. After saying that, Lin Ling turned and left. You called me a toad? You're just a lowly ant with an ordinary background. How dare you call me, Princess Fireglow, a toad? Is your skin so thick? Let me tell you, if it weren't for the 7 emperors, you wouldn't be able to walk out of here today. But it won't be long before I personally visit and question the 7 emperors. How can you disciples be so shameless? How can you deceive a 5-year-old girl? Princess Fireglow was furious. Her eyebrows were raised. She had the domineering aura of an empress. All right, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, then you're a toad. Lin Ling's voice floated in the distance. He felt disgusted when he saw that woman. If it weren't for Princess Hualing, he would have humiliated that bitch. A lowly peasant is a lowly peasant. Bastard! Princess Fireglow shouted angrily. She was about to speak again when Princess Hualing said, "Sister, he gave me the empty mystical gourd." Boom! Princess Fireglow felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt as if she had been slapped a dozen times. She felt dizzy. The empty mystical gourd was extremely precious. It could quickly recover one's spiritual energy. It was of great help in a battle between strong cultivators. Even if she obtained it, she would treat it as a treasure. However, these treasures were given by Lin Ling, a lowly peasant. She thought that the lowly peasant wanted to get close to Princess Hualing because he wanted to deceive her. But now, who was giving who the benefits? Now, who was deceiving who? Such a treasure was given away so easily. Now, who was the lowly one? All right, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, then you're a toad. Princess Fireglow remembered Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was waiting for her to complain. But now, did she dare to go? She naturally didn't dare. If she went, she would only be laughed at. Bastard! Princess Fireglow let out a low voice. She was a noble princess. For the first time, she was inferior to someone. She was as lowly as a toad. Chapter 1576. The end of an era. At this moment, Xianpeng province was engulfed in smoke and flames of war. 10 years of peace and 10 years of madness. The universe and Kuan palaces, these two great forces, had an irreconcilable conflict to begin with. Although they rarely had large conflicts, what should erupt would still erupt. Therefore, in the universal grand ceremony, there would be a large number of experts falling and new experts rising up. The forces of the universe and Kuan palaces would also be redistributed. As for the opinions of the human realm's giants, they ignored them. Perhaps they also knew that they had to solve the conflict between martial artists themselves. After the conflict was resolved, the remaining martial artists would be stronger. Although it was a little cruel, the path of martial arts was against the heavens. When a martial artist enjoyed dominating the lives of others, he would also be dominated by a stronger opponent. This was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. Lu residents, today we will take revenge for 10 years. 3 Elemental Golden Dipper sect, submit to the Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, we will annihilate your entire sect. Kill. For 3 whole months, the experts in Xianpeng province were killing each other. Many ancient sects fell, and the remaining ones submitted. It was as the saying went, the world will be divided after a long time, and the world will be united after a long time. No one was safe. No matter how strong a force was, there would be a time when it would fall, unless they formed an alliance or submitted. Currently, the safest giants were the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. However, this was only temporary. When the flames of war spread to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, a new emperor rose. The rise of a new emperor represented the rise of a powerful young emperor, replacing the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The most famous one was the North Emperor, the Son of Heaven. This person came from the head of the 10 Xiaoyao Palace Halls. Once he rose, he summoned the 10 Xiaoyao Palace Halls and eliminated 2 Langia Palace Hall Masters. Among the remaining 8 Langia Palace Hall Masters, 5 of them submitted. There was the North Emperor in the north and the South King in the south. He was the powerful emperor of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residents, Hong Tianxia. Hong Tianxia came from the 7 emperors heaven and was the first lord of Nanshan. Originally, he should not have been involved in Xianpeng province's affairs. However, he came from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residents. Therefore, when the Hong residence was in danger, he stood up and summoned the world. It was known that the 7 emperors heaven and earth emperor realms heaven. One's courage and the submission of the experts. After all, one's strength was strength. For example, the assassin king heaven and earth. Obviously, that was impossible. As the old saying goes, one must have a good reason to start a war. If one wants to control the situation in Xianpeng province, then one must have a good reason. Other than the North Arch and the South King, there was also the West King. This person came from the ancient Lihua God dynasty. Using his ancient fame, he attracted a large number of experts to join him. He was also an existence that could summon wind and rain. The era was changing. These 3 great emperors had triggered a new world structure. The position of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars was also in imminent danger. Even they had to submit. Other than the 3 great monarchs, there were also many other new monarchs that rose up. It was a pity that their rallying power was too weak, their strength was too low, and their foundation was insufficient. The entire Xianpeng province was like boiling water. There were very few powerful forces that could remain unscathed. The rainforest sacred land was one of them. There were even many powerful forces that had joined them, such as the Dinghai Heavenly Residents, the South Pole Celestial Peng, the Lu Residents, and so on. Of course, compared to the rise of the other new emperors, the rainforest sacred land was much more low-key. Rumble. On the ground, chaotic battles broke out everywhere. Ancient sects and super dynasties were fighting a great battle. At this moment, the world was like a chessboard. Chess pieces could be swallowed up at any time. If one wanted to live, then the only way was to be the player. It's very similar to the change in the throne of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. In the sky, a figure flew past quickly. That person looked at the world, his eyes flickering. He was Lin Ling. At this moment, he didn't go to the rainforest sacred land. Instead, he went to the 7 emperors' sky. This was because he wasn't worried about the rainforest sacred land. However, looking at the chaotic land, Lin Ling's mouth curved into a smile. In the past, he was very insignificant. During the calamity of the world, he was passive. He had to worry about the safety of himself and his family. But now, he was active and could control everything. Let's go and submit the mission first. Lin Ling's speed was extremely fast. After a long time, he arrived at the 7 emperors' sky. This place was still as peaceful as before. It was as though it was isolated from the world. Lin Ling walked forward and reached the mission board. The space-time heavenly the arch also appeared. He looked at Lin Ling in surprise. You actually used more than 3 months to complete a mission that took 10 days? Kiki, there was an accident midway. That's why I came back late. Lin Ling laughed. The space-time heavenly the arch shook his head helplessly. Then, Lin Ling submitted the mission. Looking at Lin Ling, the space-time heavenly the arch was shocked again. He already knew that 2 of the 3 missions had been completed. However, no one had submitted the missions. Hence, he didn't know who it was. Now, he finally knew. These 2 missions can be rewarded with 200 drops of half-saint's essence. What a pity. If you killed 1 more demon, you would have completed all the missions. The space-time heavenly the arch immediately laughed. He was extremely happy. The missions were issued by the mortal domain. If Lin Ling completed them, the Seven Emperors' sky would be proud. As expected, when the missions on the mission board disappeared, many disciples of the mortal domain's three legends had ugly expressions. Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling again. How did he do it? Many disciples were jealous and gritted their teeth. After Lin Ling received the drops of half-saint's essence, he strode away. These treasures should be enough for him to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling, you're back. Just as he left the floating mountain, a voice came from afar. Lin Ling glanced over and smiled. It was the 9 spirits of heaven. The 9 spirits of heaven wasn't tall, but they had a cold aura. They carried a tall sky piercer on their backs. Their style was extremely unique. I just saw that you completed the mission. Kiki, you've won glory for the 7 Emperors' sky. The 9 spirits of heaven came in front of Lin Ling and smiled. I was just lucky. Lin Ling said with a smile after bowing politely. By the way, Xianpeng province is holding the Universal Grand Ceremony. Aren't you going to participate? The 9 spirits of heaven asked again. At their current level, they were more interested in the competition between the disciples of the myths of legends. They didn't care much about the Universal Grand Ceremony. I'm from Xianpeng province. That's my hometown. Of course I'll participate in such a grand event. Lin Ling didn't hide it and directly admitted it. Kiki, then I'll go and take a look. Although I'm not interested in the Universal Grand Ceremony, I'm still very interested in the strength of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Moreover, I heard that the First Lord of Nanshan, Xianxia, is also there. I want to meet him. The 9 spirits of heaven was interested. With his current strength, he was still a distance away from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, he wanted to take a look with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a little surprised, but he immediately nodded. Let's go. The two left the 4 pillars and 8 pillars and headed toward the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land was extremely peaceful. The battle outside didn't affect them at all. Many people in the rainforest sacred land sighed. They knew who gave them such a peaceful home. Lord Lin Ling, you're really amazing. Did you know that when I went out to train, I met other experts who forced me to submit to them? If I didn't, they would kill me. When I said that I'm from the rainforest sacred land, those experts immediately made way for me and were very respectful. That's your reputation. Moreover, many experts and martial artists want to seek refuge in the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 1577. Paradise, Rainforest Sacred Land. Patriarch Taiyan, Nianchen, and the others were extremely proud. Once upon a time, the rainforest sacred land had suffered a great calamity. At that time, they were like ants, their lives ruled by others. But now, this place had become a paradise. No one dared to invade. In a world where the flames of war were raging, having a paradise was obviously everyone's extravagant wish. Let us in. Outside the rainforest sacred land's ancient array, a large number of cultivators gathered. They wanted to take refuge in the rainforest sacred land. You guys are too heartless. It's so chaotic outside. From the 9-star Saint Realm to the 3-star Saint Realm, there's war everywhere. Your place is so safe, but you won't let us in. You guys are overbearing. Look at that cultivator, he's only in the martial spirit realm. What right does trash like him have to enter this paradise? Get him out. That's right, I'm the Emperor of the Kingdom of Heaven, a first heaven saint. Get those trash out, I'll replace you. The cultivators were dissatisfied. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, the disciple of the 7 emperors, they would have already barged in. Sirs, you guys are the overbearing ones. This is our hometown, created by Lord Lin Ling. You guys want to take refuge here, but you don't announce anything. Who knows if you're spies? Also, this place went through a calamity in the past. Those weak cultivators didn't run away, they lived and died with their hometown. How could they not have the right to enter? Where were you then? You only know how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, you don't know their sacrifice. In the rainforest sacred land, a large number of cultivators appeared and confronted the foreign cultivators. Qin Xiaolan's voice was like thunder, shocking the foreign cultivators into silence. As for the weak elders and injured middle-aged men in the rainforest sacred land, they were touched. In the past, when the rainforest sacred land faced a calamity, they didn't want to leave their hometown and stayed to fight. However, the rainforest sacred land didn't abandon them. It even gave up on those cultivators for them. Lord Lin Ling is the most grateful. To be able to follow him in this life, I don't regret dying. The elders and injured middle-aged men's eyes were wet. You talk too much nonsense. Are you going to let us in or not? The faces of the foreign martial artists turned cold. In order to survive, they couldn't care less. If they stayed in Xianpeng province, they would definitely die. Charge in. The rainforest holy land is so big, and there are also the 100 realms. These places are all safe, enough for us to make a comeback. That's right. Although the spirit chi here is thin, it can still be considered beautiful. Our 6 Ultimate Swords Gate wants to establish a sect here. The martial artists' patience was exhausted. Their faces became increasingly cold. How dare you? Qin Xiaolan, Mu Mu, and the others were enraged. These people obviously wanted to borrow Lin Ling's glory, but they wanted to occupy this place and establish their own sect. Did they think that they could come and go as they pleased? It's just a group of transcendent realm masters, what's there to fear? Charge in. Those powerful beings weren't afraid of Qin Xiaolan and the others at all, and they roared angrily again. Although there were many powerful beings from the rainforest holy land, there were even more powerful beings on their side. There were over 100 powerful beings gathered here. Who dares to be so arrogant here? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The clouds in the sky churned as 2 figures stepped on the clouds and slowly walked over. Xiao. Before they arrived, a fiery red figure shot over first and transformed into a giant ape. With a slap, a Saint Realm Master was smashed into meat paste. Little Flame. Qin Xiaolan, Elder Tai Yan, and the others were pleasantly surprised when they recognized the giant ape. Roar, roar, roar. The giant ape let out an excited roar as if it had seen its family. Then, it transformed into a red armored monkey the size of a small bear and looked at everyone with a smile. It rushed to Elder Tai Yan and kowtowed to him. Good, good, good. It's good that Little Flame is back. Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed and stroked Little Flame's head. To him, Little Flame was just like his little grandson. GG. Little Flame enjoyed the touch very much. His big eyes were like crescent moons. Lin Ling is back. Everyone then stared at the sky excitedly. The people who had come were Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. At this moment, Lin Ling stared coldly at the foreign cultivators. He did not expect that no one would dare to invade the rainforest holy land, but these people wanted to take refuge in his light and force their way in. Sir Lin Ling. Sir. The foreign cultivators were in awe. Seeing Lin Ling, they did not dare to be arrogant. You want to take refuge here? Sir. Lin Ling stopped and stared at them indifferently. Sir Lin Ling, the outside world is too chaotic. The strong prey on the weak. Please be merciful and let us in. A tall and sturdy man saluted. I'll give you one word, scram. Scram. Lin Ling sneered and then shouted angrily. If these people had followed the rules and waited patiently, he would have given them a way out and let them enter. However, these people were impatient and only knew how to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. When they were rejected, they forced their way in. Why would Lin Ling want such people? One must know that even ordinary cultivators had to go through a test to become a disciple, let alone enter the rainforest Holy Land. This. Humph. The faces of the powerful cultivators turned ugly. Sir Lin Ling, we are not weak. Why don't we follow you and conquer the world? There are many weak trash in the rainforest Holy Land. Why don't we drive them away? A majesty of a big country said unwillingly. Trash? Humph. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. His eyes became colder. With a thought, an invisible flame appeared. Chi chi chi. The majesty who had just spoken suddenly started burning without any fire. He was burned to the point that he let out a painful cry. They have accompanied me through storms and storms. They are Lin Ling's friends and family. Even if they are ordinary people without any strength, you can't compare to them. As for you daring to call them trash, that is equivalent to giving me, Lin Ling, a slap in the face. Die for me. Lin Ling said coldly. The various experts trembled with fear. As for the people of the rainforest Holy Land, they were even more agitated, especially Mu Mu and the others. In the past, they were geniuses of the Void Star Divine Palace. At first, they did not want to join the rainforest Holy Land. But now, it seemed that their decision back then was the best choice in their lives. All of you scram. If there are still people here after an incense stick's worth of time, then all of you will die. Don't think that I, Lin Ling, am a merciful person. Now that the outside world is in chaos, I can be as ruthless as them. Scram. Lin Ling's cold voice caused the various experts' faces to change and they all fled madly. Also, do you think my rainforest Holy Land has no experts? Just wait and see, my rainforest Holy Land also has countless experts. Sigh. Moreover, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted into their ears at the same time. They wanted to take refuge here because they were afraid of the experts from the outside world, but they'd forgotten that Lin Ling was an existence that couldn't be offended in Blackpeng region as well, and he was just like those formidable experts. If they offended Lin Ling, then he'd annihilate them as well. Lin Ling, you're back. Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling intimidating all the experts alone, the people of the rainforest Holy Land felt proud. Elder Tai Yen, Amo Nianchen, and the others all ran over to welcome Lin Ling back. Hee, how is everyone? Sigh. Chapter 1578. Opening a new world, good, very good. Even if it's raging outside, this place is the safest. Everyone shouted in unison. Your Excellency, when the Heaven and Earth Grand Ceremony just started, there were also experts who came here, but when they heard that this was Lin Ling's territory, they immediately ran away, scared witless. Wood and the other geniuses from the Starry Sky Left Court Palace said proudly. If they were still from the Void Star Divine Palace, they would have been slaughtered. That's good. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Venerable Si Calming, the old man of the South Pole, and the others. He hadn't expected them to come. Lin Ling, when you were in the Rainforest Holy Land's calamity, I was the one who saved you from the Void Star Divine Palace. Who would have thought that in just a few years, us old fellows would be indebted to your protection? Venerable Si Calming looked at Lin Ling gratefully. His family and Si Calming Heavenly Palace were all here, or they would have been wiped out long ago. The old man of the South Pole, Lu Wangya, and the others sighed in their hearts. Lin Ling was now their pillar of support. Sir, we're a family. There's no need to say such sentimental words. All right. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He still treated Venerable Si Calming as his sir. That was because he would remember the kindness of that drop of water in the past for the rest of his life. Lin Ling then looked at the girl behind Venerable Si Calming and smiled. Sister Ling Shan, are you interested in traveling with me? Yes. Ling Shan was Venerable Si Calming's daughter, the girl abandoned by the Golden Armor King. When she heard Lin Ling's words, she was stunned. At first, she was a little afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling was at a height that she had to look up to. But she didn't expect that Lin Ling would still be so amiable, which made her relax. "Where are we going?" "Yes." Ling Shan asked curiously. "Splendid land, meet the Golden Armor King." "Yes." Lin Ling smiled again, but this time, his expression was cold. "Golden Armor King." "Yes." Everyone's heart trembled. They vaguely knew that Lin Ling was going to challenge the Golden Armor King. Although they knew that this day would come, they still felt that it was unreal. "Lin Ling, Gold Armor King's strength is not weak. Are you confident?" Venerable Si Kaming said worriedly. He knew that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked among the top 10 Langya Temple Masters. However, there were also differences in strength among the 10 Langya Temple Masters. Gold Armor King was one of the best. "It's nothing." Lin Ling spoke calmly, and his words carried dense confidence. After experiencing the bitter battle in the chaotic Devil Sea, his strength had doubled. "Everyone, let's go together. The era is ending, and a new emperor is rising. I think it's time for me to become the new emperor." Lin Ling said again, full of heroic spirit. If he became the new emperor of Xianpeng province, his power and his family would be even more secure. He could even dominate half of the sacred land of the rainforest. Therefore, Lin Ling would not be pretentious at this time. The rise of a new emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked by Lin Ling's ambition. Only the 9 spirits of heaven felt that it was normal because Lin Ling could do it. "Go, let's all go." The crowd was extremely excited. They never thought that they would be able to become famous in Xianpeng province during the Universal Grand Ceremony. "Then let's go. I've found out that the end of the era is on the other side of the splendid mountain and river." Lin Ling looked into the distance and pointed his sword at the splendid mountain and river. The end of the era was also the beginning of a new world. Lin Ling wanted to start a new chapter in this new world. Start the era, the rise of a new emperor. Everyone shouted excitedly and raised the flag in their hands. Everyone moved forward majestically, heading towards the splendid mountain and river. This time, there were hundreds of millions of people following Lin Ling. Some were from the rainforest sacred land, some were from the 100 territories, and some were from Xianpeng province. There were strong and weak people, but even the weak martial spirit realm cultivators were not afraid at all. That was because they were staring at the black-robed man in front of them. That was their flag. The crowd left the rainforest sacred land's teleportation array and appeared in the splendid mountain and river tens of thousands of miles away. Many people stared at the splendid mountain and river and became even more excited. They had long heard that this was the core of Xianpeng province and that only top warriors could enter. Now, they had finally stepped into this place. As for the splendid mountain and river, there were also a large number of warriors. They were safe at the moment because the top leaders were negotiating to seize the world. However, the warriors who could appear here were all extremely famous among the experts. The world is in chaos. The North Emperor is the Son of Heaven, the South Emperor is Hongtianxia, and the West Emperor is Zhang Luochen. A new emperor is rising. Yes. I heard that the 7 emperors also had powerful disciples who wanted to call the world and proclaim themselves as emperors, but they all failed. They had strength, but they lacked courage. Wow! Last month, there was a fierce battle, and the successors of the Spirit Creek Celestial Kingdom were all killed. Seriously? That was the Heavenly Elder of the Spirit Mountain. He was as strong as the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. What? What can I do? The one who killed him was not a single person, but an alliance of experts from the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen. They seem to want to eliminate the Heavenly Elder of Ling Shan and the other experts in the Xianpeng Great Region. What? That's nothing. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars were all wiped out 5 days ago. Wow! The crowd was abuzz with discussion as the news continued to spread. The powerful existences that they had looked up to in the past had all been wiped out. It was a surreal scene. Lord Pu of the Xiantian dynasty is also in danger. He didn't join any of the new emperors, so the new emperors are going to make a move on him. Wow! The Black-White Dao Palace is the same. They're still independent, and will be the next to be eliminated. Wow! It seems that the new world of Xianpeng province will be led by the 3 emperors. Wow! Many people were analyzing the situation, and knew that the old powerhouses were about to fall. The rise of the new emperors meant that they could summon too many experts. Even if the old powerhouses were strong, they couldn't stop the other side from having too many people. Sometimes, when the difference in strength was not great, the power of the people around them could decide everything. Those people and their subordinates were also a symbol of strength. Rumble. It was at this moment that the black clouds arrived, as if a great calamity was approaching. What's going on? Many people were shocked. They suddenly realized that those clouds were actually people. It was just that there were too many people, which led to the formation of a majestic cloud. Who's so bold? The era is coming to an end, and they still dare to come out. You're courting death. Many people laughed coldly. Even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the ancient kingdoms would fall in this cosmos ceremony. The insolence of this newcomer was bound to become a thorn in their side. That's Lin Ling. Wow! Suddenly, someone exclaimed, staring at the handsome man in the lead with cold eyes. Lin Ling, the disciple of the 7 emperors. He's here. Wow! Chapter 1579. Ruling the world, oh right, the king of the south, the emperor of the west, the emperor of the north, and the emperor of the east are still missing. Lin Ling might be able to start his own chapter and become the new emperor. Yes. Someone said excitedly. Everyone else's eyes went wide as they realized that they had forgotten about Lin Ling. Lin Ling was powerful, and was famous in the holy land of the rainforest. If he called for action, there would definitely be people who would support him in becoming the new emperor. Lin Ling was definitely qualified to be the new emperor. He had simply kept a low profile in the beginning, and everyone had forgotten about him. In the sky, the clouds were tumbling as everyone strode forward. Lin Ling's former brothers and companions were now raising flags with the words, "Rainforest Sacred Land," written on them. The words were dazzling and shocking to the eyes. Lin Ling's expression was as cold as ice as he continued onward. Next to him, Overlord Si Kongming and the others returned to report what they had learned. The descendant of the Spirit Stream Immortal Kingdom, Heavenly Elder Spirit Mountain, has perished. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes grew even colder. Years ago, when Celestial Void Star and the other experts had come to kill Lin Ling, Heavenly Elder Spirit Mountain had helped him. And Lin Ling still remembered that he was the one who had saved Heavenly Elder Spirit Mountain's grandson. Exalted Pu is injured. Yes. Lin Ling received new information and became even more familiar with the new venerable sovereign. He knew who the Emperor of the North was, son of Heaven Carefree. As for the King of the South, Lin Ling knew who Wuxia Xianxia was. He was a peerless genius from the 7 Emperors' Heaven, and was the #1 king of South Mountain. Most importantly, he had the blood of the Hong clan in his veins. As for the Emperor of the West, Lin Ling knew who he was. Back when he had challenged the profound ranking, Exalted Mountain Mist had brought along a genius named Zhang Zhan, who was Zhang Zhan's older brother from the ancient kingdom of the Lifire dynasty. As expected, the era was coming to an end, and the top experts of heaven and earth were coming out. Revenge will be exacted. Yes. With that, Lin Ling led the group onward. At this moment, the splendid Mountain River Martial Pavilion was crowded with experts. The new emperors were all sitting there. Apart from them, Langia and the carefree 10 palaces were also there. They were the old 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky and formed powerful camps. In the distance, there were many experts from various forces. Their auras were extremely terrifying. So exciting, so exciting. This is the battlefield of our generation of martial artists. It would be great if I were one of those top-notch big shots. If I had the chance to summon heroes in my life, I would die without regrets. 3 great emperors, the remaining 3 giants of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, plus Langya and the unfettered 10 halls. Who does this world belong to? Many people were extremely excited. They yearned to be able to witness the opening of a new world and witness the rise of strong cultivators. The blood of battle in their veins was also flowing wildly. 1,000 generations Ghost Sect, Golden Emperor Sect, Revered Path of the Sword, and He Clan Dynasty, submit. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Among the crowd, a man in white clothes with his hands behind his back looked indifferently at the whole world. He was the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen. Although many powerful forces had fallen, Xianpeng province was vast and boundless. There were many more powerful forces, and they had not chosen their camp. They were obviously hesitating because if they made the wrong choice, they would die. Do you want to join them? Another voice was heard. A tall and sturdy man sat on a chair with a golden saber and an incomparable domineering aura. He was the Southern King, Hong Tianxia. The Southern King, Hong Tianxia, is extremely powerful. He has the 4 pillars and 8 pillars behind him. The crowd started to discuss. It was difficult to choose, extremely difficult to choose. These new emperors were all extremely terrifying. Everyone looked at the other new emperor. It was the North Emperor, Prince Xiaoyao. This person was very confident. He sat there indifferently and did not ask the other experts to submit. One had to know that once the experts submitted, the real battle would begin. However, Prince Xiaoyao did not want to conquer more experts, which made people very curious. As the experts of the 1000-era Ghost Sect were making their choice, a mighty aura came from afar. It was as if a venerable emperor had arrived. Countless people looked over and gasped. More experts had arrived. Lin Ling is here. Many people exclaimed. The new venerable emperor, the old 4 pillars, Langya, and the experts of the unfettered 10 halls narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was an extremely strange existence in the universal ceremony. He was like a paradise and did not participate in any competition. However, he was here now. This guy is back. In the black-white Dao Palace, Lord Shui Wu could not help but laugh. She laughed very happily as if she had seen the return of her pillar. He's here. In the distance, Lord Pu also revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Ling's friends were happy, but Lin Ling's enemies had ugly expressions. Lin Ling, this is not a place for you to come. Scram. A sharp and unkind voice rang out at an inappropriate time. An old woman angrily shouted. She was the Ninely Holy Mother. Now that she had joined the Southern King's camp, she did not fear Lin Ling. The 9 spirits of heaven, have you seen warm wine decide the world? I have a pot of wine here. Once it is warmed, the world will be decided. However, under the countless gazes, Lin Ling indifferently smiled and spoke in a calm manner. Warm wine decide the world? The crowd's eyes narrowed. How frivolous and domineering was this? Did he think that the new venerable emperors were all ants? Roar! At this time, a fiery red shadow shot out and pounced on the Ninely Holy Mother. A giant ape appeared and slapped her. You think you have the qualifications to speak to my big brother? It was Little Flame. Rumble. The power of 10 universes erupted. The Ninely Holy Mother could not block it and was slapped into a pulp. Boom! The crowd's hearts exploded. They did not expect Lin Ling to show his strength as soon as he arrived. However, the Ninely Holy Mother's talent was extremely strange. It was like a mother nest. The previous one was only one of her clones. She appeared on the other side with a ferocious and pale face. "Brother Xianyuan, have you seen such talent before?" Lin Ling said with a smile. "What a strange talent. It feels like the queen of bees. The one that died before was a worker bee." The 9 spirits of heaven revealed a curious expression. "That's all. I can easily find her real body." Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and ignored the crowd. He released his soul power and the blade of Nirvana shot towards one of the men in front of him. The man's expression changed drastically as he panicked. She was the real clone of the 9ly Holy Mother. She roared and wanted to escape. However, she was too late. Under the crowd's gaze, her soul collapsed. She never thought that Lin Ling would be able to kill her so easily under the eyes of the new venerable emperor. She thought that she would not die after joining the Southern King, but in reality, she was just overthinking it. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the clones hidden in the crowd all exploded. Obviously, the queen bee was killed and the worker bees were all dead. Amazing! Lin Ling, how did you see through it? The 9 spirits of heaven was surprised because he also could not see where the real body was. "I just guessed randomly," Lin Ling said with a smile. In fact, he saw through it with the eye of time. The two of them talked casually. It could be said that they completely ignored the crowd. That kind of arrogance made many people gasp. This was a real venerable emperor. Chapter 1580. Not qualified, all of you, join us. Lin Ling ignored the crowd again and stared at the Millennium Ghost sect. "How dare you?" As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the South King and the West King shouted angrily. Did Lin Ling think that they did not exist? Let me tell you, if you make the wrong choice, you will all die, so you must think carefully. Lin Ling ignored the South King and the others. His voice became cold. He was challenging the new sovereigns in front of everyone. At the same time, he was telling everyone that he, Lin Ling, had risen and that Lin Ling had a chapter in the new world. The faces of the Millennium Ghost sect turned pale. The South King and the West King were not to be trifled with, but Lin Ling was also not to be trifled with. It was difficult to choose. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. Everyone knew that this was Lin Ling's show of strength. At the same time, he was confronting the other sovereigns. This was also a confrontation between top experts to see who was more daring and who was the real sovereign. I will join Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the second-generation Ghost King, the young man who had teamed up with Lin Ling in the Ghost Realm. In that case, the Millennium Ghost sect will join Lin Ling. With the second-generation Ghost King's words, the Millennium Ghost sect all spoke up. They believed in the second-generation Ghost King's vision. Boom! The crowd's hearts were like thunder. Lin Ling had only just arrived, yet he had already invited so many masters to join him. It had to be known that the other emperors had spent 3 months to make a name for themselves, and only now had they become new emperors. From this point of view, Lin Ling had clearly suppressed Prince Nan and the others. We will also join. The other experts spoke up one after another. Good, from now on, you are the East King's people. Lin Ling smiled faintly. With a wave of his right hand, the wine pot fell into the second-generation Ghost King's hand as if he was bestowing the imperial wine. He was very clear that he could not show weakness at this time. To become a new sovereign, prestige was indispensable. Lin Ling. The Southern Emperor, Lin Ling, wore an unpleasant expression. Lin Ling's move was like a resounding slap to their faces, telling them that he, Lin Ling, did not need 3 months to become the new martial monarch. He only needed 15 minutes. Zhang Luochen's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. However, everyone knew that the two of them were extremely unwilling. Lin Ling, what qualifications do you have to become the new emperor? At this time, someone said loudly, becoming a new emperor is not enough just because you are powerful. Although you are the celestial emperor, there are many disciples of the 7 emperors who want to become the new emperor. Since when is it your turn? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and realized that it was Lord Shan Wu. Opening a new world and becoming the new emperor was a supreme honor. This was because the new emperor would be able to dominate Xianpeng province and possess a large amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, Prince Nan and the others didn't want Lin Ling to become the new emperor and leave behind a footprint in the new world. Then, what qualifications do they have? Lin Ling smiled and pointed at the southern emperor, Hong Tianxia, and the others. The southern emperor, Hong Tianxia, has the bloodline of the Hong dynasty of the 4 great ancient nations. He is also a disciple of the 7 emperors. He is the first lord of Nanshan. The Hong residence of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars is also under Hong Tianxia's command. Lord Shan Wu sneered when he heard Lin Ling's words. To end an era and become a new emperor, one had to rely on charisma, courage, and the aura of a king. In Lord Shan Wu's heart, Lin Ling did not have the aura of a king. Furthermore, the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen, is also a descendant of the Lihua divine dynasty from the Antiquity Age. He ruled Xianpeng province in the Antiquity Age. Today, he waved his flag, and the heroes naturally supported him as the new king. Although Zhang Luochen is not a disciple of the 7 emperors, the matters of Xianpeng province were handled by us. It has nothing to do with the sacred 7 emperors. Therefore, how can he not be qualified? Lord Shan Wu sneered. Do you see that? Those are the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace, the Heavenly Dragon Temple, and the Celestial Phenomenon sect. They're all famous experts from Xianpeng province. Now, they're all here. Let me tell you something. The descendants of the Spirit Stream Immortal Kingdom from the 4 great ancient kingdoms were all killed by us. Under Zhang Luochen's leadership, there's nothing that can't be done. Lord Shan Wu sneered. Boom! After he spoke, the experts behind Zhang Luochen began to shout, their voices shaking the heavens. They were suppressing Lin Ling, and at the same time telling everyone that Lin Ling was not qualified to become the new emperor. Obviously, at this sensitive time, they did not dare to kill Lin Ling. However, if they could prevent Lin Ling from becoming the new emperor, that would be enough. And then there's the North Emperor, Prince of Heaven Carefree. He missed the disciple examination, so he didn't become a disciple. However, his strength and courage speak for themselves. Currently, he leads more than half of the 10 palaces in Carefree and Langia. He's more qualified than you. Lord Shan Wu sneered. It was none other than the God-chart king of the Langia 10 palaces. Let's go. The disciple of the 7 emperors doesn't qualify to be the new emperor. Cheers. Many people were cheering and shouting disdainfully. None of them wanted Lin Ling to lead Xianpeng province. If he did, it would be the end for them. Of course, there were also many who remained silent, waiting to see how Lin Ling would deal with this. Creating a new world and becoming the new emperor was just like any other super dynasty. Many people would refuse to accept the new emperor's position. Is that why I'm not qualified? He asked. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, and didn't seem angry at all. He walked slowly toward the God-chart king, who frowned. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Lin Ling drank his wine and came before the God-chart king. He lifted the wine jug in his hand and poured it down. Like the water of the Milky Way, the wine flowed down the God-chart king's head and covered his face, causing his long hair to stick to his head. He looked extremely pathetic. However, this wasn't the end. After pouring the wine, Lin Ling slapped him again. The crisp sound of the slap caused the God-chart king's eyes to focus there. Whether I'm qualified or not, it's not up to you to decide. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out, causing the surrounding people to focus their eyes. The dignified 10 carefree hall masters were being humiliated like this in front of so many people. Lin Ling's action was trampling on the Godchart King's dignity. The Godchart King glared at Lin Ling. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. One had to know that, putting aside his identity, he was a subordinate of the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen. Lin Ling's action was undoubtedly a slap to Zhang Luochen's face. At the same time, it was telling everyone that he, Lin Ling, was the East Sovereign. You, the Godchart King, were just a subordinate. What right do you have to speak? Sweeping his gaze around, the Godchart King temporarily endured. With so many experts here, there would definitely be someone who would take care of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you haven't become the new emperor yet. You're too arrogant to touch my people. Chapter 1581. Raising one's arms and shouting, I haven't become the new emperor, so I don't have the qualifications to be here. To become the new emperor, one must not only be strong, but also have a good reason, right? Lin Ling glanced over while Zhang Luochen coldly nodded. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's identity as a disciple of the 7 emperors, he would have already ordered people to kill Lin Ling. Starry Left Court Palace, Flaming Right Court Palace, Calm Sea Heavenly Prefecture, Willow Palace, South Pole Immortal Canopy. Lin Ling nodded as his voice continued to float out. Every time he spoke, these forces would immediately shout in response. Their voices were enough to shake the heavens. The crowd's blood was boiling as they looked at Lin Ling and raised their arms to cheer. Zhang Luochen's group frowned. They didn't expect these experts to support Lin Ling. This made them think that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to have such a strong foundation, but now it was a bit ironic. Is this enough? Southern King Hong Tianxia sneered. What if I'm included? At this time, a bold laughter came. A tall man walked out from the unfettered 10 halls and headed towards Lin Ling's camp. Heaven touch Grand Sage. Many people's eyes flashed. Finally, a unfettered 10 halls had joined Lin Ling. Count me in. However, this was not the end of everyone's shock. Another voice rang out, from now on, the Black-White Dao Palace will be led by Lin Ling. 4 pillars and 8 pillars, this was the real 4 pillars and 8 pillars. One had to know that Southern King Hong Tianxia had one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars behind him, so he had the qualifications to call himself the new emperor. But now, did Lin Ling not have the qualifications? I didn't think that I, Lord Pu, would one day become a general under Lin Ling. Then, count me in. Another thunderous voice rang out, shocking everyone. Under countless gazes, the Xiantian dynasty, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, led by Lord Pu, walked towards Lin Ling's camp. There's a 4 beams 8 pillars. Countless people widened their eyes. It was normal for the Black-White Dao Palace's water mist to support Lin Ling, but the Xiantian dynasty also joined. This was shocking. One had to know that Lord Pu was the most demonic of all. In the past 3 months, the 3 new emperors had tried to invite Lord Pu to join their camps, but Lord Pu had refused. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for something. Now, everyone knew that Lord Pu was waiting for Lin Ling. 2 4 pillars and 8 pillars, 1 unfettered 10 halls, Lin Ling's wings are fully grown. The crowd carefully sized up Lin Ling's forces and discovered that Lin Ling had raised his arms and declared that half of Xianpeng province belonged to Lin Ling. You're not qualified to compete with me in terms of subordinates. However, it was as if Lin Ling wouldn't stop until he said something shocking. He stretched out his right hand and a ray of majestic emerald light appeared. It transformed into a tall emerald pagoda that floated in the air. This is... Many people were puzzled. Star-picking nation's purple mansion. At this time, Unfettered Prince let out a surprised cry. Many people in Xianpeng province had benefited from the star-picking nation's purple mansion, but he knew that the real benefit was the star-picking nation's purple mansion. It was said that obtaining the Purple Mansion was equivalent to obtaining the star-picking nation and becoming the star-picking emperor. Now that Lin Ling had obtained the Purple Mansion, it meant that Lin Ling was the biggest winner in the star-picking nation. Even unfettered Prince felt ashamed of his inferiority. Purple Mansion? Could it be the legendary Purple Mansion? Many people widened their eyes, especially some ancient martial artists. They naturally knew what the Purple Mansion represented, but no one had expected that it would be Lin Ling who obtained it. At this moment, the doubts in many people's hearts were resolved. Lin Ling had been an ordinary ant. How did he become a domineering existence? It was because of the Purple Mansion's nurturing. Western Emperor Zhang Luochen, the descendant of the Lihua celestial dynasty, is indeed worthy of pride and support. However, I'm the only successor of the star-picking nation. I wonder if I'm qualified compared to the Lihua celestial dynasty? Lin Ling looked at Zhang Luochen. Slap. This sentence was like a crisp slap to Zhang Luochen's face, causing his face to turn green and red. Among the four great nations, the star-picking nation was stronger than the Lihua celestial dynasty. Lin Ling was the only successor. How could he not be qualified? Say, to become a new emperor, other than one's strength, courage, charisma, and the aura of a ruler are also important. However, I'm curious. If Hong Tianxia and Zhang Luochen are qualified, why am I not qualified? Lin Ling swept his gaze across the crowd and said again. His words were extremely domineering. Opening up a new world could protect his family, so how could he back down? These people questioned his prestige, so he would suppress them until they were speechless. Trash? The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling actually treated Hong Tianxia and the other new emperors as trash. One had to know that in Xianpeng province, other than the experts from the Seven Emperors' Heavens, who would dare to call them trash? Come out, guys from the Myriad Demons Mountain. Lin Ling waved his right hand again, and the Emerald Pagoda shot out a ray of light as if it had opened an ancient door. A large number of demons rushed out, including the ox-headed demon god, the ice-fire white rhinoceros, and the six-winged bat. Terrifying demonic aura wreaked havoc in the world, forming a vortex that shook everyone's hearts. This army of demonic beasts had the strength of a Saint Realm expert. In a one-on-one battle, they might not be a match for the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, but when they gathered together, no sect or dynasty in Xianpeng province could compare to them. Your Majesty! Countless demonic beasts roared in a majestic manner. The world instantly fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat when he kept a low profile. No one dared to provoke him. However, when he was arrogant, even Xianpeng province would be shaken. In terms of fame, Lin Ling had conquered the world, and no one didn't know him. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was the first king of Eastern Mountain, and no one dared to challenge him. In terms of origin, Lin Ling was the only successor of star-picking nation, and his bloodline was even nobler than Zhang Luochen's. In terms of influence, he was even more terrifying. Lin Ling alone owned half of Xianpeng province. Was Lin Ling not qualified to start a new world? Lin Ling had previously said that he would set the world with warm wine, and now, he was living up to his words. Countless people responded to this sentence in their minds, and their faces were filled with shock, especially those from the powerful sections. They hesitated in their hearts. Lin Ling was so strong, and it didn't seem like a good move for them to support the other new emperors. As for the southern king, Hong Tianxia, and the others, their faces were even uglier, and they were so gloomy that water could drip from them. Southern king, Hong Tianxia, western king, Zhang Luochen, fight. Lin Ling stared coldly at the 2 new emperors, and the flames of war were burning in his eyes. Fight. All of Lin Ling's forces raised their arms and shouted at the top of their lungs. Their imposing manner tore apart the clouds in the sky. How arrogant! He directly challenged them to a battle. The heroes all around gasped. Others needed 3 months to become a new emperor, but Lin Ling only needed 1 day, and he crushed the dignity of the 2 new emperors in 1 day. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Chapter 1582. A Battle Invitation. With the 2 of us new emperors working together, we might be able to kill you. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Ling Tianxia and made a bold decision. Of course, this decision was also extremely ironic because they had to work together to suppress the new emperor, Lin Ling Tianxia. Anyone with a discerning eye would know who ruled Xianpeng province. Interesting. Lin Ling, I'll help you. Leave Hong Tianxia to me. At this time, the 9 spirits of heaven, who had been silent all this time, laughed and spoke. The halberd shot into the sky and actually turned into 9 terrifying rays of light. The 9 spirits of heaven was one of the strongest among the disciples of the 7 emperors. If he were to suppress Lin Ling, it would be difficult for Zhang Luochen to win against Lin Ling. In addition, there was a huge force behind Lin Ling. It was hard to tell who would win in this battle. Lin Ling, how's the alliance? However, just when everyone thought that this battle would be astonishing, a light voice suddenly sounded. Many people looked over and found that the one who spoke was Prince Xiaoyao. Boom! Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Where did Lin Ling get the courage to actually make Prince Xiaoyao take the initiative to form an alliance? Prince Xiaoyao, you're crazy. Hong Tianxia and Hong Tianxia were about to explode from anger. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they still couldn't suppress Lin Ling. Now that Prince Xiaoyao had formed an alliance with Lin Ling, it was even more impossible for them to win. Alright, let's form an alliance. Lin Ling naturally agreed. Having 1 more friend was always better than having 1 more enemy. Moreover, even though Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't face several powerful existences. However, with the addition of Prince Xiaoyao's people, the situation had changed. That's great. Prince Xiaoyao smiled faintly as he stared at Hong Tianxia and Yi Shiwen. The 2 of them fell silent. They didn't expect that they would be bullied to the point that they couldn't even speak when they were supposed to be crowned as the new emperors. The surrounding crowd was also silent. A new world had opened, yet the result was like this. No one could guess what would happen. Do you want to fight? Lin Ling took a step forward, forcing Hong Tianxia and the other 2. Lin Ling, if you really want to fight, the people here will be plunged into misery and suffering. So, if you want to dominate everything, you have to find another way. At this moment, a voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Prince Xiaoyao. Lin Ling understood what Prince Xiaoyao meant. If the battle continued, Prince Xiaoyao and Prince Xiaoyao would definitely lose. However, there would also be countless casualties on his side. This was a very normal thing. Any emperor that ascended to the throne would have corpses everywhere. However, Lin Ling wanted to become the new emperor. His goal was to protect his family. He didn't really want to unify Xianpeng province. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't want to see his family and friends fight to the death. Do you dare fight? With that thought in mind, Lin Ling looked at Hong Tianxia and Hong Tianxia. Hong Tianxia and Zhang Luochen looked at each other and fell silent. If they really fought, they would definitely lose. Lin Ling had too many forces behind him, and his strength wasn't weak. I don't dare. Alright then, today's matter will end here. Xianpeng province's new world will open. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars will disappear from this day onwards. The 4 emperors will unify Xianpeng province. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the beautiful landscape and decided everything. The 4 emperors will unify Xianpeng province. Is this how the new world will look like? Many people began to discuss spiritedly. They suddenly discovered that although it was said that the 4 emperors had unified the great Xianpeng region, in reality, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 emperors. He was the one who ended the era and established the new world. Hong Tianxia and the other 2 naturally understood the situation. Their faces were ashen. They had become subordinates and had to listen to Lin Ling's decisions. Unfortunately, they were unwilling to accept this. But what could they do now? King of Divine Maps, King of Golden Armor, how about a battle? Lin Ling ignored Hong Tianxia and the other two and stared at the King of Divine Maps. These two were part of Hong Tianxia and the other two's forces. Hence, their pupils constricted. Was Lin Ling going to kill their subordinates in front of them? Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. I know what you want to say. Shut up for now. If you make me unhappy, we'll just fight. Let me tell you, they have an agreement with me. No one can stop this battle. Shut up. Hong Tianxia and the other two gritted their teeth. Lin Ling asked them to shut up. Indeed, he was treating them as subordinates. Emperor Hong Tianxia, Emperor Zhang Luochen, this is a personal grudge between us. This battle is unavoidable. At this moment, the King of Divine Maps and the King of Golden Armor walked out. Their faces were extremely cold. They knew that they had no choice but to fight. Lin Ling dominated everything. They had to fight even if they didn't want to. Moreover, it was time to settle the grudge between them and Lin Ling. Especially the King of Golden Armor. He stared at Lin Ling with disbelief in his heart. The first time he saw Lin Ling was still a subordinate of Venerable Si Kongming. During the hero token test, he looked down on Lin Ling like an emperor. He had hundreds of ways to kill Lin Ling. But today, Lin Ling had grown to the point where he had to fight if he wanted to. Don't look down on the young. The King of Golden Armor recalled this saying. Never underestimate the younger generation because the wheel of fortune would change. The younger generation could surpass them at any time. This battle is for Sister Ling Shan. Lin Ling indifferently looked at the King of Golden Armor. After going through so much, he could finally fight against the King of Golden Armor. Afterward, Lin Ling proudly smiled and took out the half-saint's essence. He drank all of it. The crazy spirit energy swept through his body and wreaked havoc. Both of you attack together. I want to use this battle to break through. Everyone heard this heroic voice. The two great hall masters of the unfettered 10 halls had actually become sparring partners. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted the two of them to attack together. One had to know that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked at the top of the unfettered 10 halls. However, he wasn't the strongest. Most importantly, he could fight against 2 hall masters at once. As expected of Master Heaven Touch Great Sage laughed excitedly. The crowd was also stirred. They were full of anticipation. This battle was going to be very exciting. You overestimate yourself. Hong Tianxia and Zhang Luochen's faces were cold. Perhaps Lin Ling would die in the hands of the King of Golden Armor. This was the consequence of Lin Ling's arrogance. Everyone's attention was focused on this battle. This battle was also the opening battle for Lin Ling to become the new emperor. Lin Ling will definitely win. Venerable Si Kongming looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Lin Ling had promised him 3 things. Now, he was about to complete the last one. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be true to his word. Even though he was already the #1 Eastern Emperor in Xianpeng Province, he still fought for him. Lin Ling, thank you. Ling Shan's beautiful eyes were moist. She didn't expect Lin Ling to fight for her. Moreover, it was a battle in front of everyone. This battle was also to seek justice for her. There was actually such a person in this world. Chapter 1583. Joining forces to fight Lin Ling. Lin Ling's talent isn't weak. Although it seems like he's only at the 10th level of the mystic realm, his defense is extremely powerful because of his physical body's talent. That's right, and his soul power can't be underestimated either. It's impossible to guard against it. Even without that sword, his fire martial Dao has the power of the origin. It's almost at the small success stage of the Saint Mark martial arts. Above the sky, an oppressive aura spread out. The two former peerless geniuses, Golden Armor King and Divine Map King, were constantly evaluating Lin Ling's strength. Obviously, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Fortunately, the two of them were joining forces, so they had a chance to win this battle. They don't dare to make the first move. Many people looked at the serious Golden Armor King and Divine Map King, and immediately felt that it was unreal. Langia 10 Palace Hall, the place that the younger generation of Xianpeng province yearned for the most. To many, those peerless geniuses were undefeatable. They were the representatives of miracles, and only the disciples of the 7 emperors could compete with them. But now, the peerless geniuses they looked up to were discussing how to defeat Lin Ling. Moreover, they were very serious and dignified. Lin Ling is indeed powerful, someone said. The more serious the opponent was, the more it showed Lin Ling's strength. At this moment, the Golden Armor King and Divine Map King had reached an agreement. They both looked coldly at Lin Ling. The Golden Armor King said, "Dongzun Lin Ling has the king's qi, and is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, if you used your forces to eliminate us, it would be easy for you to do so. However, you insisted on a life-and-death battle. This is the biggest mistake in your life." Yes. His words were true. If Lin Ling died, then his forces would be leaderless. Countless people would be buried with him. The price was indeed great. If it was one-on-one, we would all be afraid of you. But if the two of you join forces, then the result is hard to say. Yes. The God-Chart King also spoke. It seemed that after reaching an agreement, they were even more confident. Golden Armored King, you betrayed Sister Lingshan and failed to live up to Venerable Si Kongming's expectations. I don't understand why you still have the face to show up here. As for God-Chart King, a single order from you in the past caused a calamity to befall my rainforest holy land. Today, a single order from me will make you stay here forever. You'll learn that when you control the lives of others, others stronger than you can also control your life. Lin Ling glanced at the two peerless geniuses and said calmly, "As for my choice, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, I won't regret it. I've never regretted any decision I've made in my life. Even if it's wrong, I'll still walk on with determination. There's no price I can't bear. You don't have to break my will to fight. If you want me to regret it, if you want me to pay the price, show me your strength. Show me your strength." His voice was like thunder, clearly landing in everyone's ears. Many people knew that Lin Ling had made up his mind. Even if he gave up his advantage, he was not afraid to fight. Then let's fight. The Golden Armor Emperor and the Shinto Emperor said coldly at the same time. They were fighting with their backs to the river, so they could only give it their all. Heaven and earth as the cauldron, mountains and rivers as the flame, spirit refinement. An ancient aura began to spread out. The heaven and earth turned into a cauldron, and the mountains and rivers began to surge. Spirit refinement method. This was the Shinto Emperor's strongest talent. Rumble. The heaven and earth changed drastically, and the mountains and rivers were like a painting. On the left, there was a rising mountain, and on the right, there were rivers, mountains, and seas. Lin Ling seemed to be trapped in the endless mountains and rivers. What a powerful origin force, turning mountains and rivers into a painting. Many people said with a serious expression. The Shinto Emperor was the strongest cultivator under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, and from the looks of it, that was indeed the case. Almost at the same time, a golden light shone brightly, and an ancient giant golden armor insect appeared in the sky. This insect had no legs, and had an extremely stiff carapace. The most shocking thing was that there were countless strange eyes on the carapace. Staring at the golden armor insect gave people a feeling of being mesmerized. 18 heavenly saints of Disha, golden armor insect. Many people exclaimed. Was this the golden armor emperor's talent? Legend had it that this insect was a true heavenly insect, nobler than the demon god. It was one of the 18 heavenly saints. Woo, woo, woo. The golden armor insect let out a dull sound as if it had awakened. Those countless eyes emitted a magical power, circling continuously, and condensing into a golden origin light. Heavenly silkworm explosion. The golden armor emperor let out a dull sound, and that golden origin light shot out. Although the light was not very bright, its oppressive power was suffocating. Explosion, that's the origin force of explosion. The southern king, Xianxia, said in surprise. He knew the golden armor insect's strengths and weaknesses. Its weaknesses were its speed and defense, but its strength was its attack power. It was like a heaven and earth bomb. The two carefree 10 halls have teamed up. One is defending, trapping Lin Ling, and the other is attacking, the golden armor insect's heaven and earth bomb. It seems like they are very cautious about Lin Ling. Many people muttered to themselves. The golden armor emperor and the golden armor emperor were famous in Xianpeng province. In addition to their strength and talent, they also had extremely rich combat experience. Suddenly, many people felt that the golden armor emperor and the golden armor emperor could win. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the air, calmly looking into the distance. The space around him was constantly distorting. It was so natural, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Rumble. The surrounding rivers were like a painting, as if they had absorbed him into it. And in front of him, the golden origin force attacked with a terrifying aura. Lin Ling stretched out his left hand, and a wisp of flame bloomed. It did not even seem to be at the immortal physique level, but it carried a majestic pressure. The flame continued to soar, twisting, and gradually turning into an endless fire dragon king. As soon as this fire dragon king appeared, the entire world was illuminated. Small success stage of a Saint Rune martial art. Sensing that terrifying flame, many people's eyes narrowed. Heavenly Rune martial arts displayed great laws, while Saint Rune martial arts were the origin of martial arts. In Xianpeng province, there were very few martial artists who possessed the origin of martial arts. Even in the 7 Emperors' heavens, most of the disciples used Heavenly Rune martial arts. But Lin Ling had comprehended a Saint Rune martial art. This talent was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial art was at the small success stage. Small success stage and comprehending a Saint Rune martial art were two completely different concepts. As expected of the successor of star-picking nation. It was not difficult for many people to guess why Lin Ling was so monstrous. The reason should be the Purple Palace. The roaring fire dragon king coiled around Lin Ling, its mouth was wide open as if it wanted to burn the sky. Everyone else thought that this fire dragon king was just the origin force, and its innate talent was not strong. However, no one knew that there was a wisp of yellow spring flame hidden inside the fire dragon king. Unfortunately, that wisp of yellow spring flame was too small, and no one could detect it. But even if it was small, its power could not be underestimated. Boom! In the sky, the heaven and earth bomb spat out by the golden armor king collided with the fire dragon king. It was as if heaven and earth were about to explode. The crowd stared at the sky and finally discovered that the two terrifying attacks had actually exploded on each other. They were actually evenly matched. The golden armor king's face turned ugly. Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial art was even more powerful than before. Moreover, he could not understand why he did not gain the upper hand in that collision. He was also at the small success stage of a Saint Rune martial art, but his talent was higher than Lin Ling's. Refine. Chapter 1584. Is this all you've got? The God Chart King's attack came. It was the spiritual refinement method. His attack was well-timed. After Lin Ling blocked the Golden Armor King's attack, he controlled the mountains and rivers to drown Lin Ling. Rumble. Compared to the Golden Armor King's Heaven and Earth bomb, the God Chart King's attack was more imposing. The mountains and rivers flowed like countless hands drowning Lin Ling. Moreover, a mysterious flame burned within the mountains and rivers, treating Lin Ling like an elixir to be refined. Pop! 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 The flame formed an elixir furnace, and Lin Ling disappeared within it. What a terrifying attack! Many people trembled with fear. Venerable Si Calming and the rest were extremely nervous. They didn't know if Lin Ling could win this battle. We're all clear about Lin Ling's methods during the Xian ranking. He's indeed an existence of the unfettered 10 halls. However, with 2 hall masters joining hands, he's dead for sure. Southern King Hong Tianxia and Zhang Luochen coldly said. They didn't expect to kill Lin Ling in one move, but at least they could seriously injure Lin Ling. At the same time, the Golden Armor King and Godchart King's expressions were solemn. They also hoped that Lin Ling would be injured. This way, their situation would be much better. Boom! At this moment, an ancient sovereign descended. It was as if he had broken through the mountains and rivers, rebuking the world and looking down at the mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers exploded, and endless flames sprayed out. Everyone finally saw the legendary Great Emperor Zhai Xing. Although the ancient sovereign's figure wasn't complete, his limbs and body were extremely clear. This sovereign held an ancient sword in his hand, and with a slash, the mountains and rivers were severed. The spiritual refinement method could refine gods, but it couldn't refine an ancient sovereign. At this moment, Lin Ling was unstoppable. His physical strength has increased again. Many who were familiar with Lin Ling were shocked. They didn't know how much Lin Ling's physical strength had reached, but it was definitely an extremely terrifying limit. You have no chance. No matter how you attack me, it's all futile. From the moment I become the Eastern Sovereign, all of you can only look up at me, as lowly and timid as ants. Lin Ling stood in the middle of the shattered mountains and rivers, looking down on the Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King. As for the Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King, they were both stunned. Their combined attacks were powerful, but they were all broken by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was crushing them, and also telling them that in terms of attack and defense, they were still far inferior. Kill. Once again, the two of them unleashed their most powerful attacks. Mountains and rivers reassembled, and the heaven and earth bomb attacked once again. That's all you have. Lin Ling stepped forward step by step, as if he was the ruler of the world. His left hand was filled with flames, and the Fire Dragon King was roaring. The sword in his right hand cut through everything. Rumble. Any attack was destroyed by Lin Ling. Only a violent energy swept through the world, and shattered light bloomed in all directions. How arrogant! Many people stared at the scene. Lin Ling was also telling everyone why he could become the Eastern Sovereign. The Golden Armor King and the Divine Atlas King trembled. An irresistible thought rose in their hearts, especially the Golden Armor King. He was the most illusory. The once insignificant existence had now become an existence that could easily crush him. Impossible. The Golden Armor King let out a low voice. He was also a peerless genius of Xianpeng province. After many years of bitter cultivation, he finally became an existence of the unfettered 10 halls. He considered himself a genius, and even the disciples of the 7 emperors were nothing in his eyes. But now, all of his pride and achievements were mercilessly crushed. At this moment, even his heart of martial arts was questioning itself. The Divine Atlas King was also feeling the same. Ever since he became one of the unfettered 10 halls, he had never been crushed. Even if there were enemies he couldn't defeat, they would only win by a narrow margin. But now, the two of them were being crushed even if they joined forces. This situation made him feel like he was dreaming. The era had ended, and a new world had opened. Not long ago, he was in high spirits and wanted to tell everyone below the stage that he, the Divine Atlas King, was about to rise. Unfortunately, that was only his own wishful thinking. don't let him break your momentum. He's only strong on the outside. Remember your advantage. At this moment, Zhang Luochen let out a low shout. Boom! His voice was like thunder, waking the Golden Armor King and the Divine Atlas King up. Yes, they were almost intimidated by Lin Ling's momentum to the point of not daring to fight. Their advantage? It was because of their cultivation level. Lin Ling could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. However, this was only his current aura. Lin Ling's cultivation level was lower than theirs. This was a fact that could not be changed. Wear him down. The two of them roared at the same time, dodging Lin Ling's sharp edge, and continued to attack. Wear Lin Ling down. The crowd was aware of the Golden Armor King and the Divine Atlas King's thoughts, and couldn't help but sigh. It was one thing for the dignified Langia 10 Hall Masters to join forces, but now they didn't dare to fight force with force, and could only rely on shameless methods to win. Spiritual Refinement Method. Sky Silkworm Explosion. The Golden Armor King and the Divine Atlas King continued to attack. They knew that even if they won, they would lose face. But other than that, what else could they do? Boom! 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 Terrifying attacks continued to press down on Lin Ling, but all of them were broken by Lin Ling. The crowd stared at the proud Lin Ling, their hearts trembling. This was a true new emperor. No matter how despicable you are, no matter how crafty you are, I'm not afraid of you. My strength can crush everything. Most importantly, they realized that Lin Ling was only a third heaven saint. Violent explosions continued to resound. Gradually, many people realized that Lin Ling's momentum had indeed weakened. Obviously, to block the attacks of the two Hall Masters, Lin Ling had consumed a lot of energy. Good, there's a chance. The Golden Armor King's spirit was roused. Up until now, he had been under too much pressure, and his confidence had been suppressed. But now, he could see the light of victory. Kill! The Divine Atlas King also shouted. Lin Ling's weakness was obvious, his cultivation base was weak. Why isn't he attacking? He's only defending and not attacking. He's giving up his advantage. Many people were puzzled. Lin Ling was domineering, but this way of fighting was too disadvantageous. I've said it before, you have no chance. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was still calm. In his left hand, a mysterious gourd appeared. He raised his head and drank it. Suddenly, a terrifying thing happened. The dissipating spiritual energy and the exhausted energy were rapidly restored. In just 3 breaths, Lin Ling had returned to his peak state. You! Staring at Lin Ling, the Golden Armor King's eyes widened. Lin Ling had recovered? The smile on the Divine Atlas King's face froze, as if he had suffered the most terrible blow in the world. His face gradually turned pale. You have no chance. Both of them thought of this sentence. No wonder Lin Ling was so domineering. It turned out that Lin Ling had such a treasure. This made them feel that the light of victory had disappeared again. Lin Ling was toying with them. Kill! Both of them were furious. Lin Ling was destroying them from the bottom of their hearts, pushing them to the bottom of the valley. And how could they continue to fight? Lin Ling had a mysterious treasure that allowed him to recover in an instant. No matter how powerful their attacks were, it was useless. They would still be suppressed by Lin Ling. Chapter 1585. After breaking through, Lin Ling made his move. Golden Armor King, Divine Chart King, this is your last chance. If your momentum is weak, you will all die. But if you win, then you will rewrite the history of the great Xianpeng region and create the first miracle. You must remember that martial artists have always defied the heavens. There is nothing they cannot do. Hong Xianxia roared again. He knew that Lin Ling was crushing the two of them and destroying their pride. Golden Armor King and Divine Atlas King could not give up. Otherwise, they would have no chance. As a bystander, he knew everything. At the crucial moment, he reminded the two of them. Southern Prince Hong Tianxia's actions are despicable. Many people stared at Hong Tianxia with disdain. This was a battle between Lin Ling and Golden Armor King. Hong Tianxia's intervention was equivalent to participating in the battle, rewriting the history of Xianpeng province. At this moment, Golden Armor King and Divine Atlas King were trembling as they tried to boost their confidence. Unfortunately, from the start of the battle until now, Lin Ling had given them too much of a blow, causing them to doubt themselves. Each of Lin Ling's actions was humiliating them, suppressing them. This was the first time since becoming one of the unfettered 10 halls that they were in such a state of confusion. Kill. But soon, the two of them became hysterical. They still had hope. This time, they gave up on long-range attacks and chose to attack. Anyone could see that they were fighting with their lives on the line. The reason they attacked from afar was because they knew that Lin Ling's soul power was impossible to defend against. Therefore, they did not dare to approach Lin Ling. But now, they had no other choice. Golden Armor descends. The golden beetle behind Golden Armor King emitted a dazzling light, turning him into a golden armored giant. His aura was terrifying, extreme, and destructive. Mountain River Emperor. Divine Atlas King refined the mountains and rivers. Endless mountains and rivers condensed towards him, turning him into a giant. Moreover, the mysterious flames were still burning within the mountains and rivers. The two of them pounced towards Lin Ling. Between their steps, heaven and earth shook. Die. Their boiling blood and surging battle intent transformed them into incomparably huge palms that slammed towards Lin Ling from two directions. Rumble. At this moment, the wind and clouds swept across, and a storm erupted. In the distance, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. In a battle between martial artists, what they feared the most was encountering someone who was willing to risk their life. This was because such a martial artist could erupt with 120% of their total combat strength. In a battle of a higher realm, it wasn't impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Lin Ling. The faces of Lady Shui Wu and the other experts turned solemn. The aura that Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King had unleashed was something that even they were afraid of. Boom! Lin Ling's figure flew backward like a cannonball, passing through dozens of mountains in the beautiful landscape. Effective. Seeing this scene, the Golden Armor King and the Divine Chart King became spirited. Their blood boiled even more. Although this attack couldn't kill Lin Ling, at least it suppressed Lin Ling's momentum. At least they could see the light of victory again. However, the next sentence was like a thunderbolt that struck them to the bottom of the valley. He finally broke through. Under the shattered mountain range in the distance, a cold voice drifted out. Then, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Flames bloomed, and the Dragon King roared. If the Fire Dragon King was the Fire Dragon King before, then the current Fire Dragon King was the Emperor of all kings. Fourth layer Saint Realm. The crowd sensed the terrifying aura. They seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. After all, Lin Ling's martial Dao of fire had greatly improved with the increase of his cultivation level. How was he going to fight? Could it be that in the previous battle, Lin Ling was trying to break through, so he didn't use his full strength? Someone suddenly thought of something and gasped. Sparring partner. Everyone recalled what Lin Ling had said at the beginning. Lin Ling wanted to use the Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King as sparring partners. And now, they finally realized that it was true. How pitiful. In the short period of time when I broke through, I allowed you to attack me as you wished. However, the most effective attack was only able to send me flying. Yet, you guys were so complacent. Since when did the peerless geniuses of the unfettered 10 halls lose their will to fight? You guys are worse than trash. Under the sky, a figure slowly walked over. Endless flames surrounded him. It was a ghastly sight. And that voice was filled with sarcasm. They only sent Lin Ling flying, yet they were so complacent. How could the unfettered 10 halls not be sarcastic? You only sent me flying, so you guys think you can win? You guys are so proud. You think you've rewritten the history of Xianpeng province and become the first person to create a miracle? You guys are just comforting yourselves. The indifferent voice drifted out again. Lin Ling's eyes stared ahead. He finally made his move. Previously, he had consumed all of the half-saint's true liquid. In addition, he had continuously countered the attacks of the Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King. Finally, he had stepped into a new realm, and this realm allowed him to dominate everything. Boom! With a stomp on the ground, Lin Ling distorted the space and appeared in front of the Divine Atlas King at an extremely terrifying speed. A sword ruthlessly slashed down. Lin Ling! The Divine Atlas King roared. Lin Ling's words from before were like a silent slap to his face. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. Now that he saw Lin Ling attacking him, he was even more furious. Rumble. Under the sword, the power of 11 universes erupted. The void exploded, and the mountains and rivers all collapsed, showing cracks. You think you can win? Lin Ling looked down from above, staring at the mountain and river giant beneath his feet. Then, he slashed out with his sword again. Rumble. The mountains and rivers cracked even more, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Didn't you want to create a miracle? Boom! All the mountains and rivers exploded, as if a layer of armor had been removed, revealing the body of the Divine Atlas King. At this moment, his face was ferocious, and he couldn't say anything. Meanwhile, the crowd was deathly silent. Lin Ling had finally made his move. However, the moment he made his move, it was like a thunderbolt that destroyed everything. Your spiritual refinement method has the power of flames. Unfortunately, the level of the flames is too low. Now, I'll help you increase the level of your talent. Lin Ling rushed towards the Divine Atlas King. He stretched out his left hand, and mysterious flames bloomed. At this moment, he seemed to be the Divine Atlas King's master, giving him pointers. Meanwhile, the Divine Atlas King's long hair scattered, and his eyes were red with madness. Bang! At this moment, a palm slapped the Divine Atlas King's back, making him feel an incomparably terrifying power of flames surging into his body. It actually increased the level of his talent. The power of flames obviously came from the spiritual refinement method, but at this moment, it was increasing his talent. What kind of flames did Lin Ling control? Why did he have such power? It was as if he could use the flames of heaven and earth for his own use. The Divine Atlas King was shocked, but soon, he panicked. That was because the power of flames surging into his body was too much, and it was beyond the range of his control. The surrounding crowd's expression changed. They could sense that the Divine Atlas King's talent had reached the earth grade, and it was Lin Ling who helped him increase it. What was Lin Ling doing? Moreover, Lin Ling could increase the fire attribute talent of others. How did he do it? Enough! The Divine Atlas King roared. If this continued, he would definitely explode and die. The increase of one's talent was everyone's dream. However, if it exceeded the limits of one's control, it would be a ticking time bomb. I'm helping you. Are you done? Chapter 1586. I've tolerated you for a long time. Enough, I beg you, let me go. The Godchart King was terrified. Dying from an overload of talent was too horrifying. Beg me? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Although he couldn't fully control the Inferno of the Yellow Springs, the Inferno of the Inferno was a primogenitor beneath the immortal rank flames. Not long ago, he was able to absorb the Fire Spirit Princess talent and use it for himself. Naturally, he could absorb the God-Chart monarch's attack and feed it back to him. In the past, my rainforest holy land had no enmity with you. Yet, your senseless order led to the death of countless people. Those dead saint children, those dead friends, when did you ever let them go? Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. This was the reason why he wanted to kill the God-Chart king. Although the God-Chart king had fought with Lin Ling, it hadn't reached the point where he had to kill him. The real reason why Lin Ling wanted to kill him was because of the Rainforest Holy Land. Over at the Rainforest Holy Land, everyone was excited. Lin Ling was someone who would repay kindness and take revenge. During the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, all the murderers had been killed. Now, only the God-Chart king was left. Kill him. Many people shouted angrily. Because they were bored, they issued an order, but the result was countless people being buried with it. Today, the God-Chart king would pay the price for that order. God-Chart king, you probably didn't expect that your senseless order would lead to your death today. You probably thought that since the Rainforest Holy Land was such a weak place, it wouldn't be a big deal to kill them. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. Unfortunately, you underestimated the fighting spirit of the weak. Even if you're a big shot of the mortal world, you still have to die for the enmity of your family. Boom! Following Lin Ling's voice, the God-Chart king's body expanded like a balloon before finally exploding. Terrifying flames sputtered in all directions like meteors. A peerless genius of the unfettered 10 halls had fallen. Moreover, his death was extremely ugly. He had been overloaded by his own talent. Within the endless flames, Lin Ling was like a flame sovereign. Step by step, he walked towards the Golden Armor King. As for the Golden Armor King, he stood there, his heart pounding like never before. In truth, when Lin Ling had attacked the God-Chart king, he could have helped. But for some reason, there was a voice in his heart that told him that he couldn't help. He could only watch as the God-Chart king died. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such a feeling of powerlessness. Lin Ling. The Golden Armor King stared at the approaching man. He felt as if he had returned to a few years ago when he first saw Lin Ling. That insignificant youth was someone he could only look down on. But now, the youth was growing taller and taller. His figure was imposing, and he could withstand the wind and rain. He was like an emperor. He needed to look up. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, never underestimate the fighting spirit of the weak. At this moment, Golden Armor King knew what it meant. I'm killing you for Sister Lingshan. I don't think I need to explain any further. Lin Ling said as he walked, his voice calm. There's no need. When I betrayed Venerable Si Calming and betrayed Lingshan, I only had 2 paths. One was to become stronger and stronger, and the other was to suffer retribution. Now, the second path has appeared before me. Golden Armor King smiled bitterly. His smile contained the desolation of a defeated king. He thought of the days of struggle in the past. At that time, he was like Lin Ling, working hard to reach the peak of Yunzi. However, his path was different from Lin Ling's. He chose to betray those who had helped him along the way, while Lin Ling chose to treat them as friends to repay their kindness. This was also the difference. Your appearance also shows that the choices in life are very important. One wrong step can lead to a complete loss. Golden Armor King muttered to himself. He had clearly taken the wrong path. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was determined to continue forward. Suddenly, he looked at Venerable Si Calming and Lingshan. In fact, I'm the happiest when I'm with you. And Lingshan, I love you. The reason why I'm with the 9 Heavens Maiden is because she was stronger than me at that time. I want to use her, that's all. Golden Armor King smiled. It was as if he had spoken his mind before death. His body felt very relaxed. Why are you so hypocritical? You keep saying that you love Sister Lingshan, but the truth is that you only love yourself. Lin Ling's voice suddenly floated out, startling Golden Armor King. Then, he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling's words were correct. He loved Ling Shan, but he was still selfish in his heart. For his own future, he would betray her and sell her out. This love was tainted. This love was impure. I'll kill him. At this time, a crisp voice suddenly rang out, startling Lin Ling. He turned around and saw Sister Ling Shan walking towards him. Good. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Golden Armor King. She wants to kill you. You can try to resist. His words carried a heavy threat. What he meant was that if Ling Shan wanted to kill him, he could only let her kill him. If he did anything unfavorable to Ling Shan, Golden Armor King would regret it even more. Golden Armor King bitterly smiled. At this moment, he didn't refute Lin Ling. Perhaps he also knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had already reached the point where he could dominate everything. In fact, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling had hidden his Soul Force trump card. As long as Golden Armor King had any evil intentions, he would kill him in one strike. And Ling Shan killing Golden Armor King was also the most suitable choice. Ling Shan had carried too many burdens these past few years. Only Ling Shan knew that kind of torment. I won't resist. Perhaps dying in her hands isn't a bad ending. If I can resolve the resentment in her heart, my death will be worth it. Golden Armor King sat down and quietly watched Ling Shan walk over. It was as if he wanted to engrave Ling Shan in his heart. The kind girl of the past had done everything for him. So today, he would repay her. Ling Shan didn't say anything. She arrived in front of Golden Armor King and indifferently glanced at him. A treasured sword appeared in her hand. She didn't say anything. Without any hesitation, she slashed out. Clang! A sword mark appeared on Golden Armor King's neck. His eyes widened. Before he died, he actually wanted to hear Ling Shan speak to him. I've tolerated you for a long time. Ling Shan finally spoke. However, there was no forgiveness. There was only relief for Golden Armor King and Ling Shan. They no longer had any feelings for each other. Ling Shan didn't care about regretting before death. Ling Shan only wanted to take back everything she had lost. It was her dignity. I've tolerated you for a long time. Golden Armor King bitterly smiled. In the end, he closed his eyes. An image appeared in his mind. In the past, he was only an ordinary genius. However, he obtained the heart of a young girl. The young girl did everything for him. However, after meeting the even more beautiful mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, he changed his mind. This image was frozen in his life. Lin Ling, thank you. Ling Shan looked at Lin Ling and bowed deeply. When she lowered her head, the usually quiet and gentle girl finally had tears in her eyes. Those weren't tears of reluctance. Instead, they were tears of relief and washing away the shame. Chapter 1587. Opening a New World, the First East Venerable. No need. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. It was as if he was incomparably proud and happy to be able to help Ling Shan. Thank you, Lin Ling. In the distance, Venerable Si Kangming's eyes were also moist. He had finally gotten his revenge. He had never thought that he would be able to take revenge in this lifetime. He had always thought that it was just wishful thinking. He was the great Thunder Sword Saint, Lu Laiyin. In the past, he was once the opponent of the Golden Armor King. After his defeat, he was humiliated to the point that he no longer had the strength to fight. Later on, he met Lin Ling. He fought with Lin Ling and was luckily defeated by Lin Ling. At that time, he said that he would definitely come when Lin Ling challenged the Golden Armor King. He wanted to personally witness Lin Ling's great victory. And now, he saw it. The young man who was inferior to him in the past had done it today. Using the sword that had defeated him, he had defeated the greatest opponent in his life. At this moment, the splendid world was silent. Lin Ling had defeated 2 lords from the carefree 10 halls. This meant that his strength could be considered as one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. This title of Eastern Sovereign was well deserved. What terrifying strength! Hong Tianxia and the other new emperors had ugly expressions on their faces. They had not expected Lin Ling to win. Moreover, it was not an ordinary victory, but a crushing victory. At this moment, they didn't have enough confidence to fight Lin Ling. This kid must be killed. Otherwise, in the future, our Hong residents will have no place to stand. Behind Hong Tianxia, a man said coldly. It was Hong Wang. However, he did not dare to make a move because there were too many experts on Lin Ling's side. Dong Zun, Dong Zun. After a moment of silence, the cheers continued to rise. The opening of a new world in the name of Lin Ling. I'll join Dong Zun. Iunga, I will serve Lin Ling as my master. Many experts began to submit to Lin Ling and join Lin Ling's camp, because everyone could see that although there were 4 emperors in the new world, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 emperors. Alright, let's end the universal grand ceremony. At this moment, the clouds in the sky parted, and an old man in a Daoist robe appeared. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, and his aura had returned to its natural state. He looked at the crowd and smiled. No one had seen such a person before, but with that unfathomable aura, no one dared to underestimate him. I came from the celestial world to be in charge of your cosmos grand ceremony. Although many people died this time, the world will have a short period of peace after the ceremony. The Taoist-robed old man said again. The world that was united for a long time must be divided, and divided for a long time must be united. This was one of the laws of heaven and earth. Any change of dynasty was inevitable, but with the rise of a new emperor, the world would have a new order and a short period of peace. This was a law in the history of the mortal world, the rise and fall of dynasties. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he agreed with the mysterious old man's view. In his world, the change of dynasties was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. The Tang dynasty, the Song dynasty, the Ming dynasty, and finally the Qing dynasty. Each time there was a change of dynasty, there would be countless casualties, but then there would be 100 years of peace until the rise of a new dynasty. Both worlds were the same, but after the change of dynasty, the order would be different from before, and the world would have a short period of peace. This was the key point. What is the celestial world? Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this time, the voice of the 9 spirits of heaven came. The highest deacon palace of the mortal world has accumulated the 3 great myths, as well as the experts above the 3-star saint realm in Xianpeng province. The Xianyuan Palace, the most hidden and the most powerful forces in Xianhuang Daiyu, is also among them. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The mortal world was indeed huge. No wonder he had rarely heard of anything above the 3-star saint realm in Xianpeng province. It turned out that those powerful existences were in the celestial world. The highest deacon palace of the mortal world, the celestial world, seemed to be a sacred place. Lin Ling, I'll leave Xianpeng province to you. I hope you won't make too much of a mess here. The mysterious old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He obviously knew Lin Ling. Yes, senior. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed and said. After you're done here, return to the 7 emperors of heaven as soon as possible. You must know that your future is not limited to Xianpeng province, but the entire mortal world. Don't let the glory in front of you affect your goal. The mysterious old man said again. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He naturally understood this point. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to face the top giants of the mortal world. Xianpeng province was no longer his stage. The world has been decided. Everyone, don't forget that our real enemies come from other places and are not on our side. The mysterious old man's gaze swept across the crowd. After leaving these words, he disappeared. Everyone was silent. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying figure. The Southern Emperor, Xianxia, and the others had ugly expressions. The mysterious old man had obviously come on behalf of the highest deacon palace of the mortal world, but he didn't speak to them. Instead, he spoke to Lin Ling as if Xianpeng province already belonged to Lin Ling. Where was their emperor's prestige? Lin Ling, see you in the heavenly realm. At this time, Prince Xiaoyao looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although he wasn't a disciple of the 7 emperors of heaven, he was still mysterious. The world he came from seemed to be one that Lin Ling had never come into contact with. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't underestimate the other party. The other party came from another world like him. Naturally, he was hiding some secrets. In addition to him, there was another person who had left a deep impression on Lin Ling. It was the blue-robed young man named Gan Liangping during the Xian ranking challenge. This person also had many secrets, as if he didn't come from this world. From now on, the east of Xianpeng province belongs to me, Lin Ling. If any one of you comes close, I'll kill them without mercy. Then, Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and Prince Xiaoyao indifferently and said, "Yes, but the west of Xianpeng province belongs to me. You can't come close, otherwise." Zhang Luochen immediately replied, "If I want to go, I'll go. What can you do?" Lin Ling interrupted the other party directly. Zhang Luochen's eyes narrowed. They weren't allowed to go to Lin Ling's territory, but Lin Ling could enter and leave their territory at any time. Was he looking down on them? You. Xianxia also gritted his teeth. However, when he saw the powerful forces behind Lin Ling, he swallowed his anger. He's indeed the #1 new emperor. He's so domineering. Many people looked at the domineering Lin Ling and then looked at Xianxia and the others. Suddenly, they felt the difference between heaven and earth. Xianxia and Prince Xiaoyao didn't have the aura of a king. They were more like anxious clowns. "Let's go." Lin Ling took a big step and left with his people. Xianxia and the others were left behind, trembling in anger. Today wasn't their stage, but Lin Ling's stage. A new world was opened by Lin Ling. Go to the 7 emperors' world. If there's a chance, kill Lin Ling. Xianxia said to Xianxia. They weren't Lin Ling's match in terms of forces. They could only rely on a one-on-one battle. However, the chances were slim because Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. "Greetings, Dong Zun. Lord Dong Zun." At this moment, on the way out, a large number of experts cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling as if they were meeting the emperor. "Greetings, Lord Dong Zun." Even Lord Shuiwu and Lord Pu bowed respectfully. The 2 pillars and 8 pillars were all led by Lin Ling. Chapter 1588. A brief moment of silence. The only ones who didn't bow were Lin Ling's family members. Yes. Elder Tai Yen, Amon Yenshin, and the others were a little agitated. Once upon a time, their rainforest sacred land was the most insignificant in the Xianpeng Great Region. But now, everyone was bowing down to Lin Ling. It was like a dream, especially when they thought about how the young man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had become a legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom step by step. Then, they thought about how the man today had become the #1 legend in the Xianpeng Great Region. These guys. At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He wasn't used to such a scene. One had to know that he acted forcefully not to unify Xianpeng province, but for his family. "Everyone, rise." "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Everyone stood up and looked at Lin Ling respectfully. Lin Ling glanced at Supremacy Ocean Calming and the others and found that they were also looking at him with respect. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly in his heart. He shook his head and didn't say anything else. Instead, he led everyone forward again. I'm not interested in the position of East supremacy. If anything happens in Xianpeng province, you can look for my wife, Qin Xiaolan, Yu Yun, and the others. Of course, if enemies invade, they will be killed no matter how far away they are. Yes. Everyone heard this sentence. Although it was calm, it carried an irresistible majesty. Yes. Yes. Everyone was excited. This was their new emperor. He was incomparably domineering. Only such a powerful banner could protect their safety. After Lin Ling became the East supremacy, Xianpeng province had a short period of peace. In the various saint regions, Lin Ling had become a legend in many people's hearts. He was the goal of the younger generation. In restaurants, inns, and markets, the topic of discussion was mostly Lin Ling. Compared to the mysterious 7 emperors, Lin Ling was much more approachable. His deeds were known by everyone, and there was no one who did not know him. During this period of time, even though Xianpeng Grand Region was peaceful, Xianyuan Continent and Xianhuang Continent were in turmoil, and it wasn't peaceful at all. In the Ghost Region and Demon Region, powerful demon gods entered the mortal world and stirred up a storm. Many people felt that the mortal world seemed to be in turmoil. Was history going to repeat itself? Were the giants of the mortal world going to fall again? Many people thought of the Xianpeng Great Region's 4 great ancient nations. At that time, the 4 great ancient nations were also prosperous and powerful, but they still fell. Lin Ling knew nothing about these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to be a savior. What he cared about were his family and friends. In October, heavy snow fell, and the world was white. In a small courtyard in the rainforest's sacred land, Lin Ling stood there quietly. He wore a blue robe and his long hair was tied up. He appeared otherworldly and indifferent, and on his handsome face, there was a sense of depth and calmness. He had experienced many ups and downs and was able to remain calm in the face of anything. White snow fell from the sky, making the small courtyard extremely beautiful. Under the locust tree, Xiao Yun and the second dream stood there with smiles, looking at Lin Ling calmly. They obviously knew that Lin Ling had become the East supremacy. Xiao Yun wasn't surprised, but the second dream knew how difficult it was to become the East supremacy. Therefore, she was still surprised by Lin Ling's pioneering work. Sometimes, she sighed. It seemed that Lin Ling's enemies didn't have a good ending. They either died or lost. Big brother Lin Ling's cultivation is strange. He just stands there and it's different from what I believe, Xiao Yun said with a smile. When one reaches a higher realm in the martial Tao, they no longer pursue the changes in their moves. Instead, they pursue the state of mind and pursue the principles of heaven and earth. The second dream explained. She didn't know much about this, but she still had a rough idea. So big brother Lin Ling is comprehending. Xiao Yun nodded. 4th Heaven Saint Realm. At this moment, Lin Ling closed his eyes slightly, feeling the changes brought about by the breakthrough in his cultivation. In his dantian, the Saint Sea was even more vast and majestic. Vaguely, it formed its own principles of heaven and earth. It was as if the Saint Sea was heaven and earth. With my current strength, I don't need to fear intermediate Saint Realm cultivators. I can even fight advanced Saint Realm cultivators. The intermediate Saint Realm was divided into 4 to 6 realms, while the advanced Saint Realm was divided into 7 to 9 realms. Lin Ling was currently in the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm, but he was strong enough to fight those with higher realms. He was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. In terms of his physical body, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the 6th stage of the God-Fiend Overlord physique. This was all thanks to him becoming the East Hall Master. After becoming the East Hall Master, he had obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the Xianpeng region. Above qi, he was in the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. Moreover, he hid the Yellow Springs flame. Although Lin Ling still couldn't use it, the pressure of a divine-grade flame couldn't be underestimated. If he encountered a fire attribute cultivator, not only would Lin Ling not fear them, he could even borrow their flames for his own use. When he helped the Divine Chart King improve his talent, Lin Ling was shocked. He didn't expect a divine-grade flame to have such power. Of course, the Yellow Springs flame's true power wasn't limited to this. It was just that Lin Ling couldn't use it yet. As for above divine grade, that was Lin Ling's strongest domain. His soul force had reached the 130th level. Among the experts that Lin Ling had come into contact with, no one could surpass him in the domain of soul force. Of course, this was also related to his vision. If he encountered a big shot in the mortal realm, perhaps there would be someone stronger than him. Cultivating my physical body is a top priority. It's a pity that ordinary treasures can't increase the strength of my physical body. Lin Ling was very clear that the Yellow Springs flame could only be used when his fiend god overlord body was upgraded. Therefore, the cultivation of his physical body was the most important. Break. Following that, Lin Ling pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and gently slashed at the void. The void collapsed, cracked, and then merged back together. Lin Ling's two great Saint Rune martial arts, the void and the flame, had both reached the minor completion stage. They were extremely powerful. Ka. At this time, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The ancient sword with the flame imprint was cracking more and more. One had to know that in the chaotic demon sea, Lin Ling had fought crazily and the ancient sword could not bear the burden. Coupled with the battle with the Golden Armor King, the sword was covered in scars. Wang. At this time, the Tyrant Song sword transmitted a thought to Lin Ling, as if telling him that it could still fight. The sword was like a person, and the person was like a sword. They both had an inextinguishable fighting spirit and the flames of war. You've already fought with me for tens of thousands of years. It's time to rest. I'll let you level up. Lin Ling muttered to himself. When he was weak, the Tyrant Song sword had helped him a lot. Now that his strength had increased greatly, the power he controlled exceeded the range that the Tyrant Song sword could withstand. Therefore, if he used the Tyrant Song sword again, the sword would break. Of course, Lin Ling wouldn't let that happen. He planned to upgrade the Tyrant Song sword to a divine weapon when he had the chance. The snow was still falling. When it landed on Lin Ling's body, it quietly melted and emitted a dense light. Lin Ling raised his head. The sky was gray and heavy snow was falling. This made Lin Ling wonder if the snow here was the same as the snow he had seen in his previous life. Big Brother. Ling. Chapter 1589. Lin Ling, Sunyamun Yun, Qin Xiaolan, Mu Mu, and the other women were amongst them as well. They wore white beast skin coats and small boots of various colors, causing them to seem beautiful and moving. Moreover, they carried a wisp of a graceful and luxurious aura, causing them to seem like fairies in the snow. After they entered the small courtyard, they immediately went under the locust tree and chatted with the second dream. Not long ago, Lin Ling also told them about the Fire Spirit Princess, so everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen between the second dream and the Fire Spirit Princess when Lin Ling brought her back. Big Brother. Little Flame looked at Lin Ling and said. During this period of time, Lin Ling and Lady Shui Wu had been fighting all over the place. They were extremely famous in Xianpeng province. Everyone knew that there was a general under Lin Ling who could transform into a giant ape and fight 100 alone. Little Flame, you are becoming more and more powerful. Lin Ling patted Little Flame's shoulder. He could tell that Little Flame's strength had also increased by quite a bit. Hee. Everyone is here. This kind of reunion is very rare. Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at these juniors with gratification, his heart filled with satisfaction. After that, everyone started chatting happily. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. However, everyone knew that after the Universal Grand Ceremony, the reason why everyone was able to reunite like a family was because of their pillar of support, Lin Ling. If it weren't for Lin Ling, who knew how many of them would have died here, let alone reunite? Ling, you're not young anymore. It's time to give birth to a chubby baby. Mo Nianchen said unhappily. The surrounding people who were talking were all stunned. Little Flame and the others immediately laughed out loud. We know that you've been fighting, but you still have to do what you have to do. Don't make us wait in vain. We're looking forward to having grandchildren. Elder Taiyan smiled as well. He glanced at the area under the locust tree and nodded in satisfaction. He had quite a few granddaughters-in-law, and all of them were devastatingly beautiful. This was something that many men dreamed of. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He wanted to rest, but unfortunately, he still had a lot of things to do. The battle had not stopped at all. By the way, I saw Yu and the others. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and immediately laughed. The courtyard quieted down. Everyone knew what Yu represented. She was the first woman to accompany Lin Ling. She was of great significance to everyone. Lin Ling also told him about his encounter in Xianhuangdao. Yu was taken away by the human realm's great leader? But from what you've said, that mysterious person didn't harm Yu. Instead, he treated Yu as one of his own. That's too much. Although that mysterious expert treated Yu well, he should have respected Yu's choice. Lin Ling is the Eastern sovereign. He relied on his own efforts to grow. What right do they have to look down on Lin Ling? Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone was unwilling to accept it. By the way, you saw Yu and Inuer. They were holding hands with a child, right? Mo Nianchen suddenly asked. Yes, a cute little boy. Lin Ling nodded. Mo Nianchen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed excitedly. Yu and the others were holding hands, and they looked very close. Could it be? Perhaps, that little boy is your son. Elder Taiyan also became excited, which surprised Lin Ling. His son? Suddenly, he remembered that his first time in the sacred rainforest was with Yu. So, it was very possible. I have a son. Lin Ling couldn't help but become excited. Was that cute little boy the product of his and Yu's love? Lin Ling couldn't help but feel that it was a dream, but it also felt very real. That feeling was indescribable. It must be. Elder Taiyan and Mo Nianchen both smiled, and felt even more gratified. Then, I will definitely bring them back. Lin Ling's eyes shone with a fiery light. His wife, his son, no one could take them away, not even the giants of the mortal world. If they are related to the giants of the mortal world on the Jianghu Immortal platform, then when you step into the earthly immortal realm, you may be able to see them. However, you are still a little weak now. At this time, a calm voice rang out in the small courtyard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the 9 spirits of heaven. They didn't expect that he would also come. Earthly immortal realm, the highest deacon palace of the mortal world. Lin Ling's face was filled with battle intent, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. So be it, what was there to be afraid of? At present, although his strength wasn't the strongest, he had potential, and he was confident. This time, I came because the 7 Emperors Heaven has ordered all disciples to return, and Xian Di will teach them the Tao. The 9 spirits of heaven walked into the small courtyard and stated their purpose. Alright, it's time to go to the 7 Emperors Heaven. Lin Ling nodded. He was currently lacking in cultivation resources, so he had to go to the 7 Emperors Heaven. After all, the ordinary treasures in Xianpeng province couldn't satisfy him at all. Then, Lin Ling said goodbye to Elder Taiyan and the others, and immediately left with the 9 spirits of heaven. Your cultivation has stabilized. The two flew across the sky, and along the way, the 9 spirits of heaven smiled at Lin Ling, a mysterious disciple of the 7 Emperors Heaven. His cultivation speed was too fast, and he had a lot of trump cards. He was the peerless genius in the Seven Emperors' heaven that he couldn't see through. Moreover, although Lin Ling had obtained the Purple Palace, he had a feeling that Lin Ling's strength wasn't because of the Purple Palace. Your strength has also improved. Lin Ling returned a smile. The 9 spirits of heaven were obviously different when they met again. As expected of a peerless genius in the human world. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to improve in the Saint Realm. It was obvious from Lord Shui Wu and the others. Their strength improved slowly after many years of cultivation, but such a thing wouldn't happen to a peerless genius. Oh, I was bored during this period, so I challenged the 7 Emperors' heaven and became the first king of the North Mountain. The 9 spirits of heaven smiled faintly. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew that among the 4 mountains, the East Mountain was the weakest, and the other mountains couldn't be underestimated. However, in such a short period of time, the 9 spirits of heaven had become the first king of the North Mountain. This short guy was indeed powerful. Then with your current strength, you should be able to fight against the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, right? Lin Ling asked curiously. More or less. The 9 spirits of heaven said. He looked at Lin Ling and said, if you use your full strength, you can do it too. From what I know, you killed the 4 pillars and 8 pillars in Xianhuang Dayu. Although I'm guessing that you relied on external objects, you shouldn't be too far away from that height. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and declined to comment. It was true that if he used all his trump cards, it wouldn't be difficult for him to fight against the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Meanwhile, at the 7 Emperors' heaven side, the mountains were like a paradise. Many disciples of the 7 Emperors' heaven had gathered in groups of 3 to 5, chatting happily. As the top peerless geniuses of Xianpeng province, they more or less had a sense of pride in their hearts. Hong Tian Tian of the South Mountain is here. He's now the first king of the South Mountain. His strength is indeed impressive, but I heard that he lost to Lin Ling in the Heaven-Earth ceremony of Xianpeng province. So what? The Heaven-Earth ceremony is a competition of the Emperor Qi. It doesn't mean Hong Tian Tian is weaker than Lin Ling. Chapter 1590. The gathering of the 4 mountains, the disciples of the East Mountain are here. Suddenly, a powerful disciple said with a smile. The crowd looked over and saw 100 disciples of the East Mountain, including the 4 venoms of the East Mountain and the former first king of the East Mountain, the Devil Bone King. I've long heard that the East Mountain has more females than males. It seems like it's true. Are the men of the East Mountain all cowards? How embarrassing for a woman to be above their heads. At that moment, someone said sarcastically. His voice was not loud, but everyone present was a peerless genius, how could they not hear him? Many of them burst out laughing. Mind your words, this is the 7 Emperors' world. In the East Mountain, someone faintly replied. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was the Devil Bone King. Apart from him, the other disciples of the East Mountain also had cold expressions. It was normal for the female disciples, but the male disciples couldn't swallow their anger. Did I say anything wrong? The East Mountain has always been the weakest among the 4 mountains. The only famous ones are the 4 venoms of the East Mountain. This means that the men of the East Mountain have no desire to improve themselves and have no will to fight. They can only be trash that grovel at the feet of women. The person who spoke first added, and you, Devil Bone King, you used to be so glorious, but you lost to the newcomer Lin Ling. If I were you, I would wear a mask, because I'm too ashamed to face anyone. You. The Devil Bone King's face turned cold. What a foul mouth. Although I lost in the past, it's not something you can say. The Devil Bone King used to be the first king of the East Mountain. Although he lost to Lin Ling, his will to fight did not fade away. Furthermore, his strength had greatly increased after a period of hard work. He believed that he would definitely defeat Lin Ling if he met him again. Therefore, how could he be humiliated by an ordinary disciple? Then what do you want? The disciple who spoke said calmly. He was unscrupulous. I told you to shut up. The Devil Bone King stomped on the ground. Black demonic bones appeared, dazzling as he threw a huge fist at the disciple. Rumble. The punch was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The disciples of the surrounding mountains squinted their eyes. They could vaguely see that the Devil Bone King's strength had greatly increased compared to the last time he lost to Lin Ling. His Saint Rune's martial arts had almost reached minor success. Get lost. However, at this time, the two silver flood dragons appeared. As if they were reversing the heavens and earth, they formed a yin and yang diagram that collided with the black demon bone fist. Pop! Pop! The two forces collided. In the next moment, the demonic Bone King's body flew back and crashed into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. So powerful. The initial success of the Holy Mark martial arts. Many disciples were astounded. Currently, there were not many peerless geniuses among the disciples of the seven emperors who had achieved the minor success stage of the Sacred Runes martial arts. It's West Mountain's #1 minister Wang Yu. The crowd looked around and felt that everything was normal. Because the one who attacked was that guy. Although the demonic Bone King used to be the #1 king of East Mountain was the weakest among the 4 mountains. In addition, he faced the #1 king of West Mountain, so it was normal for him to lose. You won't even tell me the truth? Devil Bone King, you are too overbearing. Under countless gazes, a young man in blue clothes said indifferently. This person had black and white hair and was extremely cold. He stretched out one hand while the other hand was behind his back. He looked indescribably free and easy. I only went to the demon area with the Crimson Cloud Heavenly Emperor of Xianhuang Dayu and some other experts. Now that I have returned, the Seven Emperors' world has changed so much. The young man said again. He looked at Hong Tianxia and said, the #1 king of South Mountain is now Hong Tianxia. I heard that the #1 king of North Mountain is now the 9 spirits of heaven, and the #1 king of East Mountain is now Lin Ling. The Seven Emperors' world has changed a lot. His words were filled with pride, as if he was commenting on the crowd like a senior brother. In the distance, Hong Tianxia did not say anything after hearing the young man's words. He stood there quietly. Obviously, he did not dare to underestimate Minister Yu, because this guy was the only expert among the 4 mountains who was acknowledged by the 3 great myths. He was the only one who was qualified to train with the heavenly emperors of the other 2 great myths. I haven't lost yet. At that moment, a furious roar was heard. A huge demonic Bone King appeared. The venerable Bone King had arrived. Rumble. Endless demonic chi wreaked havoc, turning into a black palm that slammed heavily at Minister Yu. The origin force was vast and mighty. Clearly, the demonic Bone King was not convinced and attacked again. Demon Bone Emperor, I've long heard that you're an imperious person. From what I've seen today, you're indeed living up to your reputation. You won't even tell us the truth. I wonder who gave you the guts to do so. You should know that everyone here is a peerless genius, it's not your place to be smug. Seeing the demonic palm coming, Minister Yu's aura surged. The silver-white twin flood dragons appeared. He drew a big circle with his hands and then slammed his palm heavily. Ka ka ka. The sound of bones shattering instantly rang out, chilling the hearts of those who heard it. In the air, the twin silver dragons were gnawing at the huge bones, causing cracks to appear on the bones. Obviously, Minister Yu's strength was slightly stronger when it came to St. Mark martial arts. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver light flickered. In the air, Minister Yu appeared in front of the demonic Bone King and slammed his palm lightly. Ka 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 sounds were heard. The demonic Bone King was unable to withstand the attack. His sternum was also shattered. He spurted out blood and crashed into the ground. He had suffered a crushing defeat. The four venoms of East Mountain, Lai Qing, and the others' faces turned ugly. Although they did not like the demonic Bone King, that Minister Yu disgusted them even more. Not only did he provoke their disciples in public, but after they refuted him, Minister Yu even said that the demonic Bone King was imperious and did not even tell the truth. In that case, he, Minister Yu, could humiliate anyone he wanted. His opponent could not resist. Once he resisted, he would be regarded as imperious. He would not allow Minister Yu to tell the truth. Since you're so powerful, why don't you have a fight with our East Mountain First King? You only know how to bully ordinary disciples with your identity as the West Mountain First King. Among the four venoms of East Mountain, he said coldly, also, it's just a spar. Why do you have to be so ruthless and break his sternum? Ha ha ha, you East Mountain disciples are all hypocrites. You don't allow us to tell the truth. When you lose, you become angry out of shame. As for being ruthless, everyone should know that it was the demonic Bone King who attacked first. Also, he doesn't know himself. Teaching him a lesson is good for his martial arts journey. Minister Yu said indifferently, looking at all the disciples of East Mountain. Yes, although the demonic Bone King is a peerless genius, it does not mean that he is invincible. Now that he has suffered, he will be smarter in the future. The disciples of West Mountain also cheered. The disciples of East Mountain were so angry that their faces turned ashen. The four venoms of East Mountain also gritted their teeth. He said again, you are just bullying the weak. If you have the ability, then face our East Mountain First King, Lin Ling. As soon as she said that, the voices of the surrounding disciples were like waves. Some said that Minister Yu was more powerful, while others said that Lin Ling was inferior. Hong Tianxia's face turned ugly. Everyone seemed to have ignored him, the South Mountain First King. Chapter 1591. Name of Senior Brother, East Mountain's First King, Junior Brother Lin Ling. I've heard of your name, but I've never seen you before. Don't tell me you're too scared to come. Minister Yu smiled, but his expression remained calm. West Mountain's First King, Senior Brother Minister Yu. I've heard that you once went out to train with the heavenly emperors of the mortal world. You're valued by them. Now that I've seen you in person, your strength is indeed better than your reputation. At this moment, a smile was heard. Under countless gazes, two figures walked down from the sky. It was Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. The 9 spirits of heaven, North Mountain's First King, and Lin Ling, East Mountain's First King. Both of them were the most famous peerless geniuses of the 7 emperors. No one dared to underestimate their appearance. He's here. On the ground, the Devil Bone King frowned as he stared at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but also anticipation. He lost to Lin Ling in the past and wanted to wash away the humiliation. However, today, he realized that his strength was still not enough. Now that Lin Ling was here, would he and Minister Yu fight? Lin Ling descended from the sky. Previously, through the 9 spirits of heaven's introduction, he knew who Minister Yu was. So your junior brother Lin Ling. Not bad, not bad. You look very young. To be able to defeat the Devil Bone King at such a young age, your future should be very bright. Minister Yu looked down at Lin Ling with a smile. His words seemed polite, but in fact, he was stepping on Lin Ling as if he was a senior brother teaching Lin Ling. This West Mountain's First King, does he really think he's the king of the 4 mountains? Among the East Mountain disciples, the 4 poisons of East Mountain angrily said. The other party was an overbearing person, but there was a knife hidden in his smile. He was extremely sinister. However, she believed that Lin Ling would definitely not lose face for East Mountain. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know what everyone was thinking. He bowed and said with a smile, for Senior Brother Yu to be able to go out and train with a titled Celestial Emperor powerhouse, you will definitely be one of the big shots of the human realm in the future. Junior brother admires you. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's hearts exploded. They did not expect that Lin Ling would actually submit to the provocation of the first king of West Mountain. He even politely addressed the other party as senior brother, as if he knew that the other party was stepping on him. The first king of Eastern Mountain, Lin Ling, is indeed a smart man. The West Mountain disciples were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They felt extremely relieved. Even Wuxia Xianxia sneered. Lin Ling might look impressive on the surface, but in reality, he was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing an expert, he still had to bow respectfully. As for the East Mountain disciples, their expressions were ugly. How could Lin Ling be such a coward? Don't worry, Lin Ling is not that kind of person without backbone. Among the East Mountain disciples, Lai Qing suddenly laughed. She was familiar with Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling's arrogance reached the clouds. How could he lower his noble head? This was the first time that Minister Yu met Lin Ling. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so tactful and flatter him in public. He suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. He heard that Lin Ling was a titled celestial emperor and was one of the most monstrous geniuses under the seven emperors' heavens. Now that Lin Ling was flattering him, it meant that he was nobler and more powerful than Lin Ling. Junior brother Lin Ling, you are much smarter than the Devil Bone King. You know when to advance and when to retreat. You calling me senior brother is actually a very normal thing. Unlike the Devil Bone King who was all brawn and no brains, he lost face in the end. Minister Yu said with a faint smile. Seniors are respected. Senior brother Yu has been cultivating under the seven emperors' heavens for a long time and is in the same company as the geniuses of the mortal world. It is normal to call you senior brother. However, if a junior who has cultivated for a short time also wants to be a senior brother, I wonder what should be done. Lin Ling said with a smile. In this world, strength is respected. If a junior wants to be a senior brother, it naturally depends on strength. Minister Yu was still smiling, but then his expression changed. He realized the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. Could it be that junior brother Lin Ling also wants to be a senior brother? Who doesn't want to be a senior brother? Although I, Lin Ling, am a newcomer, the path of martial arts has always been to move forward courageously. I want to surpass the older generation, so I want to be a senior brother. Lin Ling's aura changed quietly. In the beginning, he was polite, but now he was showing off his ability. Sure, strength is respected. If you can win against me, I don't mind calling you senior brother. Minister Yu sneered. Lin Ling also wanted to be a senior brother. It was a good opportunity for him to see him clearly and willingly call him senior brother forever. If senior brother you can win, then from today onwards, you will be Lin Ling's senior brother. When I see senior brother you, I will kowtow and greet you. Lin Ling's lips curled up, and his strength became stronger. Then, he didn't talk nonsense. Senior brother Yu is an elder, and I am a junior. Therefore, I will make the first move. I hope senior brother Yu won't blame me for being rude. Come. Minister Yu nodded proudly. Since he was the senior brother, he naturally wouldn't make the first move. Fire Dragon King's realm. On the ground, Lin Ling's body burst into flames. The flames lit up the sky, and he shot into the sky like a meteor. Roar. The Fire Dragon King's roar was terrifying. Many people knew that the Fire Dragon King was at the minor completion stage of the St. Mark martial arts. East Mountain's first king, Lin Ling. However, he still can't win against senior brother Yu. After all, senior brother Yu is a Saint Realm 5th heaven. In terms of St. Mark martial arts, senior brother Yu can only be stronger. Many people were looking forward to the battle between the two first kings. They didn't know who would be stronger. Even Wuxia Xianxia was looking forward to it because he didn't know who would win in the battle between him and Minister Yu. Junior brother Lin Ling is really amazing. However, you're still not qualified to be my senior brother. I'll make sure you call me senior brother when you kowtow to me. In the sky, the silver and white flood dragons appeared and wreaked havoc. On top of the flood dragons, Minister Yu's long hair fluttered in the wind. His hands moved rapidly, and then he struck out a palm. Bang! Bang! A thunderous sound resounded. The fire dragon and the two flood dragons were fighting a shocking battle. I have said that you are not qualified to be my senior brother. Minister Yu sneered. He could see that Lin Ling's fire dragon king couldn't suppress his silver and white flood dragons. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice resounded in the sky, uprooting the heavens and lifting the cauldron, shattering the space. Rumble. The space shattered. Behind the fire dragon king, a fist struck out. It actually joined forces with the fire dragon king and formed two Saint Mark martial arts that bombarded Minister Yu. What? Two Saint Mark martial arts? And together? In the sky, Minister Yu's eyes narrowed. He saw that the fire dragon king had broken through his silver and white flood dragons and was sweeping towards him. This change was beyond his imagination. He thought that since his Saint Mark martial arts were stronger, it wouldn't be difficult for him to suppress the fire dragon king. However, he forgot that Lin Ling still had another source of energy. Pop! 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 Burning clouds appeared in the sky. Minister Yu couldn't block it and fell from the sky. The bones in his right hand were broken, and the surface of his skin was burned by the flames. When he hit the ground, everyone went silent. The West Mountain disciples stared, tongue-tied, their mouths parched. Their first king of the West Mountain was defeated in one move. How dare he mention the title of senior brother? Similarly, after the Eastern Mountain disciples recovered from their initial shock, they immediately let out thunderous cheers and held their heads high. Chapter 1592. Symbol ancestor. Even the demonic Bone King was extremely excited. Then, he smiled bitterly. He thought that after this period of hard work, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Ling. However, from the looks of it, not only did the distance between them not shrink, it actually grew further and further apart. You won because you caught me off guard. At this moment, Minister Yu's face was extremely ugly. He endured the pain in his right hand and stared at Lin Ling. He had lost a lot of face this time. Of course, he thought that it was because he underestimated his opponent. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have two great holy mark martial arts. If he knew this, he wouldn't have lost so easily. A loss is a loss. Why do you have so many excuses? Junior brother Yu, am I right? Lin Ling landed from the sky. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked at his opponent and smiled. The words, Junior brother Yu, were even more ironic now. The higher one flew, the more painful it was to fall. Lin Ling had previously praised Minister Yu to the highest position, allowing him to enjoy the admiration of everyone. Now that he was defeated, it was even more humiliating. You said that in this world, strength is respected. Only the strong are qualified to be called senior brother. I wonder if junior brother Yu can call you senior brother now. Lin Ling said again. You. Minister Yu's heart was burning with anger. A moment ago, he was still senior brother and enjoyed Lin Ling's respectful greeting. However, the next moment, he fell to the bottom and became junior brother. The higher one flew, the more painful it was to fall. Junior brother Yu. Lin Ling reminded him again. Junior brother Yu. The surrounding people were silent. Lin Ling called him junior brother Yu so smoothly and with the dignity of a senior brother. It was as if Minister Yu was a junior brother. Senior brother Lin. Minister Yu knew that he had to call him that. He spat out 3 words with difficulty. Salute. Lin Ling said again. Don't go too far. Yu Xianxia was furious. I'm just speaking the truth. When you and I fight, you have to call me senior brother if you lose. Is junior brother you so overbearing that you don't admit defeat? Did he go back on his word? Lin Ling replied indifferently. This theory of inverting right and wrong came from Minister Yu, and now Lin Ling returned it to him. Senior martial brother Lin Ling. Minister Yu held his injured right arm and bowed respectfully. He had lost. This was a fact that could not be changed. Huh, what a good junior brother Yu. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Eastern Mountain burst into laughter. Even the indifferent demonic Bone King revealed a smile. He was sincerely convinced that Lin Ling had become the #1 king of Eastern Mountain. Senior martial brother Lin Ling, it was only a spar, yet you crippled senior martial brother Yu's right arm. Isn't that too ruthless? At this time, a disciple of the West Mountain said unwillingly. Lin Ling smiled and looked at those disciples who were talking. Although junior brother Yu is a peerless genius, it doesn't mean that he is invincible under the heavens. Therefore, if he suffers a little now, he will become smarter in the future. This sentence was exactly what the West Mountain disciples said when Minister Yu injured demonic Bone King. At this moment, Lin Ling also returned it to them. Those West Mountain disciples were suddenly speechless. Today, their West Mountain had lost all face. If you want to be a senior martial brother, you don't need to rely on your mouth. If you want to use your seniority to gain the respect of others, other than strength, you also need to rely on your character. Unfortunately, you don't have both of these. Then, Lin Ling coldly snorted and turned to leave. Minister Yu's face was extremely gloomy. He believed that if he did not underestimate Lin Ling at the beginning, he would not have lost. Unfortunately, victory is victory, defeat is defeat, no one would believe his excuses. Let's go. The disciples of other mountains did not watch the show and went towards the floating mountain. The floating mountain floated in the sky, dense light filled the air, magnificent and magnificent. The disciples of various mountains arrived one after another. Along the way, many people saw Lin Ling, and they would more or less salute to Lin Ling. When everyone arrived, several figures slowly walked over. Their auras were powerful, like emperors and sovereigns. These people were the powerhouses with the title of Celestial Emperor. If they were placed in Xianpeng province, each of them would be a true overlord. Unfortunately, their eyes were set on the entire human world, so they rarely paid attention to the matters of Xianpeng province. Celestial Emperor Feiyang. Celestial Emperor Unhindered. Celestial Emperor Jade Light. Many disciples secretly said, their eyes were filled with respect. Lin Ling also stared at those powerhouses with the title of Celestial Emperor. He realized that with his current strength, he still could not see through them. However, Lin Ling soon saw that Celestial Emperor Unhindered nodding at him, while Celestial Emperor Feiyang had a complicated expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Is everyone here? At this time, a voice was heard. A white talisman appeared out of thin air and suddenly exploded, turning into a man in a white cloak. This person looked to be in his 40s, with a thick sword beard on his face. He was full of majesty. Most importantly, his white cloak was covered with mysterious talismans. Each talisman brought about an extremely strong pressure. Lin Ling, who is this senior? Among the 4 venoms of West Mountain, he whispered. She felt a strong pressure, which made it difficult for her to breathe. Lin Ling waved his hand, indicating for her to stop talking. Greetings, Talisman Ancestor. Celestial Emperor Unhindered and the rest cupped their hands and bowed. Talisman Ancestor? Many disciples' faces changed. Could it be that powerhouse? Obviously, many people had heard of this powerhouse, and they were even more in awe. Talisman Ancestor, with the title of Xian Di, is one of the oldest disciples of the 7 Emperors Heaven. I didn't expect him to be here. At this time, the 9 spirits of heaven whispered to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Title of Xiandi? Could it be that he is a powerhouse who is above the title of Celestial Emperor? Such a powerhouse would only appear in the highest executor's hall in the human world. I will be the one to teach you this time. The man in the white cloak said indifferently. His eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the disciples. Wherever his eyes passed, everyone seemed to be seen through. All of you are the top young powerhouses in Xianpeng province. Every one of you has an inheritance, and you have the responsibility to protect the human world. I hope that the arrogant and despotic behavior from before will not happen again. The disciples of the human world are precious. If you want to show off, you can go to other places. Talisman Ancestor added. All the disciples fell silent. They could sense that Talisman Ancestor was talking about Lin Ling. There were fewer disciples in the Seven Emperors' heaven. Therefore, they were not allowed to kill and were particular about unity. It was no wonder that Talisman Ancestor would reprimand Lin Ling. Lin Ling's previous behavior had indeed affected the unity of the disciples. Minister, you sneered. Lin Ling was just an arrogant junior in Xianpeng province. He did not know about the highest executor's hall in the human world. Such a person dared to be arrogant in the Seven Emperors' heaven. He was simply courting death. Among all the disciples, he was the only one who knew the Talisman Ancestor. Firstly, he and the Talisman Ancestor were both under the same Seven Emperors. Secondly, he had followed the Talisman Ancestor out to train in the past. Although they were not close friends, the Talisman Ancestor would definitely help him when he met other disciples. Don't think that you can become an emperor just because you have a purple mansion. In the human world, I have seen people who were more powerful than you. However, they also fell. Talisman Ancestor said again. This time, he was obviously talking about Lin Ling. Chapter 1593. Secrets of the Human World, Avalon of Five Elements. Lord Symbol Ancestor, I would like to ask, what is the mission of the Seven Emperors' world? Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Yes. Many people's expressions changed slightly. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold as to speak to the Symbol Ancestor. Even the Sky Emperor's eyes narrowed. One should know that he had to bow respectfully in front of the Symbol Ancestor. Protect the human race and prevent foreign enemies from invading. Yes. The Symbol Ancestor looked at Lin Ling and spoke indifferently. He clearly did not expect Lin Ling to ask him this question. If foreign enemies invade and insult our dignity, what should we do? Lin Ling asked again as if he did not know what ancient figure he was facing. Naturally, we will raise our weapons and resist the enemy. We would rather die than submit. The Symbol Ancestor spoke again. Lord Symbol Ancestor is right. If anyone insults our dignity, regardless of where they come from, we will raise our weapons and resist the enemy. We would rather die than submit. Lin Ling nodded and his voice turned cold. Previously, Lord Symbol Ancestor said that I am arrogant and despotic. However, Symbol Ancestor should know that someone is insulting our dignity and wants us Eastern Mountain disciples to respectfully address him as senior brother. The two words senior brother hold great significance. If we lower our heads and address him as senior brother, where will our dignity go? Yes. Lin Ling's voice was calm, but it carried a sharp and powerful aura. This caused the Symbol Ancestor's eyes to narrow. If we cannot even handle our own affairs and have to put down our dignity and apologize, how can we resist the invasion of foreign enemies? Do we have to lower our heads and respectfully address them as senior brother? Lin Ling spoke again. The Symbol Ancestor immediately fell silent. If martial artists do not even have a backbone, how can we protect our homeland? How can others place their trust in us? Yes. We would rather die standing than live kneeling. No one can insult our dignity. If all martial artists in the human world were like this, would foreign enemies dare to invade? Yes. Lord Symbol Ancestor, I am right. Yes. Lin Ling continued speaking with a thunderous voice that caused the symbol ancestor to frown, unable to say a single word. The surrounding disciples were shocked, not because they were shocked by Lin Ling's courage, but because they were shocked by Lin Ling's words. Yes, they would rather die standing than live kneeling. When facing their senior brother, they didn't even care about their dignity. When facing a stronger enemy, who would still dare to fight? Humans should strive for a single breath. Only when this breath exists can the heavens and earth be at peace forever. Lord Symbol Ancestor, I'm right. Lin Ling stared at the symbol ancestor and his aura was extremely domineering. You're right. The symbol ancestor's eyes flickered and he admitted that Lin Ling was right. I agree with Lin Ling's words. This is what it means to be a martial artist of my generation. Our backbone will never fade. At this time, Unhindered Heaven Emperor smiled and said, I support Lin Ling. The symbol ancestor nodded and didn't say anything else. No one knew if he was angry or if he didn't care about Lin Ling's rebuttal at all. Only Minister Yu gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Lin Ling's mouth to be so sharp and sharp. I've gathered all of you here because the demons in the ghost region are becoming more and more rampant. Not long ago, a large number of ghost race members rushed out of the ghost region and tried to invade the human realm. The demon region is also getting restless. Therefore, the 7 emperors have ordered that it's time for all of you disciples to come into contact with the secrets of the human realm. The symbol ancestor waved his hand and said, this is also a mission given to all of you by the 7 emperors. All participants will be rewarded with 10 drops of half-sage's essence. Everyone, follow me. After speaking, a spirit talisman floated out from the symbol ancestor's white cloak. It expanded and appeared under his feet, carrying him into the sky. The disciples hurriedly followed and Lin Ling and the others were among them. Lin Ling, impressive. Even the symbol ancestor dares to rebuke you. In the sky, the 9 spirits of heaven gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. Lin Ling shook his head. Although his words seemed to be rebuking the symbol ancestor, they were actually his inner thoughts. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, in the sacred land of the rainforest, if one didn't have a strong backbone, how could there be a peaceful home? Therefore, Lin Ling would never submit to the other party no matter how strong they were. Don't underestimate the symbol ancestor. He is that elder's subordinate. Although he didn't act out previously, it didn't mean that he didn't care. On the contrary, he cared a lot. At this moment, the reigning Sky Thearcha's voice rang out. He was reminding Lin Ling. However, it was normal. After being rebuked by Lin Ling, how could the mysterious formidable martial artist named Xian Di swallow his pride? I will be careful. Lin Ling nodded. Since he dared to rebuke, he naturally had nothing to fear. The symbol ancestor had also said that the 7 emperors emphasized unity. As long as Lin Ling was in the right, the symbol ancestor wouldn't dare to touch him easily. After all, there were 7 mysterious 7 emperors above the symbol ancestor. The symbol ancestor would have to restrain himself no matter what he did. The 7 emperors aren't united? After that, Lin Ling asked curiously. The reigning Sky Thearch smiled and shook his head. Although everyone's goal is to protect the mortal domain, under the same heaven and earth, there will naturally be differences in strength. Over time, competition is inevitable. This is something that even the 7 emperors can't avoid. Lin Ling nodded. This was indeed very normal. Blood brothers would always settle their debts clearly. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the 7 emperors to not be at peace. However, if the mortal domain was to face a calamity, the 7 emperors would still unite and fight against external enemies. After all, if they weren't united, they would be cursed. Experts at the level of the 7 emperors obviously valued their reputation very much. The group of people flew into the distance in a grandiose manner. When they passed by Xianpeng province, some warriors saw the people in the sky and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that those people should be the top experts in Xianpeng province. I'm so envious. Many people were in awe and yearning. If only they were among them, they would be the proudest existences in the mortal domain. After a long time, the group arrived at the border of Xianpeng province. A vast red wall appeared in front of them. This wall sat on the ground and was modeled and ancient, as if a dragon was sleeping there. However, although the wall was dead, countless people trembled with fear when they approached it. This is the purpose of bringing you here. It is to introduce you to the Avalon of 5 elements in the mortal domain. This is also the order of the 7 emperors. Ordinary people are not allowed to know the secrets of the mortal domain. The symbol ancestor stopped and looked indifferently at the ancient wall in the distance. Everyone's eyes flickered. Avalon of 5 elements? This wall is the last line of defense in the mortal domain. Once the devil race, ghost race, and people from outside the mortal domain invade, the Avalon of 5 elements will unleash a powerful force to block the invaders. In the history of the mortal domain, the Avalon of 5 elements has blocked countless invaders. Although it is covered in scars, its pride still exists. When the Avalon of 5 elements was mentioned, the symbol ancestor showed a rare reverence. Rise. The symbol ancestor continued to speak. His right hand formed a complicated seal and then pointed it out. Rumble. The ancient city wall in the distance actually began to squirm. The mottled ancientness faded away, and the fiery red wall soared into the sky, separating heaven and earth. The terrifying temperature actually made it difficult for everyone to breathe. As far as the eye could see, it was a towering fiery wall. It was hard to imagine that with such a wall, would the devil race and ghost race still be able to get close to the human realm? Chapter 1594. Test question, withdraw. After which, the symbol ancestor spoke in an indifferent manner. Immediately, the wall of fire that soared into the sky was extinguished and returned to its original appearance. The defensive power of this wall can turn any Saint Rudiment stage expert into ashes. The symbol ancestor said faintly. It's that powerful? Everyone's expression changed drastically. This ancient wall was too terrifying. Alright, this is a secret of the mortal world. You can keep it to yourselves, but you can't spread it. I am going to give you a test. Those who complete the test will receive 500 drops of half-saint's essence. This is also a test from the 7 emperors. The symbol ancestor swept his gaze across the crowd and said, 500 drops of half-saint's essence? All the disciples looked excited. Even the unhindered heavenly emperor and other masters were a little tempted. After all, this was a huge sum of money. If it was placed in the Black Peng Great Region, it would be enough to produce many Saint Realm masters. You can be considered to have stepped into the highest realm in the mortal world. Therefore, this test is not an ordinary one. It is related to the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. What do you know about the Avalon of 5 elements? The person who answers the question best will be rewarded. The symbol ancestor finally said the test question. All the disciples' eyes narrowed. They were the overlords of the mortal world. However, they had only interacted with Xianpeng, Xianyuan, and Xianhuang Dayu. They were not familiar with the highest secrets of the mortal world. I will answer this question. The Avalon of 5 elements was created by the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. It protects the mortal world. There are 5 of these ancient iron walls, which represent metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They exist in Xianyuan, Xianhuang, and Xianyuan. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven stepped forward and said. Fortunately, his family had kept an ancient book that introduced the Avalon of 5 elements. However, he had thought that it was just a rumor. He did not expect this ancient existence to be true. Amazing. I heard that the 9 spirits of heaven are from the Xianyuan family. The Xianyuan family is one of the deacons of the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. No wonder he knows about it. Does he get all 500 drops of half-saint's essence? Many disciples were envious. Junior brother Xian Yuan is right. It's a pity that he is not familiar with the ancient Avalon of 5 elements, said someone indifferently. That voice was filled with confidence and calmness. It was Minister Yu. Many people frowned as they stared at the confident Minister Yu. Minister Yu was the only disciple of the 7 emperors who was on the same side as the heavenly emperor. He must have a good relationship with the symbol ancestor. In addition, Minister Yu was a flatterer. Perhaps he already knew that the symbol ancestor would test him. From another perspective, the symbol ancestor had intentionally given the reward to Minister Yu. Alright, go ahead. The symbol ancestor acted as though he did not recognize Minister Yu. This wall was not created by the Deacon Palace of the human realm. Minister Yu's first sentence was to refute the 9 spirits of heaven. He said disdainfully, the history of this wall can be traced back to the creation of heaven and earth. Even the Deacon Palace of the human realm has to respect this wall. Every brick on this wall is a divine weapon. It is said that if one can control it well, even Wu Xing could be killed. This is because every brick has a million formation patterns carved on it. There are 999,999 bricks in total. In history, it has wiped out 25 invasions. The reason why the 4 great ancient empires fell was because no one could control this wall. Otherwise, the 4 great ancient empires would not have fallen. That's all I have to say. Even though it's not complete, it's better than some people who are just here to make up the numbers. Minister Yu spoke unceasingly and showed his elegance. As expected of Minister Yu, the disciples from the West Mountain cheered. On the other hand, the disciples from the other mountains had ugly expressions. As for the 9 spirits of heaven, he narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Minister Yu to use this opportunity to humiliate him. Even though his answer is not the most complete, it is the best answer so far. Then, give him 500 drops of half-saint's essence as a reward. The symbol ancestor nodded his head in praise. This made even more people feel indignant. Even though they felt that Minister Yu and the symbol ancestor were fishy, they could not afford to offend an expert with the title of Xian Di. Minister Yu straightened his chest and looked at everyone with disdain. The grievance that he had suffered previously had completely disappeared. In the end, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Senior brother Lin, as the senior brother of the 4 mountains, don't you have any opinions?" Many people's eyes flickered when they heard this. They knew that Minister Yu was using this opportunity to take revenge for the humiliation of being a senior brother. At this moment, Lin Ling was staring at the ancient city wall. His heart was trembling. When he saw the ancient iron blood wall for the first time, he was attracted to it. The ancient city wall was shouting. Even though it was full of scars, it still had an unyielding fighting spirit. It felt like his tyrant song sword. Even though it had experienced countless battles and countless years, it still wanted to fight. Lin Ling's Eye of Time was extremely familiar with the city wall. It was as familiar as the Dark Dragon Emperor in the chaotic Demon Sea. Because this wall was actually built by the Realm Master. Every brick was the soul of a warrior and was built by countless warriors. Long time no see, Avalon of 5 elements. Finally, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. It was so old and so familiar. It was as though he had seen his old comrade. "Senior brother Lin, what's going on?" The surrounding disciples were puzzled. Lin Ling actually had an aura of nostalgia and vicissitudes. How could this be? "Senior brother Lin, don't tell me you don't have any opinions. Is that why you are deliberately mystifying things?" At this moment, Minister Yu's voice drifted out again and finally interrupted Lin Ling's recollection. Subsequently, the 9 spirits of heaven beside him told him what had happened previously. Lin Ling was somewhat astonished. He didn't expect the symbol ancestor's test to be this. In terms of familiarity with the Avalon of 5 elements, who in the world could compare to him? One had to know that the Avalon of 5 elements was built by the Realm Master. Furthermore, he had obtained the Realm Master's eyes. How could he not be familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements? Of course I have my opinions. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Since Minister Yu had asked him, he would naturally answer. Minister Yu was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. As expected of our senior brother. You even have your own opinions on such an ancient item. I am impressed, very impressed. May I know what junior brother Lin's opinion is? Although 500 drops of half-saint's essence is precious, if you speak carelessly and insult an ancient item in order to obtain this treasure, you will be blaspheming the highest deacon hall in the mortal world. Many people's eyes flickered when they heard his words. Everyone knew that Minister Yu was mocking Lin Ling. You flatter me. Since junior brother Yu admires me, I will definitely not disappoint you. However, what surprised everyone was that Lin Ling didn't seem to notice Minister Yu's sarcasm and openly admitted it. Furthermore, he kept addressing Minister Yu as senior brother as though he was a real senior brother. Minister Yu's face instantly turned ugly. He thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Who knew that Lin Ling still treated him as a junior brother? Minister Yu smiled faintly and said, since this is the case, junior brother Lin, please speak your opinion. However, may I be so bold as to say that we have a bet? If junior brother Lin's opinion is better than mine, I will give you 100 drops of half-saint's essence. Bet? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1595. Evenly matched. If Minister Yu isn't familiar with the symbol ancestor and didn't receive prior notice, would he dare to be so arrogant? That's right. He already knows about the secret of the mortal realm. He would definitely dare to invite Minister Yu. Senior brother Lin definitely won't accept the bet. He will definitely lose. Many disciples couldn't stand it and started whispering among themselves. The reigning Sky Emperor and the 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling wouldn't be fooled. Why? The great senior brother Lin doesn't dare to accept the bet? Minister Yu said casually. His words were filled with provocation as he forced Lin Ling to accept the bet. If Lin Ling rejected the bet, he would naturally humiliate him. Everyone thought that Lin Ling didn't dare to accept the bet. However, Lin Ling smiled and said, since junior brother is offering 100 drops of half-saint's essence to me, as your senior brother, I naturally won't miss the bet. I would like to thank you. Boom. His words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Lin Ling accepted the bet. Even Minister Yu was shocked. Not only did Lin Ling accept the bet, but he also looked confident as if he had already won. That's bold. I'll accept the bet with another 400 drops of half-saint's essence. At this moment, the symbol ancestor, who had been silent all this while, spoke. He naturally believed that Lin Ling couldn't win because the Avalon of 5 elements was the secret of the mortal realm. Only experts of his level knew about it. Even titled Sky Emperors only knew a little about it. Furthermore, he had told Minister Yu about the secret of the Avalon of 5 elements yesterday. Therefore, Minister Yu was bound to win. Lin Ling had refuted him previously. He would use this opportunity to reprimand Lin Ling later. This bet is really big. The disciples in the surroundings were horrified because the bet between the two of them had reached a total of 500 half-saints true elixir. Coupled with the reward of another 500 half-saints true elixir, anyone who lost would definitely feel their heart bleed. Especially Lin Ling. If he lost, then he would probably owe the talisman ancestor and Minister Yu a lifetime of debt. And now, Lin Ling still dared to gamble? At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was pounding violently. 1 drop of half-saint's essence was worth 1 million vitality stones. This was simply unimaginable. He had never imagined that he would gain so much from a single question of the 7 Emperors' trial. How could he miss out on such a gamble? Since Lord Symbol Ancestor is giving me money, I will naturally not miss it. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth slowly. How arrogant! The hearts of all the disciples were trembling. Lin Ling was openly challenging the symbol ancestor. Moreover, this was the second time. Are you sure? The symbol ancestor was extremely surprised. I'm sure. However, I suspect that you don't have that much half-saint's essence. Also, do you keep your word? You should know that some people love to go back on their words and renege on their debts after losing. This is not unheard of. Lin Ling did not reply. Instead, he asked another question. His words caused everyone's expression to change. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than they had imagined. Not only was he challenging the symbol ancestor, he was also questioning the symbol ancestor's integrity. Alright, alright, alright. If you want to gamble, it's up to you. The symbol ancestor said alright 3 times and laughed out loud. He was laughing out of extreme anger. Previously, he had not been so angry when Lin Ling had refuted him. This time, he was burning with rage. This fellow. The Sky Emperor and the others laughed bitterly. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so confident. In that case, tell me what you think of the Avalon of 5 elements. The symbol ancestor's voice became even colder. Lin Ling looked at the ancient city wall. A sense of vicissitudes and nostalgia rose in his heart. At this moment, the crowd fell silent. They wanted to know what Lin Ling's opinion of the Avalon of 5 elements was and whether his opinion was more correct than Minister Yu's. This wall was built at the beginning of heaven and earth by the realm lord of heaven and earth. It had once blocked more than 100 invasions. At its strongest, it could even block the attack of a martial emperor. In fact, each of its bricks is a divine weapon, but they are divine weapons with souls. Those bricks were all transformed from the warriors under the realm lord in the past. During the first invasion, 500 million bricks were broken. They risked their lives to block the invaders, wiping out an army of 1 billion and protecting the peace of this region. After that incident, the Realm Master repaired the Avalon of 5 elements and increased its power. Now, every brick has 2 million formation patterns. Other than protecting the Avalon of 5 elements, it represents the warriors who fought for their homeland. It represents their pride and backbone. Lin Ling's voice was firm and earth-shattering. It carried a sense of heroism and pride. All the disciples were stunned. They seemed to have seen the owner of the ancient Avalon of 5 elements. Lin Ling and Minister Yu had the same opinion. However, Lin Ling was obviously more detailed. Amazing! Finally, someone said in admiration. Minister Yu's face was malevolent. He wanted to say that Lin Ling's opinion was only known after hearing it from him. However, Lin Ling's opinion was obviously more detailed than his and he could not refute it. As for the symbol ancestor, his face turned cold. Obviously, he knew that Lin Ling's opinion was correct. Not many people knew that the Avalon of 5 elements was created by the Realm Master. Looks like Lin Ling has won. Reigning Sky Emperor suddenly said. When he saw the symbol ancestor's expression, he knew that Lin Ling had won. Won? The crowd was in an uproar again. They did not expect the symbol ancestor to collude with Minister Yu and know everything beforehand. However, Lin Ling still won. This was a beautiful slap. Awesome! Many disciples felt as if they had vented their anger. Both of you are evenly matched. However, at this moment, the silent symbol ancestor suddenly said, although Lin Ling's opinion was detailed, it was similar to Minister Yu's. Therefore, he did not win. Since no one won, the bet is cancelled. The same goes for the rewards. What? Many people widened their eyes. The bet was cancelled? This was too unfair. No one is more familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements than me. Therefore, I am speaking from a fair point of view. Do you have any objections? The symbol ancestor said again. Everyone fell silent. Although they felt that it was unfair, they were not familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements and did not have the authority to speak like the symbol ancestor. Therefore, they would naturally listen to whatever the symbol ancestor said. Wait, I have an objection. However, at this moment, a cold voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Lin Ling. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was definitely not satisfied. However, the symbol ancestor was the most familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements. If he said that it was a draw, then it must be a draw. Lin Ling, shut up. What right do you have to object? Minister Yu shouted angrily. He was very unhappy because a draw was not something he wanted to see. Now that it was a draw, Lin Ling was not willing to give up. What else did he want? I would like to ask why the symbol ancestor thinks that my opinion is not as good as this trash. Lin Ling said indifferently. This time, he did not give the symbol ancestor any face and directly called him trash. Because I am more familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements than anyone else. Therefore, if I say it is a draw, then it is a draw. The symbol ancestor's voice was extremely cold. His thoughts were the same as Minister Yu's. A draw was equivalent to a loss. What right did Lin Ling have to object? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements just because you say so? Lin Ling opened his mouth again. He was fearless. He had put in a lot of effort to win, but in the end, it was a draw. He could not take this lying down. The symbol ancestor could not do whatever he wanted in this bet. Chapter 1596. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios representing Pride, you said that you are more familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements. Then, do you know what the city bricks of the Avalon of 5 elements represent? Lin Ling stared at the symbol ancestor and spoke again. Others revered the experts with the title Xian Di, but to him, they were merely warriors who had cultivated for a longer time than him. There was nothing to be afraid of. What was wrong, and what was right was right. Lin Ling had his own balance in his heart. Scoundrel, don't forget your identity. The city bricks of the Avalon of 5 elements represent divine weapons. What else can they represent? The symbol ancestor's voice was even colder. His white cloak fluttered in the wind. If not for the fact that there were too many people around, he would have killed this arrogant junior. Representing pride. Representing pride. Lin Ling spoke word by word, tit for tat. The symbol ancestor's words made the flames of fury rise in his heart. It was as if his soldiers had fought to protect their home, but no one remembered them after they died. They were treated like city bricks, dead objects. Lin Ling felt indignant for those proud warriors from 10,000 years ago. The symbol ancestor was startled. He could not help but laugh. Divine weapons are divine weapons. What pride? Representing pride? The Avalon of 5 elements had a long history. Everyone knew that it was a powerful ancient wall. What pride? However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling looked at the ancient wall. The eye of time appeared, sounding like an ancient war horn. Buzz buzz buzz. Smoke filled the surroundings of the ancient wall. Every brick of the city started to tremble, as if they were shouting, but also as if they were rising from their slumber. Gradually, the figures of warriors formed illusions. They rose into the air, waved their flags, and beat their war drums. From afar, it was not the ancient iron blood wall. Instead, it was a majestic army. It was the fighting spirit of iron blood. Could it be that those city bricks are formed by the souls of warriors? Representing pride? This scene caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Divine weapons are divine weapons? What an ironic statement. From the looks of it, those divine weapons had the souls of warriors. They were warriors. The Avalon of 5 Elements is the pride of the mortal world. It has many military achievements. However, in your eyes, it is a divine weapon. Is this how you treat your seniors, who protect the mortal world? Lin Ling looked at the symbol ancestor and shouted coldly. His voice was awe-inspiring. Avalon of 5 Elements, ancient iron blood wall, how could there be a warrior's soul? At this moment, the symbol ancestor was frowning. He did not expect the Avalon of 5 Elements to undergo such a drastic change and give birth to a warrior's illusion. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Esteemed symbol ancestor, you said that you know more about the Avalon of 5 Elements than I do? Lin Ling took a big step forward and shot towards the distant Avalon of 5 Elements. Many people's pupils constricted. The Avalon of 5 Elements was extremely frightening. Anyone who approached it might be killed by the flames. How dare Lin Ling approach it? Crazy. Even the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others had a drastic change in expression. Even they did not dare to approach the iron blood ancient wall. As Lin Ling approached the ancient city wall, the nostalgia in his eyes grew stronger. The ancient city wall seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's approach, and it actually quieted down. The countless warrior souls in the sky stared at the young man on the ground, and each and every one of them grew excited. You've worked hard. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped in front of the ancient wall. His hand gently stroked the mottled wall as if he was looking at his former subordinates. Boom! Sensing Lin Ling's approach, the battle intent in the sky surged. Battle cries filled the sky. The orderly warriors stood there, as if they were waiting for the emperor's orders. Ever since the realm master had fallen, the ancient city wall had been waiting for 10,000 years. Now, they seemed to have heard the realm master's summons. The Avalon of 5 Elements has changed again. Lin Ling seems to be able to communicate with the Avalon of 5 Elements. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others to be shocked once again. Not to mention seeing such a mysterious scene, they had never even heard of it. All of you are not a mere city wall. All of you are proud, and all of you are warriors. Lin Ling's voice floated over from afar. It was filled with determination and arrogance. The symbol ancestor's face was slightly distorted. He simply could not understand how things had turned out this way. He roared furiously, "Does this mean that you are more familiar with the Avalon of 5 Elements than I am? At the very least, I can control the Avalon of 5 Elements and summon the defensive wall of fire to protect the mortal world." However, just as he finished speaking, an arrogant voice floated over from the front. "You have been immersed in it for tens of thousands of years. Now, it is time for you to show your glory to the world." Boom! Terrifying flame energy soared into the sky. Countless fire dragons appeared on the ancient city wall and intertwined with each other to form a majestic and magnificent wall of fire. The aura was so terrifying that it was even stronger than when the symbol ancestor controlled it. This was because one was fire and the other was fire dragons. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Lin Ling was now telling the symbol ancestor that Lin Ling could control the Avalon of 5 Elements as well. What? Many people's hearts exploded when they saw this scene. Now, the symbol ancestor still had the face to say that he was more familiar with the Avalon of 5 Elements? Lin Ling was merely a junior at the saint stage. The Avalon of 5 Elements that he controlled was stronger than the symbol ancestor. Even martial emperors would not dare to approach the wall of fire. On the other hand, the symbol ancestor was speechless. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. He was more familiar with the Avalon of 5 Elements. He was not even comparable to Lin Ling. What right did he have to speak? Furthermore, he was the one who came up with the questions. However, if the person who answered the questions knew the questions better than him, how could he still have the face to come up with the questions? At the same time, the eyes of the various important figures in the mortal world's Deacon Hall narrowed. The Avalon of 5 Elements has actually awakened. The one who controls it is merely a disciple of the 7 emperors. Interesting, very interesting. The big shots of the mortal world were surprised and curious. However, most of them were filled with admiration. This is his first time coming into contact with the secrets of the mortal world. However, he was able to awaken the Avalon of Fire. I'm afraid this junior is somewhat extraordinary. 7 emperors, are they your disciples? An old man sipped his tea and asked. On the other side, 7 figures were sitting there. Some were playing chess, some were drinking wine, and some were reading books. They seemed to be minding their own business, but in reality, they were all paying attention to the changes in the Avalon of 5 elements. They are my disciples from the eastern mountain. An old man carrying a fishbowl on his back said. The Avalon of 5 elements is also an ancient great formation. In the great mystic origin domain, there was once a formation rune genius who was able to control the power of the Avalon of 5 elements for the first time. There was also a miracle in the great mystic origin domain. There was a disciple who came into contact with the Avalon of 5 elements for the first time, but because of his ancient bloodline, he triggered the Avalon of 5 elements and communicated with it. However, that little fellow is the first one who can control and communicate with it. A cultured and refined middle-aged man said faintly. Evidently, these big shots of the mortal world were extremely surprised by the reaction brought about by Lin Ling. They were all guessing the reason. However, they guessed that Lin Ling might have an ancient item on him. In addition, he had obtained the method to control the Avalon of 5 elements formation. That was the reason for such a drastic change. No one would have thought of the relationship between the Avalon of 5 elements and Lin Ling. At this moment, over at the Avalon of 5 elements, the fire dragon roared and a world of fire dragons appeared in the sky. Furthermore, it was the law of fire. Such power was not something that could be resisted by the naked eye. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He did not expect the true power of the ancient iron blood wall to be so powerful. Gradually, the flames dimmed. On the vast land, Lin Ling walked back alone. However, at this moment, his not-so-tall figure suddenly became as majestic as a venerable emperor. Sorry, no one is more familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements than I am. Chapter 1597. A great harvest. Previously, the symbol ancestor had judged that Lin Ling and Minister Yu were evenly matched. Even though many people thought that Lin Ling had won, no one dared to question the symbol ancestor's words since he was from the highest authority in the mortal world. However, Lin Ling had now activated the Avalon of 5 elements power. Therefore, what right did the symbol ancestor have to speak? He was the one who had set the exam questions, but he was not as familiar with the questions as Lin Ling. Could he decide who would win and who would lose? Amazing. I wonder how Lin Ling did it. This is the first time I've seen such a mysterious figure since I became a disciple of the 7 emperors. He had just found out about the secret of the mortal world and he was able to control it immediately. According to what I know, the symbol ancestor could control the Avalon of 5 elements because a giant in the mortal world had given him a token. Someone colluded with Minister Yu and thought that he could cover the sky with one hand. Now, he has lost all his face. The silence did not last long before cheers were heard. The crowd had long found the symbol ancestor an eyesore. Naturally, they were able to vent their anger now. This time, the disciples from the 4 mountains looked at Lin Ling with admiration. It was as if they had recognized Lin Ling as the #1 king among the 7 emperors' disciples. How did he know about these things? Minister Yu trembled as he stood there. His heart was filled with anger, but he was mostly at a loss. He had flattered the symbol ancestor a few days ago and found out about the exam questions as well as the rewards. Therefore, he had thought that he would definitely obtain the rewards. However, who knew that Lin Ling would go against the flow and surpass him and even the symbol ancestor? Today, he had lost to Lin Ling twice. As for the symbol ancestor, he stood there coldly without any joy or sorrow. He had once again returned to his shrewd self. Lord Symbol Ancestor, may I know who has completed the exam questions? Lin Ling walked back and asked indifferently. The Symbol Ancestor took a deep breath. He had no choice but to admit it. He snorted coldly and said, "You are number 1 in today's exam. The 500 drops of Half-Saint's essence are yours. Senior brother Lin is mighty." Thunderous cheers erupted from all around when he spoke. The cheers were like slaps to the Symbol Ancestor's face. He snorted coldly again before he turned and left. "Wait." At this moment, Lin Ling shouted coldly. "You won the test. What else do you want to do?" The Symbol Ancestor stopped in his tracks. He could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. His extremely shrewd face had turned somewhat ferocious at this moment. Vaguely, an enormous aura enveloped Lin Ling, causing him to have difficulty breathing. However, Lin Ling merely smiled. The yellow springs flame within his body was still roaring, so he was completely unafraid of this aura. He spoke in an indifferent tone, "The Symbol Ancestor has bet 400 drops of Half-Saint's essence on my loss, yet you want to leave just like that? Could it be that the Symbol Ancestor is unable to take out the Half-Saint's essence? Or did the mighty warrior with the title Xian Di like to go back on his words? Previously, I had already suspected the Symbol Ancestor's integrity. From the looks of it, my suspicions were not wrong." Pa! Lin Ling's words were like a heavy slap to the Symbol Ancestor's face. It was loud and fiery. Most importantly, the Symbol Ancestor could not refute it. Since the Symbol Ancestor had dared to bet previously, he was naturally extremely confident. However, who would have expected that Lin Ling would create such a miracle? Furthermore, 400 drops was not a small number. Even the Symbol Ancestor's heart was bleeding as if someone had cut it with a knife. A green ring floated out and landed on Lin Ling's body. This caused Lin Ling to chuckle. "Lord Symbol Ancestor, you are indeed a man of your word." When he heard this, the Symbol Ancestor's face turned even more ferocious. He turned around and left. At the same time, he spoke in an icy cold voice, "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are the East Zone of Xianpeng province. You should know that you are currently facing a giant of the mortal world. If you are too arrogant, you might end up kicking an iron plate. Thank you for your reminder, Lord Symbol Ancestor. However, I have already obtained the Half-Saint's essence and my strength will definitely increase greatly. No matter how hard an iron plate is, I will be able to break it with a single kick." Lin Ling sneered and replied indifferently. His words caused the Symbol Ancestor's heart to tremble. The meaning behind Lin Ling's words was very clear. Although he, Lin Ling, was currently insignificant, he would definitely become powerful in the near future. The reason for his strength would come from the Half-Saint's essence that he, the Symbol Ancestor, had obtained. These words undoubtedly caused the Symbol Ancestor to grit his teeth in anger. Lin Ling ignored the Symbol Ancestor and looked indifferently at Minister Yu. "Junior brother Yu, I'm very sorry. I have taken first place in this test and caused you to waste 100 drops of the Half-Saint's essence. Thank you. Here. Thank you." How could Minister Yu not hear the mockery in his words? He immediately handed over the green ring. "I only managed to obtain 200 drops of the Half-Saint's essence after completing the previous mission. This time, I have easily obtained 500 drops. This treasure is really easy to earn." Lin Ling took the green ring and smiled indifferently. Minister Yu's body trembled and he left with a black face. He had the urge to vomit blood. Awesome! Awesome! As expected of the number 1 king of the Eastern Mountain. With just a few words, he had slapped the Symbol Ancestor and Minister Yu's faces and obtained 1,000 drops of the Half-Saint's essence. Who else in the 7 Emperors world could do this? Lin Ling looked at the ancient wall in the distance and the nostalgia in his heart grew stronger. This time, Xiandi's lecture had allowed him to become more familiar with the world of the mortal world's giants. He could be considered to have stepped into that world of the pinnacle. Let's go. Without any nonsense, Lin Ling waved his hand. The 9 spirits of heaven and the rest immediately followed with smiles on their faces. Hong Tianxia's face was gloomy and cold. Lin Ling had obtained so many treasures and his strength would definitely increase greatly. If he couldn't kill Lin Ling this time, he wouldn't be able to do so the next time. This was his only chance. I must inform King Hong. Hong Tianxia also left. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest had returned to the 7 Emperors' world. He had obtained 1,000 drops of the half-saint's essence, so he gave a small portion of the treasures to his friends. Lai Qing, Gendosa, the 4 venoms of Eastern Mountain, the 9 spirits of heaven, and even the unhindered celestial the Arch had obtained Lin Ling's half-saint's essence. I really envy them. They are on the same side as Lin Ling. If Lin Ling obtained benefits, so did they. Lin Ling is indeed generous. Many of the disciples were envious and wished that they were Eastern Mountain disciples. Demonic Bone King, these 10 drops of half-saint's essence are yours. At this moment, the demonic Bone King, who was about to leave, heard the voice. He was startled and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Then, a green ring floated over and landed in his hand. What is the meaning of this? Are you pitying me? The demonic Bone King's face turned cold. I'm not pitying you. I'm giving it to you because you are a disciple of Eastern Mountain. You fought for Eastern Mountain's honor. Lin Ling stood there quietly and said calmly, moreover, the gap between our strength is getting bigger and bigger. Although the 10 drops of half-saint's essence won't be of much help, I still hope that your strength can reach a higher level because I'll be waiting for your challenge. Boom! The demonic Bone King's heart rumbled. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so carefree and generous. Ha, good. Just you wait. I will defeat you. The demonic Bone King laughed and walked away. However, the moment he turned around, he called out from his heart, Senior Brother Lin. He called Lin Ling Senior Brother in front of so many people. This meant that he was sincerely convinced by Lin Ling. Chapter 1598. Seeking advice, what an interesting guy. He's a man. Lin Ling smiled faintly. This was how a martial artist should be. They were magnanimous and did not renege on their losses. However, that did not mean that they would always admit defeat. Then, everyone returned to their residence. Lin Ling was thinking about the half-saint's essence. With these treasures in hand, it should be enough for his godly demon overlord body to step into a new world. He was looking forward to it. Senior Lin Ling, my sister wants to see you. Will you meet her? One of the 4 poisons of Dongshan, looked at Lin Ling and smiled. There was a look of worship in her beautiful eyes. Lin Ling had gone from an ordinary disciple to the number 1 king of the 4 mountains in such a short time. It was beyond imagination. Your sister? Lin Ling was puzzled. Who was her sister? Why was she looking for him? I'm her sister, Yun. At this time, a figure slowly walked over from afar. It was a woman in her 20s. She was wearing a white dress. Her facial features were not very stunning. However, her skin was very good. It was white with a hint of rosy. She gave off a very clean feeling. Most importantly, the clouds in the sky floated along with her footsteps. It was actually a colorful cloud. Water talent, earth rank, and it's not a low rank. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His first thought was that this woman was very strong. She was even stronger than Lord Shui Wu and the others. If he had to compare her, it would be Princess Wuxia of the Fire Tribe. Bai Yun Tiandi, Yun. The white-clothed woman floated to the ground. She glanced at everyone and then introduced herself. A titled Celestial Emperor expert. Lai Qing and the others gasped. Titled celestial emperors rarely appeared in the Seven Emperors' heavens. Apart from those who had duties, such as the unhindered Celestial Emperor and the Spacetime Celestial Emperor, this was the first time they had seen another Celestial Emperor. Greetings, Baiyun Tiandi. Lin Ling quickly bowed. However, although he bowed, his expression was calm and there was not much reverence. You don't have to be so courteous, because you are also a martial artist with the title of Heavenly Emperor. It's just that your cultivation realm has not met the requirements. Baiyun Tiandi's aura was cold, with the majesty of a celestial emperor. She glanced at her younger sister, and didn't say anything. She was extremely solemn. I only have one reason for looking for you. I heard that you can control the Avalon of 5 elements, so I want to know how to do so. Baiyun Tiandi continued. This was the purpose of her visit. Of course, this was also normal. She was the dignified celestial emperor, omniscient and omnipotent. Apart from the secrets of the mortal world, what else did she need to ask Lin Ling about? Lin Ling smiled and glanced at He revealed an apologetic expression. It was obvious that she had told Baiyun Tiandi about this matter. However, Lin Ling could see that he was very respectful towards her sister. What? Are you not going to give me face when I'm here in person? Looking at Lin Ling's silence, Baiyun Tiandi frowned slightly. Lin Ling's smile deepened. He slowly opened his mouth and said, a titled celestial emperor is indeed very impressive. However, it's not like no celestial emperors have come here before, and it's not like I haven't seen celestial emperors before. Now that you seem to have a request for me, don't you think that your attitude is too arrogant? In this world where strength is respected, strength is respected. I'm stronger than you, so why can't I call myself your senior? Baiyun Tiandi said indifferently. She was a little unhappy with Lin Ling's lack of tact. One had to know that no matter where she went, she would be greeted with respect and reverence. Even the 7 Emperors' sky was no exception. Hence, was it wrong for her to be a little arrogant? Alright, then I'll give you one word. Scram. Lin Ling smiled again, but his expression was cold. You. Baiyun Tiandi obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so stubborn. Sister, he's just like that. Don't take it to heart. He immediately panicked. She knew how high the price of her sister's anger was. In the past, her sister had been angry before, and the result was that the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Great Xianyuan region were completely annihilated. The reason was that the other party had flirted with her sister. You're a disciple of the Eastern Mountain. Here, you're a member of the Eastern Mountain. If your sister treats you with respect, then we'll also treat you with respect. If your sister is arrogant, then we can't afford to be friends with her. Just send her off. Lin Ling looked at and said indifferently. He was also telling that she didn't have to be too respectful of her sister. I've never seen a junior as arrogant as you. Since we can't get along, then I'll take my leave. Baiyun Tiandi shouted and turned to leave. The moment she turned, she slowed down her pace. She wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful voice. Although Lin Ling was a celestial emperor, his strength hadn't reached the level of a celestial emperor. She, on the other hand, was a real celestial emperor powerhouse. Anyone with a brain wouldn't offend her. They would even try to please her. From another perspective, if Lin Ling tried to please her, then she could help Lin Ling become the #1 sovereign in Xianpeng province and defeat the other 3 new sovereigns. This wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, Lin Ling wouldn't be so stupid as to offend her. However, she was surprised. Lai Qing, you've obtained a lot of half-saint's essence. You can break through to the next level. Also, 9 spirits of heaven, do you have time to go to Xianhuangdayu with me? Lin Ling didn't regret it at all. Instead, he was talking to his friends. Bastard! Bai Yuntiandi was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't give up on the Avalon of 5 elements. Her cultivation method was very special. Although it looked like a water-type immortal body, it actually needed to be stimulated by fire-type pressure. Only then could her immortal body level up. Ordinary fire-type pressure couldn't achieve the effect she wanted. Only the fire of the Avalon of 5 elements could. Therefore, she couldn't bear to give up on the Avalon of 5 elements. "I'll give you a chance." After taking a deep breath, the White Cloud Celestial Emperor walked back and said coldly. At this moment, Lin Ling was talking to his friends. When he heard White Cloud Heaven Emperor's words, he was stunned. These giants of the human realm held high positions and had the strength to dominate tens of thousands of lives. Therefore, they were used to being arrogant and could not see themselves clearly. After shaking his head helplessly, he shouted angrily, "Get lost." "Get lost?" Lai Qing and the others laughed bitterly. Lin Ling was as arrogant as ever. "You're asking me to get lost?" Bai Yuntiandi was so angry that her whole body exploded with a strong aura. However, she didn't dare to act recklessly. She stood there rigidly, giving off a different kind of beauty. Of course, she couldn't be blamed. She was facing a group of ants. She couldn't teach them a lesson, but she couldn't bear to leave. This kind of attitude naturally made her furious. "You're asking me for advice. May I ask Bai Yuntiandi, is this the attitude of a person asking for advice? You're giving me a chance. I don't understand. You're asking me for a favor. Should I be grateful to you?" "Bai Yuntiandi, you're too thick-skinned," Lin Ling said again. He didn't want to give up until he shocked her to death. Okay. What do I have to do for you to agree?" Bai Yuntiandi had no choice but to compromise. "First, you have to have the attitude of asking for advice," Lin Ling said bluntly. He had a free and easy personality and hated pretentious people the most. Chapter 1599. World of Heaven and Earth. Leave. However, Lin Ling still rejected her. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Bai Yuntiandi couldn't hold it in any longer, and his voice was filled with anger. Lin Ling laughed. Putting aside one's attitude is the most basic thing to do when seeking advice from someone. However, that doesn't mean that the other party will guide you, because the other party doesn't owe you anything. I hope you remember this. However, you are her sister, so I can give her face. If you want to know the secrets of the Avalon of 5 elements, then you will have to pay a corresponding price. After that, you will have to beg your sister. As soon as these words were spoken, her's delicate body trembled. She had always been respectful towards her sister, but now Lin Ling wanted her sister to beg her. "If you can't do it, then leave." Lin Ling walked towards the small house, while Lai Qing and the others laughed. Although Lin Ling was frivolous, it was undeniable that he was right. You went to find a master, you went to make a deal with someone. Could it be that because you spoke politely, others would agree? This was obviously impossible. This world was also very realistic. Since he wanted someone to give him pointers, he had to pay the price. And this was also the principle of life. At this moment, Bai Yuntiandi stood there quietly. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't bear to. In the end, she took a deep breath and restrained her arrogance and fiery temper. She walked towards then lowered her posture and asked like an older sister. Was a little flattered, but she was also very grateful. She was grateful to Lin Ling. After all, this was the first time her elder sister had treated her like this. After a long time, walked towards Lin Ling's hut and pleaded for Bai Yuntiandi. Lin Ling smiled. He could see that her's relationship with her sister had improved. "Alright, since it's Miss her's request, I'll definitely agree." Lin Ling withdrew from his cultivation state and walked out of the hut. His words caused He Xi'er's face to turn red, and she had a complicated feeling in her heart. Lin Ling came out of the house and went straight to the point. The Avalon of 5 elements is actually an ancient great formation used to protect the mortal realm. Only the big shots in the mortal realm know how to control the formation, but they obviously don't include you. Perhaps your level is not high enough. His first sentence suppressed Bai Yun Tiandi's arrogance, making her nod helplessly. As for this array formation, you don't need to know why I can control it. You only need to know that I can help you gain initial control over it. You only need to remember the 100,000 runes. Lin Ling continued, and as the price, I need you to guide me in comprehending the greater success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts. Lin Ling could comprehend the large success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts in the Purple Mansion realm. However, if he knew Bai Yun Tiandi's comprehension process, it would save him a lot of time. Sure. Bai Yun Tiandi immediately nodded. It was a fair trade. But what if your comprehension is too weak and you take too long? Bai Yun Tiandi suddenly thought of something. Don't worry, as long as you tell me everything, I'll also tell you the method to control the Avalon of 5 elements within 10 days. Lin Ling said confidently. He only lacked a little bit of opportunity to comprehend the large success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts. If he could find a way, he would have enough time to comprehend it successfully. Deal. Bai Yun Tiandi was also very straightforward. This fellow is really enviable. If this continues, his strength will probably surpass mine. The 9 spirits of heaven helplessly shook his head as he watched the conversation between the two. Lin Ling's strength was increasing too quickly. If he could comprehend the large success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts, he would definitely be stronger than him. He was somewhat unwilling, but he didn't have the advantage of knowing the secret of the Avalon of 5 elements like Lin Ling. It was very difficult to comprehend the Holy Mark martial arts. Having someone to guide him was naturally better than fumbling around on his own. However, everyone was selfish. Even if they were brothers, they wouldn't reveal the secret of the martial arts. For the rest of the time, Bai Yun Tiandi stayed around the small house and guided Lin Ling. The large success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts was also about comprehending the origin energy. However, it was much larger and purer, and one could further understand the laws of heaven and earth. At their level, the moves of the martial arts weren't the most important. This was because everyone had cultivated a large number of moves and accumulated thousands of martial arts in their hearts. Therefore, the state of mind was the most important. On the other hand, the state of mind was the comprehension of heaven and earth. Everything that was simple must have its reason for its existence. This was also the origin, where everything returned to its original state. 10 days passed quietly. Lin Ling was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge imparted by Bai Yun Tiandi. After analyzing it, he found the suitable ones for himself. Through Bai Yun Tiandi's conversation, Lin Ling also learned that in the world of heaven and earth emperors, there were all titled celestial emperors. They were the true pinnacle of the mortal world. Currently, Lin Ling was still a short distance away from this level. After painstakingly cultivating, Lin Ling also brought Bai Yun Tiandi to the Avalon of 5 elements to fulfill his promise. The vast land had experienced the vicissitudes of time. The ground was covered with endless green grass. When the wind blew, the grass would rustle. On the grass, 2 figures were roasting meat around a fire. The person on the left was wearing a blue and white robe. He didn't look very old, about 20 years old. However, his eyes were calm and unperturbed. The person on the right was bald. He wasn't tall, but he was tall and sturdy. These 2 people were Lin Ling and Little Flame. While guiding Bai Yun Tiandi to control the Avalon of 5 elements, Lin Ling had been cultivating nearby. As long as Bai Yun Tiandi controlled the Avalon of 5 elements, he could leave. Big brother, are we going to Xianhuang Daoist to look for that little girl, the fire spirit princess? Little Flame asked while eating a roasted leg. Yes, this is what I promised that little girl. Moreover, it's time for her to meet the second dream. In addition to the meat, Lin Ling also had a wine pot in his hand. He looked at the sky with a smile in his eyes. It was already night time. The sky was dotted with stars, and the ground was a vast grassland. It gave off a heroic feeling of the starry sky. Is the world of the Heaven and Earth Emperor very powerful? Little Flame asked again. His tone was filled with anticipation. Yes, all of them are titled Heaven Emperors. Moreover, Xian Di has one too. It's the most powerful circle in the mortal world. Lin Ling nodded. The world of the Heaven and Earth Emperor was located at the height of the mortal world, not in Xianpeng province. Therefore, such a circle was naturally not weak. Wait, someone's coming. Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned. His powerful soul power sensed a large number of figures approaching. Moreover, judging from their auras, they were all in the advanced stage of the Saint Rudiment realm. Moreover, these people didn't seem to have good intentions. Nope. Little Flame was puzzled. However, his bestial instinct soon told him that something was amiss. The corners of his mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty smile. Big brother, you have a keen sense of smell. However, someone is tired of living and dares to kill us. At this moment, Little Flame's body emitted a violent demonic aura, and his eyes turned red. Chapter 1600. One man against 10,000 troops. Pa. In the distance, a blade of grass was cut down by a strong gust of wind as the sound of footsteps continued to ring out. At a glance, there were over 10,000 people, and the most frightening thing was that all of them were Saint Realm Masters. And in Xianpeng province, there was probably no one who could summon so many experts. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the densely packed crowd. He realized that those people all looked the same. It seemed like there were many of them, but in reality, there were only two of them. Hong Tianxia, Hong Wang. Finally, Lin Ling let out a cold laugh. As expected of Dong Zun Lin Ling, your sense of danger is very strong. Looks like you've experienced countless battles. On the prairie, the people who appeared were Hong Tianxia and Hong Wang. I've long heard that the Lord of the Four Pillars and Eight Pillars Hong Clan, Hong Wang, can create 10 million clones, all of which are his true body. What I've seen today is truly incredible. Lin Ling was still sitting and drinking. Looking at the densely packed crowd around him, even he couldn't help but be a little shocked. The phrase, "one man turned into an army," should be referring to King Hong. Whoosh! At the same time, Little Flame stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. However, Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "Little Flame, don't be impatient. Drink slowly." Hearing these words, Little Flame immediately sat back down. Even though he could feel the pressure of the strong and that this battle would be dangerous, he had always believed in Lin Ling's words. Dong Zun Lin Ling, the first new emperor of Xianpeng province, you are indeed extraordinarily courageous. I now recognize you as the leader of the four new emperors. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling. These people were none other than Flood King. Flood King wore a brown dragon robe and a jade crown on his head. His hands were behind his back, and the aura of the ancient Flood dynasty was extremely dense. He was an ancient figure and also a formidable hero of his generation. In Xianpeng province, he was famous. In terms of domineering aura, he was even stronger than Lord Shui Wu. Of the four ancient nations, the spirit stream Immortal Kingdom has been destroyed. All that's left are the Li Flame God dynasty and the Hong clan. It seems that the river of history can change everything. The meaning behind his words was clear. The last descendant of star-picking nation was going to disappear from this world today. The surrounding King Hong's clones all smirked, and their killing intent grew even stronger. It was no wonder he was so confident. Lin Ling was indeed strong, but he was only a fourth heaven saint while Hong Wang was a saint realm late-stage master with 10 million clones. All of these clones had the same strength, which meant that Lin Ling would have to fight 10,000 Hong Wangs. How could Lin Ling win? Lin Ling, I haven't had much contact with you, but you killed my son, Heavenly Emperor Hong. No matter what, you must die today. He felt that Lin Ling was very foolish. Although his potential was extraordinary, he shouldn't have gone out alone. That was because without experts like Lady Watermist, Lin Ling wasn't worth worrying about. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but I've been keeping an eye on you. After you left the Seven Emperors' heavens, I found out. Hong Xianxia chuckled coldly, his smile filled with anticipation and excitement. After today, the first king of East Mountain, the Dongzun of Xianpeng province, would perish, and he would be the one to witness it. Good wine, little flame. Don't eat too fast. You should leave some meat for me. Fine. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling and Little Flame were still drinking. That wisp of arrogance was fearless. Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was about to die, and yet he didn't seem to be afraid. That boldness of his made them admire him even more. However, the calmer Lin Ling seemed, the more they wanted to kill him. After all, given enough time, how could they possibly kill him? Hong Tianxia's expression was unsightly. Although he wasn't convinced, he had to admit that compared to Lin Ling, he was much weaker. At the very least, he couldn't remain calm in this situation. There's no need to get angry over a dead man. Sigh. Hong Wang waved his hand and continued to look at Lin Ling. Before you die, I want to know if you have any regrets. Perhaps you should have sided with the Hong residents and not provoked us. That way, you could have lived longer, and we could have joined forces to unify Xianpeng province. Sigh. Lin Ling was indeed a talent, but it was a pity that he was past his prime. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't moved by Hong Wang's words, and he continued to drink his wine. Gradually, Hong Wang's expression turned cold. Lin Ling was going to die, but before he died, why didn't Lin Ling say anything? This made him feel like he was punching cotton. Didn't you hear what I said? Answer me. Hong Wang's voice became louder, like thunder. Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time, shocking the starry sky. Crash! The grass on the grassland was shattered by the sound, and the broken grass floated in the sky, forming a magnificent scene. Hong Wang was obviously angry. Regret? I've never done anything that I regret in my life. Lin Ling took another sip of his wine and finally spoke. He had not spent much time with Hong Wang, but he could easily sense the man's imperious aura. You won't regret your death? Hong Wang let out a hollow laugh. His clones asked the same question, and tens of thousands of people roared at the same time. Hong Wang, you're a formidable figure. Among the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, your reputation is stronger than Senior Shui Wu's, and is on par with Senior Pu's beast. Unfortunately, a formidable figure like you has been reduced to an assassin. You only dare to kill me when I'm alone. Lin Ling stared at Hong Wang as his disdainful voice echoed in the air. He had been drinking silently, but after he spoke, his words were sharp, causing the eyes of Hong Wang to tremble. And you, Hong Tianxia, the first lord of Nanshan, a pitiful peerless genius, you don't dare to face me, so you can only rely on Hong Wang behind you. It seems like in your heart, I've become an insurmountable obstacle, a demon in your heart. Lin Ling stared at Hong Tianxia and said. You're not worthy enough. Hong Tianxia's expression instantly turned unpleasant. He wanted to see Lin Ling begging for mercy and regretting his actions. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of death. The scene he wanted to see did not happen. Instead, he was left speechless by Lin Ling's words. Indeed, Lin Ling had become a demon in his heart. In terms of strength and influence, he was no match for Lin Ling. It seems like it's impossible to see him begging for mercy before his death. This kid is quite stubborn. Forget it, just kill him. From today onward, there will be no Lin Ling in Xianpeng province. Hong Wang shook his head. He did not want to waste any more time. He was afraid that the situation would change if he dragged it on for too long. You're right. Unfortunately, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. People don't care about how despicable the process is, they only care about the result. You've fallen, and this is the result. Hong Wang, 10,000 clones. Hong Wang took a step forward. His 10,000 clones unleashed a terrifying aura, causing a storm to appear on the grassland. The strength of the 8 pillars Hong Wang was indeed terrifying. At the same time, Xiao Yan stood up, his fighting spirit soaring. Facing tens of thousands of Saint Realm Mastery Masters, it was obviously a battle to the death. However, he and Lin Ling had fought tens of thousands of battles, risking their lives many times, so what was there to be afraid of? Xiao Yan, sit down and drink. However, Lin Ling shouted coldly. His words caused Xiao Yan's eyes to narrow. Drinking at this time? Starry sky, grassland, good wine, life, Xiao Yan, take this. Chapter 1601. Bai Yun Tiandi had made her move. Kill. Hong Wang could not help but admit that Lin Ling's boldness was great. He looked like an emperor who ruled over everything. What are you doing? At this time, white clouds floated over from the starry sky. An ethereal aura swept over, and a woman in white appeared in front of Lin Ling. This woman's skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was not particularly stunning. However, her simple white clothes and snow-like skin gave people a very comfortable feeling. Most importantly, her aura was not strong, but it gave people a feeling that she could not be underestimated. Shifang Wu Sheng. Hong Wang's expression changed, and his 10,000 doppelgangers all stopped in their tracks. Bai Yun Tiandi. Hong Wang's expression also changed. Bai Yun Tiandi was very rare in the 7 Emperors' heavens. However, as long as one had cultivated for a few years in the 7 Emperors' heavens, they would all know of such a character. This was an arrogant female emperor. She would not even bother to take up the position given by the 7 emperors. And now, such a character was actually helping Lin Ling? Hong Wang subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. He saw that Lin Ling was still drinking, and his actions were as smooth as flowing water, giving him a strong sense of mockery. He, Hong Wang, had come to kill Lin Ling. He had thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling actually had Bai Yun Tiandi's support? Kill Hong Wang. Lin Ling's expression was very calm as he said indifferently. My deal with you is only about teaching you martial arts. Everything else should be outside of the deal. Moreover, you also said that this world is fair. If you want something, then you have to pay the price. Bai Yun Tiandi did not speak, but spoke proudly. At this moment, she felt a little refreshed, as if she wanted to see Lin Ling's face when he needed her help. Their relationship isn't as good as I thought. Hong Tianxia's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly said, Bai Yun Tiandi, if you don't interfere in today's matter, my Hong estate will owe you a favor. From today onwards, I'll do anything for you. This was his only chance to kill Lin Ling, as long as Bai Yun Tiandi left. I, King Hong, am the same. Hong Wang also knew the importance of opportunities. He did not believe that the great Bai Yun Tiandi would listen to Lin Ling, because he could also do what Lin Ling could do. What right did Lin Ling have to make Bai Yun Tiandi help him? He, you were so mighty before and asked me what I thought. Now, you don't dare to be arrogant and can only humbly recruit my people? Hearing Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia's words, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. His words were filled with mockery, causing Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia's faces to turn ugly. Before, they had indeed spoken too much nonsense. They hadn't even killed Lin Ling, and now they actually asked Lin Ling if he regretted it. Such a question was no different from slapping their own faces. Your people? Do you think Baiyun Tiandi is your subordinate? The great Baiyun Tiandi, whose name shakes the world of emperors, what qualifications do you, Lin Ling, have to recruit others? That's right, I, Hong Tianxia, also don't believe that the arrogant Baiyun Tiandi is Lin Ling's subordinate. Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia spoke again, their words filled with provocation. As long as Baiyun Tiandi had any pride in his heart, he would definitely flick his sleeves and leave. After all, how could a great heavenly emperor be Lin Ling's subordinate? Baiyun Tiandi frowned. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He clearly had a favor to ask of her, but he didn't lower his noble head. Baiyun Tiandi, whatever Lin Ling can do, I can do. Hong Wang spoke again. As he saw Baiyun Tiandi hesitate, a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Humph, this is your problem. You can solve it yourselves. Baiyun Tiandi glanced at Lin Ling and coldly snorted, preparing not to interfere in this matter. But her words caused Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia to laugh. Did I say you could leave? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to know how arrogant Baiyun Tiandi was. Instead, he indifferently spoke. This fellow. Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia sneered in their hearts, almost laughing out loud. Lin Ling still refused to lower his head. Moreover, his words were like Baiyun Tiandi's, unable to see through himself. Baiyun Tiandi also gritted her teeth. She didn't hear wrong, right? At this moment, if she left, Lin Ling would definitely die. After all, Hong Wang was a mastery Saint Rudiment realm expert with tens of thousands of clones. However, Lin Ling still didn't beg her. Not only that, his words were still arrogant, as if he was ordering her to leave. Even she felt displeased when she heard such words. Go die. Baiyun Tiandi's temper had always been fiery. She immediately turned and left. You control the Avalon of 5 elements because you want to use those ancient flames to stimulate your immortal physique and cultivate. However, I have a method that is more effective than the Avalon of 5 elements flames. However, just as Baiyun Tiandi took a few steps, Lin Ling's indifferent laughter sounded, causing Baiyun Tiandi's eyes to narrow. Nonsense. You're just a Saint Rudiment realm expert, how could you have such a divine ability? Then, get lost. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to explain and continued drinking. This kind of attitude was simply too arrogant. In the face of imminent disaster, he still dared to speak like this to Baiyun Tiandi, telling her to get lost. Even Hong Wang and Hong Wang's eyes widened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Baiyun Tiandi gritted her teeth. She had roamed the mortal world for so many years, but this was the first time she met such an arrogant junior. She wanted to leave immediately, but hesitated. This was because this wasn't the first time she had seen Lin Ling's mysteriousness. Now that Lin Ling was so confident, could it be that he really had a way to improve her talent? One had to know that the ancient flames of the Avalon of 5 elements could improve her talent, but there was also a bottleneck. She needed a stronger flame to improve her talent. You're not lying to me, right? Baiyun Tiandi frowned and said. She trusted Lin Ling a little, but Lin Ling's strength was indeed not strong. This made her skeptical. You're not qualified for me to lie to you. If you want to improve your strength, then kill Hong Wang. If not, then get lost. Lin Ling's words were still arrogant, and his heart was full of disdain. He could be considered to have helped Baiyun Tiandi. Although that was a deal, if it was Lin Ling, he would make a deal with the weak. If the weak encountered trouble, as long as it was a small matter, he would help. You're the most arrogant person I've ever met. Baiyun Tiandi gritted her teeth in anger and looked at Hong Wang. No matter what, she had finally decided to make a move. This damned Lin Ling, his strength was obviously not strong, but he had repeatedly taken advantage of her. Baiyun Tiandi, you really want to kill me? Hong Wang didn't have the appearance of a fierce and ruthless person from before. His mouth was wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Lin Ling used such a tone to speak to an expert. Not only was the expert not angry, but she still helped Lin Ling. How could he feel balanced? How can this be? Hong Xianxia was also in a bad mood. This unfair treatment made him extremely jealous. Lin Ling faintly smiled as he looked at Hong Wang and Hong Xianxia. Before I die, I want to know if you have any regrets. Perhaps you shouldn't have provoked me. If that's the case, you can live longer. After speaking, he calmly drank a mouthful of wine. And these words were spoken by Hong Wang before. Now the situation had changed, and Lin Ling was the one who said it. Lin Ling controlled Hong Wang's life and death. A fierce and ruthless person, how sad. Then, Lin Ling shook his head. In his eyes, Hong Wang was a hero past his prime. Lin Ling. Chapter 1602. Unbounded Fire Dragon King, 10 million doppelgangers are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, in front of me, this kind of strength is still too weak. Baiyun Tiandi said indifferently. Her graceful figure floated away. Clouds and mist drifted. She actually also created 10 million doppelgangers. Each one was as mysterious as the clouds. Rumble. Without seeing how she attacked, Flood King's doppelgangers began to explode on the prairie. Flood King kept vomiting blood, his face filled with fear. A powerhouse with the title of Celestial Emperor was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling, how about we let today's matter go? Flood King said anxiously. For the first time, he felt that death was so close. Offending the top Celestial Emperor of the human world, even if he was the hero of Xianpeng province, he would still fall. Do you think it's possible? How could Lin Ling let a tiger return to the mountain? He directly refused. Big brother is still the best. No wonder he let me sit down and drink. Little Flame touched his bald head. His eyes were filled with worship. Drinking wine while watching a hero of a generation fall. Who in the world could do that? Rumble. The Celestial Emperor attacked. His strength was shocking. Flood King could only retreat. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Flood King's doppelgangers were different from the Ninely Holy Mother. Flood King's doppelgangers were all real. There was no distinction between doppelgangers and the original body. If he wanted to break this mysterious martial art, he had to break it all. It could be said that there was no weakness. If not for Baiyun Tiandi being nearby, Lin Ling would have fallen here today. This martial art is powerful. Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded, Your Majesty, the next realm of the Fiend God Overlord body has this power. Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but be shocked. Looking at the prairie again, it was a mess. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. Flood King had already fallen. This made Lin Ling sigh softly. 8 pillars had died in front of him. One had to know that in the past, the 8 pillars were like a big block that he could never cross. As for Hong Xianxia, he stood there trembling and shaking his head. How could this be? Today, he had come to kill Lin Ling, and he had to kill him no matter what. However, who would have thought that when he took this step, what awaited him was death? Baiyun Tiandi, you cannot kill me. I am the disciple of the 7 emperors. The 7 emperors' world does not allow the killing of disciples. Hong Xianxia shouted anxiously. Then why did you come to kill me? At this moment, Lin Ling stood up. His words caused Hong Xianxia's expression to stiffen. He was unable to reply. Leave this guy to me. Then, Lin Ling walked out step by step. The corners of his mouth curled up. On his left hand, a scorching flame spread out. Right now, he couldn't use the tyrannical song sword because it was on the verge of collapse. However, it wasn't difficult for him to kill Hong Xianxia. Alright, Lin Ling, I'll fight you. Life and death are up to fate. Hong Tianxia's eyes were filled with determination. Facing Lin Ling was better than facing Bai Yun Tiandi. If I win this battle, can I leave? Hong Tianxia asked again. At the same time, he looked at Bai Yun Tiandi. You don't have to look at her. As long as you win, I promise to let you leave. Lin Ling smiled and spat out a sentence coldly. Your words are enough. I believe that you, Lin Ling, will do as you say. Then, let's fight to the death. Hong Tianxia sneered. He seemed to still have hope. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling. At that time, Bai Yun Tiandi wouldn't kill him. He could leave. Lin Ling was indeed powerful. However, he believed that there wasn't much difference between them. As long as he focused, he could win. Rumble. Hong Tianxia exploded with an imposing aura. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak, so he used his full strength from the beginning. Boundless, Fire Dragon King. Lin Ling stood there calmly. Flames were burning all over his body. Origin energy appeared. Destructive and tyrannical aura roared. His long hair danced in the wind. He was so cold and determined. After he agreed to Hong Tianxia's request, he knew that Hong Tianxia would die. This was because Lin Ling's strength had increased by 30% compared to 10 days ago. Rumble. At the same time, flames suddenly appeared on the prairie. Countless fire dragon kings were roaring and sweeping towards Hong Tianxia from all directions. He narrowed his eyes. He didn't see Lin Ling make a move. Where did these fire dragon kings come from? Moreover, these fire dragon kings gave him great pressure. This kind of flame seemed to only appear on the wall of fire in the Avalon of 5 elements. You've reached the greater mastery of sacred martial arts. Hong Tianxia suddenly thought of something. His face turned pale and he even regretted it. He didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase again in such a short period of time. Fire has never been extinguished. Heaven and earth are immortal, so fire can be born in the void. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After he reached the greater mastery of sacred martial arts, he comprehended the boundless fire dragon king. He could release flames in any corner. Those flames seemed to have never been extinguished. I admit defeat. Hong Tianxia shouted anxiously. His face turned even paler. You have to die even if you admit defeat. Lin Ling turned and left. Rumble. The flames on the prairie exploded like the most ancient flames. They exploded and burned the void. The number 1 Lord of Nanshan fell in one move. In the endless flames, Hong Tianxia uttered the last words of his life. He finally realized why he provoked Lin Ling. If he hadn't made that choice, he would still be one of the new emperors of Xianpeng province. Unfortunately, he didn't want to be a new emperor. He wanted to be the number 1 emperor in Xianpeng province. Unfortunately, greed killed him. In the face of an unknown enemy, he shouldn't have made a move without 100% success rate. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. There were no ifs in this world. Lin Ling walked back and said to Little Flame with a smile, "Let's go. Big brother, you're amazing." Little Flame immediately laughed. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. If anyone dared to assassinate him at this time, they wouldn't be able to return alive. Bai Yun Tiandi didn't say anything. She followed Lin Ling as if the previous incident had nothing to do with her. Obviously, at her level, other than the experts of the mortal world, everyone else was like an ant. The 3 of them once again arrived at the Avalon of 5 elements. As Lin Ling gazed at the ancient city walls, the nostalgia in his eyes intensified. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen the legendary man who had reached the pinnacle of the human world. Since I started learning martial arts, my life has been colorful. There have been laughter and tears, blood and sweat. I've lived a carefree life. However, compared to the legendary man, I'm still far behind. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He seemed to see the ancient city wall being built up step by step in the hands of the man. He was sure that the man had grown from an insignificant existence to the most legendary figure in the world. His life must be endlessly exciting. This made Lin Ling feel a sense of admiration for that man. This was also the first time in his life that he had admired someone. Chapter 1603. Arriving at the fire tribe, he controls the Avalon of fire. Why is he stronger than me? Bai Yun Tiandi was shocked. She felt that this arrogant junior was indeed capable. In the sky, the fire dragon king roared. Its power was many times stronger than Lin Ling's fire martial Wei. Bai Yun Tiandi was shocked again. She had learned how to control the Avalon of 5 elements, but in terms of control, she couldn't compare to Lin Ling. This caused her to feel a sense of defeat. As a celestial emperor, other than celestial emperors of the same level, she didn't care about anyone else. But now, a man who had the title of celestial emperor but didn't have the strength to make her admire him for the first time. Rumble. At the same time, the wall of fire rushed into Lin Ling's body like a tide. Are you crazy? Those flames can burn Wu Sheng. Bai Yun Tiandi was shocked and subconsciously retreated. What are you shocked about? You want to improve your immortal body, so the ancient flames you need can't be weak. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. The flames enveloped Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was safe and sound. These ancient flames were not considered high-level flames, but they had been around for too long. Their quality was not high, but their quantity was terrifying. However, Lin Ling was unscathed in the face of such terrifying flames. Bai Yun Tiandi's beautiful eyes narrowed. She felt that this junior Lin Ling was too mysterious. Only Lin Ling knew that he had the flames of Styx. Unless it was one of the top 10 flames in the world, other flames couldn't hurt him. Moreover, he could absorb those flames for his own use. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the ancient iron blood wall dimmed and the flames disappeared. Lin Ling's soul had accumulated a large amount of terrifying flames. If they exploded, it would be a disaster. Unfortunately, although Lin Ling had devoured these flames, it was difficult for him to use them. The main reason was that his physical body was too weak. However, it wasn't difficult to improve Bai Yun Tiandi's talent. Let's go. We'll go to Xianhuang Dayu. On the way, I'll help you improve your immortal body. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. Bai Yun Tiandi's body trembled and she nodded with joy. If the flames from before were used to stimulate her talent, who knew what realm her talent would reach? The white cloud heavenly emperor snorted. You want me to be your bodyguard, don't you? This is the opportunity I'm giving you. Lin Ling stopped and smiled at Bai Yun Tiandi. That sentence made Bai Yun Tiandi gnash her teeth. She was the heavenly emperor, and she was protecting someone. Not only was Lin Ling ungrateful, he even gave her the opportunity. Damn it! Lin Ling, I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Lin Ling was on his way to Xianhuang Dayu, he met the 9 spirits of heaven. The 9 spirits of heaven had agreed to go with Lin Ling when he was at the 7 emperors' heaven. To them, going out with Lin Ling to train might be an opportunity to improve their strength. Sorry, I'm late. Lin Ling walked over with a smile. The purpose of this trip to Xianhuang Dayu was to bring the Fire Spirit Princess to the rainforest sacred ground. It's okay, I've only waited for a day. The 9 spirits of heaven smiled and shook their heads. Their eyes fell behind Lin Ling, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Bai Yun Tiandi is also here? Bodyguard. Lin Ling nodded. Behind them, Bai Yun Tiandi gritted her teeth again. After she was done with Lin Ling, she swore that she would teach this guy a lesson. You're amazing. The 9 spirits of heaven smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Lin Ling was probably the only person in the world who dared to call a heavenly emperor a bodyguard. Xianhuang Dayu Fire Tribe, 9 spirits of heaven. You should know about them. The group didn't stay for long. They directly arrived at Xianhuangdaiyu through the teleportation portal, and then flew through the sky. I've been there once, but there are many strong people there, so I only stayed there for a short while. I'm not very familiar with that place. The 9 spirits of heaven shook their heads and said. The Fire Tribe is an extremely ancient tribe in the mortal realm. Its history can be traced back thousands of miles, and the ancestor of the Fire Tribe is said to be a figure of the same level as the Realm Lord. At this time, Baiyun Tiandi said lightly, looking at Lin Ling with a touch of pride in her eyes, as if to say, "You're too inexperienced. Now you have a favor to ask of me." Lin Ling ignored those gazes. He really didn't know about this, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. A figure of the same level as the Realm Lord? Is the ancestor of the Fire Tribe still alive? Lin Ling asked in surprise. I don't know. Some people said that he's already dead, but the Fire Tribe said that he's still alive. In short, it's hard to be sure. However, the Fire Tribe's background is very terrifying. In Xianpeng Province, it's equivalent to a force above the 3-star Saint Realm. It's one of the deacons of the highest deacon palace in the mortal realm. Baiyun Tiandi said again. The highest deacon palace in the mortal realm? Lin Ling nodded. He felt that as long as it was related to the heavenly earth, each of them was an existence that couldn't be underestimated. For example, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars were only the overlords of the Xianpeng province, but the heavenly earth was the overlord of the entire mortal realm. Xianyuan, Xianpeng, and Xianhuang have some powerful forces. They're one of the deacons of the highest deacon palace in the mortal realm. If you encounter them, don't provoke them. Baiyun Tiandi said again. Her words were also to remind Lin Ling. She had to admit that she quite admired Lin Ling's character. He dared to take responsibility for his actions and was fearless, but it was easy to provoke powerful enemies like this. Thank you for reminding me. Lin Ling nodded. They crossed mountains and seas, and after 3 days, they arrived at the territory of the Fire Tribe. This place was extremely prosperous, but the style was somewhat similar to the wilderness. Moreover, there were many violent battles. Along the way, they could see violent battles. Obviously, the history of the Fire Tribe was too long. In ancient times, this huge tribe believed in strength to solve everything, which led to the passing down of the Fire Tribe. It has an ancient and wild style, but there are also luxurious buildings here. A vast city appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. They landed and walked along the road towards the big city. According to Baiyun Tiandi, the Fire Tribe was on the edge of the big city. Big brother, that city is as big as Splendid Mountain and River. Xiao Yan said curiously as he looked around. The cultivators around them weren't weak, saints were everywhere. Of course, this was normal. How could cultivators who could appear around the Fire Tribe be weak? The group then entered the city. It was majestic and sacred, surrounded by flame totems. There were many cultivators who cultivated the fire attribute martial Dao, and many cultivators from Xianyuanpeng and the Great Xianyuan territory had come to visit. It was extremely lively. Xiao Jun, I told you to stop pestering me, get out of my way. On a 100-meter wide street that was wide enough for hundreds of horses to run side by side, a tender voice called out. It was a child's voice, but it was as clear as a bell. On the street, Lin Ling and the others looked around. After Lin Ling heard this voice, he couldn't help laughing. It's really fate, I just came here and saw that naughty little girl. Chapter 1604. I'm her husband. Let's go, little flame. Let's go take a look. Lin Ling said to them. At this moment, little flame was staring at a strange banana. He was curious, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, he still followed Lin Ling. In the Fire Tribe's region, due to the high temperature, there were many strange treasures. For fire elemental warriors, this was their heaven. The street ahead was even hotter. The ground was paved with crystal rainstones, which could withstand the high temperature for a long time and prevent the ground from cracking. The buildings around the street were also built with crystals, which looked extremely luxurious. Groups of people stared at the middle of the street. These people were dressed differently from those in Xianpeng province. They were not weak, but at this moment, they were a little quiet as they watched the scene on the street with a faint smile. He saw a 5 or 6-year-old girl pouting as she walked down the street. She wore a red outfit and a pair of snakeskin boots. Her small face was like a jade carving, giving off a lively and cute feeling. Behind her, several figures followed. One of them was a 17 or 18-year-old handsome youth who was constantly trying to curry favor with her. But from the looks of it, he was pestering her. Wow, he even dares to pester the fire spirit princess. That boy has guts. Someone said softly. You have to know that in the fire clan, the fire spirit princess was everyone's princess. She was domineering and no one dared to provoke her. Yet now, that well-dressed youth was pestering her. It was shocking. Xiao Jun, I said, get lost. The fire spirit princess finally stopped. She stomped her little feet and was flustered. Hee, fire spirit princess, I only invited you to Earth Moon Mountain to watch the rainbow and admire the moon. Why do you have to reject me? The boy behind her was not discouraged and continued to smile. Obviously, he was pursuing the fire spirit princess. Although the fire spirit princess was young, everyone knew that once this little girl unleashed her full strength, she would turn into a beautiful woman. Coupled with the fire spirit princess status and talent, who among the younger generation would not want to pursue her? Moreover, many people in this world had eccentricities. They liked lively girls. And Xiao Jun was one of them. I don't like you. Get lost. Princess Hualing shouted again, pointing at Xiao Jun. If it was someone else, she would have attacked already. Unfortunately, Xiao Jun's background was not small. He was from the E race. This E race had the same history as the fire race. Most importantly, her sister Princess Wuxia always told her that in front of the E race, she could not be willful. That was why she tolerated it. As a matter of fact, she felt very wronged in her heart. Her sister was going to marry a peerless genius of the E race, but what did it have to do with her? Why should she swallow her anger? Princess Fire Spirit, your sister, the Crimson Cloud Celestial Emperor, and my cousin are a match made in heaven. In Xianhuang Dayu, you and I can cultivate our feelings from a young age. When you are 15 or 16 years old, I will marry you. Xiao Jun said with a smile. Seeing the Princess Fire Spirit's cute appearance, he was even more moved. So it's the young master of E clan. Everyone's eyes flickered. No wonder that young man was so arrogant. He dared to flirt with the Fire Spirit Princess on the street. It turned out that his background was not small. I won't like you. I already have someone in my heart. The Princess Fire Spirit said angrily. She was thinking of a way to get rid of that fly. Who doesn't know the name of the Princess Fire Spirit in Xianhuang Dayu? Who dares to marry you? Who is qualified to win your heart? Xiao Jun was not angry. He did not believe the Princess Fire Spirit's words at all. Him. The Princess Fire Spirit spoke incoherently. She was just casually looking for an excuse. She looked around and her eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at a handsome man. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the scene with a faint smile. Of course, he would not interfere in this kind of matter. The Princess Fire Spirit came from the Fire Tribe and had a strong background. He was not qualified to interfere. However, when the Princess Fire Spirit looked at him, his eyebrows twitched. He had a bad premonition. He is the one in my heart, my husband. As expected, the Princess Fire Spirit pointed at Lin Ling and said. As soon as she said this, the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi's expressions changed drastically. Since when did the Princess Fire Spirit fall in love with Lin Ling? They knew that the Princess Fire Spirit was one of the 3 myths of the human world. She was the youngest peerless genius of Champion University. Many people had tried to woo her, but they had all been rejected. On the contrary, Lin Ling had quietly won her heart. Lin Ling, I admire you. Brother, you're so strong. I wouldn't have thought that you were hiding such a secret, said the 9 spirits of heaven. Lin Ling smiled wryly. That naughty little girl, he really wanted to spank her. As expected, you came looking for me, said the Princess Fire Spirit excitedly. She walked over to Lin Ling and said sweetly, my husband, you came. She was using Lin Ling as an excuse to get rid of Xiao Jun. Who is that guy? The crowd was astonished. The youngest peerless genius of the 3 myths of the human world had a husband? Was that young man good enough for the Princess Fire Spirit? Lin Ling shook his head again helplessly. He looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and saw her begging eyes. Coupled with the strange gazes from all around, he couldn't help but laugh and said frankly, that's right, I am her husband. What? What? The crowd was astonished again. That young man was brave, he was admitting it in front of everybody. Who are you? What? Xiao Jun pulled a long face and looked ferocious. He had thought that the Princess Fire Spirit was joking, but now the truth was right in front of him. He couldn't accept it. Don't you understand? I'm the Princess Fire Spirit's husband, said Lin Ling indifferently. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the Princess Fire Spirit was begging him to help her. As a man, he couldn't back down. You. Xiao Jun hadn't thought that the young man would be so arrogant. He said in a low voice, do you know who I am? The people around noticed that Xiao Jun was angry. Of course, it was normal. He was the young master of the Yi clan, and the person he liked was taken away by someone else. Where would he put his dignity as a man? As for the young man, he was brave, but he had provoked the Yi clan. They wondered how he was going to face Xiao Jun's anger. I don't know who you are, and I'm not interested to know. I only know that when you encounter a problem, do you like to ask others who you are? Also, if you want to court the Princess Fire Spirit, please come up with something new. Do you think you can get her by pestering her shamelessly? Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. They also felt that Xiao Jun was too weak to court the Princess Fire Spirit. Enough! Xiao Jun shouted angrily, I don't know who you are, and I don't know where you came from. But now, you've angered me. His eyes were extremely cold, and the experts behind him were also filled with murderous intent. What? You want to fight because of a disagreement? Chapter 1605. Essence of the Earth, Emperor Peerless, there's no need to hesitate when dealing with you. Cripple him. Xiao Jun said indifferently. The people behind him strode forward and a tyrannical aura erupted. They were all in the early stage of the Saint Rudiment realm. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Jun's status in the Yi clan was not low. After all, not everyone could have guards in the early stage of the Saint Rudiment realm. Cripple me? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, little flame behind him pounced forward and a tyrannical demonic aura rolled out. As for the 9 spirits of heaven, the halberd behind him shot into the sky and turned into 9 spirits, suppressing the heavens and earth. The guards were all in the Saint Rudiment realm. Although there were many of them, none of them could hold their own. Hence, they were defeated very quickly. So strong? Xiao Jun's expression changed drastically. He did not expect this young man's friends to be so strong. You don't need to hesitate when dealing with me. At this moment, Lin Ling's laughter rang out. Xiao Jun's eyes narrowed and he instinctively said, I'm the 13th young master of the Yi clan. Xiao. Just as he finished speaking, a figure shot over and slapped down in the air. It was Lin Ling who had made his move. "You're courting death." Xiao Jun did not expect Lin Ling to be so overbearing and dare to touch him. The Fire Spirit Princess's eyes widened. She was helpless against Xiao Jun because the latter's background was too strong. However, she did not expect Lin Ling to attack for her. Bang! Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's slap sent Xiao Jun crashing to the ground. Even the crystal tiles on the ground cracked. One could imagine the power of that slap. The Yi clan is the deacon of the highest deacon palace in the human world. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. On the ground, Xiao Jun spat out blood and roared. Obviously, he was stunned by Lin Ling's attack. Pa! However, as soon as he finished speaking, another slap came and slammed him into the ground. I've said it before. If you want to chase after the Fire Spirit Princess, that will depend on your ability. Are you trying to prove your inferiority by mentioning your family background? Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out again, causing the surrounding people to suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was ruthless enough, he dared to hit someone from Yi clan even though he knew they were from Yi clan. Xiao Jun was also extremely surprised. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond imagination. Pa! At this moment, the sound of footsteps rang out. In Xiao Jun's eyes, Lin Ling walked over slowly with a faint smile on his face as if a friend had come to visit him. Of course, at this moment, he didn't think that Lin Ling treated him as a friend. What do you want to do? Xiao Jun's face paled slightly. His family background, which had everything going for it, seemed to be of no use at this moment. I quite like people like that because it saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Ling looked down at him and said with a smile, "Do you want that thing between your legs?" What do you want to do? Xiao Jun's voice was somewhat incoherent. Lin Ling was more violent and ruthless than he had imagined. Kowtow 3 times and swear that you will never pester the Fire Spirit Princess again. Then get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind making you unable to touch women forever. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile was even colder and more domineering. Using his family background to suppress Lin Ling without a word. Encountering such a person, Lin Ling naturally didn't need to give any face to Lin Ling. Moreover, in Lin Ling's heart, the Fire Spirit Princess was the second dream. The second dream was being humiliated, how could he not stand up? Kowtow 3 times? You dare to make the young master of Yi clan kowtow? Xiao Jun gritted his teeth. How could he kowtow? If he kowtowed, where would his face go? I say, sir, to be so arrogant in Xianhuang Daiyu, aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded abruptly. A young man in black armor walked over with a large number of people behind him. He was tall, his long hair casually hung down to his shoulders, and he had a wisp of a wild aura. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, the ground seemed to ripple like waves with every step he took. Looking carefully, in fact, he didn't walk. It was the crystal bricks on the ground that were pushing him. Cousin. Xiao Jun seemed to have found a life-saving straw and hurriedly crawled towards the youth. Pa! However, if he dared to move, Lin Ling stepped on him, preventing him from crawling over. Moreover, he stared at the other party with a serious expression. He could sense that the other party was very powerful. So far, Lin Ling had seen such strong young people, Princess Wuxia, Baiyun Tiandi, Dugu Kong Lei from Champion University, and the young man in front of him. That young man was a cultivator of the late Saint Layer, he wasn't weak, he had D-grade talent. In terms of strength, he was definitely stronger than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Piece of trash! Shouted the armored young man furiously. Then, he said indifferently, Your Excellency, I'm from the Yi clan, you don't have the right to teach me a lesson. His voice was extremely dignified, and his eyes were filled with murder. Lin Ling, that's Emperor Peerless. He's extremely strong. He's famous in Champion University," whispered the Fire Spirit Princess. She could sense that things were getting more and more troublesome. Even Emperor Peerless had come. Even though she was the youngest Peerless genius, it didn't mean she was the strongest. Emperor Peerless, the son of the E-clan's Earth Spirit? The crowd was astonished. As cultivators from Xianhuangdao, they knew about him. According to legends, he was a cultivator of the Earth Spirit. He was a peerless genius of the E-clan, just like the Fire Spirit Princess. The most important thing was that he had just become a disciple of the human world and had immediately become a celestial emperor. That was rare in Champion University. "I've heard that Princess Wuxia from the Fire Clan is going to get married to someone else. It seems like that person is Emperor Peerless," said someone else. Many people looked at him in awe. He was a peerless genius. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Transformed from the essence of the earth? It meant that that person was extremely strong. No wonder he was a celestial emperor. "Lin Ling, he's famous in the world of great emperors," said Xianyuan Jiuhun in a low voice. Lin Ling nodded again. Xianyuan Jiuhun was stronger than Lin Ling. At the very least, Lin Ling hadn't entered the world of emperors yet. But the arrow was already on the bow, he had no choice. Could Lin Ling admit defeat? Could he give the Fire Spirit Princess away? Lin Ling could not help but look at Princess Huling. He saw that the usually mischievous little girl was very quiet at this moment. She seemed a little uneasy. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry. Leave this to me." This sentence made the Fire Spirit Princess reveal a sweet smile and nod heavily. "Indeed, but your people are harassing my little girl. As a man, I don't think I should tolerate that. Could it be that in your heart, people from the E-clan can harass and humiliate people as they wish? The world is vast, the E-clan doesn't represent everything. All right." After that, Lin Ling smiled and looked at Emperor Peerless. "As a man, you can't tolerate that. But in this world, some things are more important than dignity, for example, your life. Besides, the E-clan doesn't represent everything, but we can control everything," said Xiao Wushuang indifferently. He wasn't very handsome, his skin was dark, and he looked ordinary. However, nobody dared underestimate him because of his qi. Chapter 1606. An intense battle. "Thank you for your reminder, but to me, if I can give up my dignity, then I'm just a walking corpse." Lin Ling shrugged, his eyes glinting with sharpness. "Lowly commoners are walking corpses." Xiao Wushuang's face turned even colder. He didn't expect this nameless guy to refute him. "You're tough, but I can tell you that in Xianhuangdao, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Lowly commoners should have the awareness of lowly commoners. You said you want my cousin to kowtow to you, then you can try." As soon as he finished speaking, the earth trembled, and the origin energy roared, forming a terrifying sandstorm lion. Dang dang dang. Many people's faces changed as they frantically retreated. Xiao Jun was an 8th stage saint, and his origin energy was extremely powerful. Roar. In the ancient city, the sandstorm lion was galloping and roaring. It pounced towards Lin Ling, wanting to drown him. Lowly commoners will always be lowly commoners. Xiao Wushuang's cold snort came from the sandstorm lion. He, Emperor Peerless, had dignity, how could a lowly commoner offend him? Go to hell, I, Xiao Jun, am unrivaled in Xianpeng province. Even if the 5 heavenly kings see me, they will take a detour. Who do you think you are? Xiao Jun sneered from the ground. That arrogant youth should be dead by now. The sandstorm blocked everyone's vision. They were all shocked at Xiao Wushuang's ability to control the earth. He was indeed the essence of the earth. You keep calling me a lowly commoner. To be honest, if you're not the essence of the earth, you're nothing. However, at this moment, the flames began to boil. The void, the sky, and the earth were all burning. Roar! The fire dragon king roared and actually rushed out from the sandstorm, burning the sandstorm. Then, a blue-robed youth quietly appeared. At this moment, he was like a flame god. What? He broke Xiao Wushuang's origin energy? In the distance, many ancient martial artists gasped. Xiao Wushuang was the essence of the earth, and he was born with the ability to control the earth and sandstorm. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was more powerful than ordinary people, but now, a nameless youth had broken his origin energy? Great success of the holy mark martial arts. Xiao Wushuang frowned as well. Obviously, he had underestimated Lin Ling. And at this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling appeared in front of Xiao Jun, causing Xiao Jun's countenance to turn pale. His elder cousin's technique was broken by this young man? Teasing others, pestering them, and immediately killing them after being interrupted. Are these the people of the Yi clan? Lin Ling looked down from above, staring at Xiao Jundao on the ground. His leg was also raised high, as if it was a giant axe that could split the heavens and earth apart. You dare? At this time, Xiao Wushuang let out a cold voice. He sensed that Lin Ling wanted to kill Xiao Jun. Ridiculous. Lin Ling sneered. In the beginning, he didn't think of killing Xiao Jun. Although Xiao Jun had sent his subordinates to kill him, he wasn't so ruthless after defeating those subordinates. The reason was that Xiao Jun's strength was too weak. Lin Ling didn't like to bully the weak. But now, he wanted to kill. Calling him a lowly commoner, then let's see how noble this Yi clan's bloodline is. Moreover, Xiao Wushuang killed him without a word, how could he hold back? I can tell you, if you dare to kill him, you definitely can't leave this place. Xiao Wushuang's expression became more and more ugly, the sandstorm behind him roaring. You don't need to worry about that. Lin Ling didn't even look at him, his right foot stomping down heavily. Boom! The ground split open, sparkling crystals sputtering in all directions. Between the ground and Lin Ling's foot, flesh and blood splattered. Xiao Jun was stomped to death alive. Even before he died, his mind was blank. Clearly, he didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to kill him, and even more didn't think that he would die here today. I don't dare. The entire street was silent, only Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifting out. A fierce dragon didn't cross the river, a strong dragon couldn't fight a local snake. Xiao Wushuang was a reputable figure in Xianhuang Dayu, a powerful presence like the local snake. In the world of monarchs, many heaven monarchs would not dare to act recklessly, but Lin Ling had made his move, shocking the crowd. Your cultivation isn't high, but your martial talent is impressive. You can be considered half a peerless genius. You will surely achieve something in the future. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have interfered. Xiao Wushuang said in a cold voice with a twisted expression. I've already interfered even if I don't want to, so what are you planning to do? Lin Ling stared at Xiao Wushuang and said with a smile, as if he had no idea what Xiao Wushuang represented. I've only underestimated you before, so you were able to take advantage of me. Do you really think a lowly commoner like you can stop me? The sandstorm lion behind Xiao Wushuang gathered once again, as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. Enough with the nonsense, if you want to kill me, bring it on. Lin Ling let out a hollow laugh and snapped furiously. He kept calling Xiao Wushuang a lowly commoner, he could not wait to see how powerful this noble genius that was formed by the essence of the heavens and earth was. Roll, sand, devour. Xiao Wushuang said in a deep voice. He reached out his right hand and clenched his fist. Rumble. Above the ground, endless sandstorms appeared. The seemingly tiny grains of sand contained a terrifying force that could crush everything. The reason being that the grains of sand were the origin sand, the first sand of the heavens and earth. Misty clouds. Just as the two sides were about to draw their swords, a white cloud mysteriously floated out. It seemed ethereal and formless, but it was extremely tough. It actually formed a large area of clouds that enveloped Lin Ling. Finally, it turned into an ancient cloud palm that collided with the sandstorm lion. Rumble. On one side was a cloud, while on the other was a sandstorm. The cloud carried the rain, while the sand devoured the rain. The clash between the two sides shook the heavens and earth. Even from 10,000 li away, the cultivators could see the clash between the two extreme forces in the ancient city. It was a shocking sight. Pop pop pop. Meanwhile, in the ancient city, the entire street was rolling as the force swept across it, causing it to flip in the sky. Even the crystal street has been overturned. What a terrifying force. Is this the power of an emperor? In the ancient city, the ancient cultivators were all startled. The experts of the heaven and earth emperor's world were indeed terrifying. The power of clouds is so strong. Among the three legends of the mortal world, I vaguely remember that the spacetime emperor of the seven emperors' heaven had this kind of power. The killing cloud emperor of the ancient immortal platform also had this kind of power. However, in terms of the purest power of clouds and rain, it should be Baiyun Tiandi of the seven emperors' heaven. At this time, a majestic voice spread out. Under countless gazes, the fiery clouds in the sky arrived. A fiery red robe stepped on the clouds, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Princess Fire Cloud. Seeing the symbol of the fiery clouds, many people cried out in surprise. Another emperor had arrived, and their intuition told them that Princess Fire Cloud would help Emperor Peerless. Chi chi chi. At the same time, under the clouds and rain, a woman in white also appeared. She looked ordinary, but in the rain, this woman had a different kind of beauty. She was Baiyun Tiandi. Chapter 1607. The Emperor of the Hua clan. I've long heard of Baiyun Tiandi's arrogance. Now that I've seen it, it's truly extraordinary. Emperor Peerless said coldly. His confrontation with Baiyun Tiandi did not seem to have an advantage. Princess Wuxia also descended from the sky. The scene was in an uproar. Several celestial emperors had descended. Their battle prowess was astonishing. Everyone was excited and looked forward to a fierce battle. You keep calling me a lowly commoner. You said you would kill me. Why am I still alive? At this time, a disdainful voice was heard. Many people looked over and saw Lin Ling standing there. His robe was fluttering in the wind. He was fearless. This guy is so bold. He actually made Baiyun Tiandi help him. Many people could see the situation and were shocked. They were surprised by the arrival of the celestial emperors and forgot about the mysterious youth. As for Heavenly Emperor Peerless, his complexion became even uglier. He didn't manage to kill Lin Ling and lost a bit of face. This caused his previous words to be somewhat ironic. I couldn't kill him before, but I can now. Emperor Peerless looked at Princess Wuxia and said again. His meaning was obvious. He and Princess Wuxia would join hands to kill Lin Ling, is that so? How about I join too? At this time, a voice suddenly floated up. The heavenly halberd divided into 9 halberds. They soared in the sky with an unparalleled domineering aura. In the eyes of the crowd, 9 generals of heaven and earth appeared in the sky. They held heavenly halberds in their hands. 9 spirits of heaven. Princess Wuxia's face changed slightly. The 9 spirits of heaven were mysterious characters. They did not seem to have the title of Celestial Emperor. However, in the world of Celestial Emperors, this short youth's strength was hidden very deeply. It seemed that there was a strong reliance in his bloodline. In a life and death situation, he would soul transform and fight against the Celestial Emperors. Not many people knew about this matter. However, Princess Wuxia was lucky enough to know about it from a Celestial Emperor. This was because that Celestial Emperor had tried to take action against the 9 spirits of heaven but failed. Princess Wuxia couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She didn't think that Lin Ling would have such charisma that two celestial emperors would fight for him. Sister, it's not like that. At this moment, Princess Fire Spirit shouted anxiously. She did not expect this matter to become more and more sensational. Shut up. Father has told you not to be willful and unruly. Look at yourself. Princess Wuxia reprimanded. She knew that today's incident was caused by Princess Huling. I'm not being willful. Princess Fire Spirit instantly lowered her head in grievance. Her large eyes were moist. She wasn't in the wrong. It was Xiao Jun who kept pestering her. That's enough. You saw your sister being molested by others. As her sister, you were indifferent. You didn't even think about protecting her. Now that something has happened, you don't blame others. Instead, you reprimand your sister. Are your eyes a dog's eyes? Seeing Princess Huling's appearance, Lin Ling's heart was filled with anger. This is my fire tribe's matter. What qualifications do you have to speak? Also, who told you to come to my fire tribe and cause trouble? Lin Ling, don't think that because you're favored by the 7 emperors, I won't dare to do anything to you. Princess Wuxia angrily shouted. Lin Ling actually reprimanded her. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling? The crowd was surprised. Lin Ling's name was quite famous in the mortal realm, especially in Xianhuang Dayu. There weren't many people who didn't know about him because not long ago, Lin Ling had killed 2 of the 5 heavenly kings. So it's Lin Ling from the 7 emperors. No wonder he's so arrogant. Emperor Peerless was also staring at Lin Ling, but he didn't care because in the mortal realm, there were many strong disciples. Lin Ling was just a disciple who had made some achievements. I'm causing trouble? Said Lin Ling laughing loudly. His laughter shook the firmament. Your sister is being molested by others and I came to help her. You say I'm causing trouble? As her sister, you can't do that, but I helped you, and you say I'm causing trouble? Princess Wuxia, you're a cultivator and you can't even protect your own family. What makes you think you're qualified to be Princess Huling's sister? Let me tell you, even if the champion of Champion University dares to bully the Fire Spirit Princess, I'll still fight him. Boom! The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling was insane. But many cultivators admired him. He was a real cultivator. He didn't fear the heaven and earth. Many people looked at Princess Wuxia disdainfully. Indeed, when Princess Wuxia saw her sister being molested by others, she didn't want to help, but now she was speaking up for an outsider. But I understand why you're doing this. I've heard that you're married to someone from the Yi clan, so you don't want to offend them. You're a selfish, ugly sister. You're sacrificing your sister for your own future. You even told your sister to be patient when she meets people from the Yi clan. If I were Princess Huling, I'd slap her 3 times. Lin Ling laughed loudly once more, magnanimous. Even if the celestial the arch disliked him, he was not afraid. You. Princess Firecloud's face was cold. Lin Ling's words were true. She had a marriage alliance with the Yi clan. The other party was an unparalleled genius in the Xianhuang domain. When the 2 of them were together, they were a match made in heaven. It was also a beautiful story in the human world. That was why she asked the Fire Spirit Princess to endure the Yi clan. What about me? For your own future, you've wronged your sister. Only a bitch like you would do that. But if I'm not wrong, your future husband is Emperor Peerless. You're really a snake and a rat from the same nest. Lin Ling laughed again. He scolded Princess Wuxia. Many people couldn't help but laugh. According to Lin Ling's words, Princess Firecloud was indeed very cheap. In order to form a marriage alliance with the Yi clan, she actually lowered herself. Most importantly, it was fine if she was cheap, but she even made Princess Firecloud lower herself. I'm going to kill you. Princess Wuxia couldn't hold back her killing intent. As for Emperor Peerless, he couldn't hold back his killing intent either. Seeing this, Baiyun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven looked at each other and sneered. They weren't afraid to fight, but they were happy. Lin Ling had said what they didn't dare to say. Don't tell me you haven't lost enough face in front of the world. At this time, there was a volcano roaring in the distance. The flames of Luding and Lubing were burning like the most ancient divine flames in the world. Obviously, the matter here had attracted the attention of the big shots of the Fire Tribe. Fire Tribe Emperor. Many people began to tremble with fear. What a strong pressure. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Even if he hid the divine flames of the underworld, he found it difficult to breathe at this moment. The flames in his body seemed to be out of control. Obviously, the person who spoke was very strong. His martial arts of fire had reached the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, Lin Ling guessed that in terms of talent, the other party was still weaker than him. The reason why he felt pressured was because the other party's cultivation realm was too much higher than his. You're Lin Ling. What's your purpose here? At this time, a vast voice spoke to Lin Ling. I have an agreement with Princess Hu Ling. I'll bring her to the sacred rainforest for a walk. Lin Ling thought for a while and said lightly. No, what do you think the Fire Tribe is? Do you think you can take away a princess just because you want to? Chapter 1608. Invited, we can reach an agreement. As long as Princess Hu Ling goes out with me, I can help the Fire Tribe with one thing. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He was not in awe of the ancient figures in the human world. What a joke. The Fire Tribe has a history of 10,000 years. We can get anything we want. What can a junior like you do for the Fire Tribe? The voice in the sky was filled with disdain. You can't see yourself clearly. Do you think you are one of the 7 emperors? Princess Wuxia said with a mocking smile. If it was one of the 7 emperors who said such words, the Hu tribe would hesitate. After all, the 7 emperors were very strong and had many treasures. Maybe the Hu tribe would be interested in some of the treasures. However, Lin Ling was the one who said such words. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. It was undeniable that Lin Ling dared to take responsibility for his actions. He had the spirit of a warrior. However, he seemed to have overestimated himself. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice the crowd's laughter. He said faintly, I can make Princess Hu Ling's talent reach the heaven rank. Silence. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world became silent. Talent was innate. Although it could be improved, it was obviously very slow. Many people would not be able to improve their talent even once in their lifetime. However, to be able to improve one's talent by 1 grade was enough to make a warrior excited for his entire life. This was because the increase in one's talent could be exchanged for several times more combat power. Princess Hu Ling's talent was at the earth rank and her speed of improvement was very slow. It was difficult to determine if she could reach the heaven rank. However, Lin Ling said that he could do it. What? Princess Wuxia's expression changed drastically. She knew what the heaven rank talent meant. At their level, it was even more difficult to improve their talent. As for the heaven rank, it was unimaginable. Even the ancient voice was shocked. This was because he could not do it. What makes you think you can do it? Because of this. Lin Ling walked towards Princess Hu Ling. Then, he patted her back. The ancient flames from the Avalon of 5 elements surged into Princess Hu Ling's body and formed a mysterious force. It crazily improved Princess Hu Ling's talent. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the burning clouds appeared. Princess Hu Ling's nihility devouring flame was getting bigger. Earth rank 8. In the sky, the ancient voice was also shocked. The fire spirit princess's talent wasn't weak. She was earth rank level 5 at the beginning, and after a few years of improvement, she reached Earth rank level 7. According to the Fire Tribe's guess, the Fire Spirit Princess should be able to reach Earth rank level 8 when she was around 15 years old. If this continued, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the Heaven rank. Bastard, you! Princess Fire Spirit was also pleasantly surprised. She sensed an endless stream of ancient flames surging into her body. These ancient flames did not seem to exist in the present, but only existed 10,000 years ago. The heavens and heaven and earth. Is that enough? Lin Hua flame you flame news nation is. His words were like a silent slap to the face of Princess Fire Cloud and the Fire Tribe. Aren't you all omnipotent? Hua 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 fire. The sky remained silent. Although they knew that Lin Ling was mocking the fire race couldn't care less. Lin Ling could increase the talent of the fire race. This was the fire race's lucky star. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick to burn, I'm currently at Earth rank 8. If I also improve, then I'll be even closer to Heaven rank. Even Princess Wuxia was excited. She looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. She subconsciously opened her mouth and said, "If it's my talent, can you also improve it?" It was common knowledge that the younger one was, the better it would be to improve one's talent. The older one was, the harder it would be to improve. Aren't you mocking me? Lin Ling didn't answer and simply said, "This." Princess Firecloud was once again slapped by Lin Ling. Before, she was laughing so loudly, but now, she was humbly asking Lin Ling. How ironic was this situation? I was wrong before, I shouldn't have looked down on you. Princess Firecloud clenched her teeth and quickly apologized. Princess Firecloud, aren't you a heavenly emperor? Isn't your fire tribe omnipotent? Now you're apologizing? Lin Ling's mocking laughter was even more intense. However, he still said, although you're older, it's not difficult for you to improve to Heaven rank. Boom! As soon as these words fell, Princess Firecloud's body trembled. It was as if she had stepped into Xiandi's world. Because if her talent was improved, then she could be titled as a heavenly emperor. Why are you so excited? Did I say that I would help you? I'm not interested in bitches. However, Lin Ling sneered again. He was clearly telling Princess Firecloud that he had the chips to make her stronger, but he wouldn't help her. Hearing this, Princess Firecloud was angry, but there was nothing she could do. Alright, I can promise you that I'll let Princess Fire Spirit go with you. However, you have to help improve the talent of the Fire Tribe. At this time, the voice in the sky became more polite. Alright. Before Lin Ling came here, he had already thought about it. If he could let Princess Fire Spirit go with him, improving her talent was the only thing he could do. Then, little friend, please come to my Fire Tribe. My Fire Tribe will treat you with respect. Pass down the order to treat the guest with hospitality. In the sky, the majestic voice sounded again. I'm so envious. The Fire Tribe is an ancient race that has existed for thousands of years. Even the 5 heavenly kings have to be humble when they come here. However, Lin Ling is treated like an important guest, and the whole tribe treats him well. For the Fire Tribe, Lin Ling is their lucky star. If Lin Ling goes to other places, he won't be treated like this. The crowd discussed spiritedly. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would be treated as an important guest after making a scene in the Fire Tribe today. As for Emperor Peerless, his face was distorted. How did things turn out like this? At this moment, even if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he didn't dare to do it rashly. After that, Lin Ling and the others walked towards the Fire Tribe. Scoundrel, you are still the best. Father is the most serious. You are the first guest that he has welcomed. On the way, Princess Fire Spirit said excitedly. She was extremely naive and lively. Baiyun Tiandi and the others followed Lin Ling. They were also surprised that Lin Ling was treated with respect by the Fire tribe. One had to know that the Fire tribe was one of the highest deacons in the human world. Not many people in the human world could make them bow their heads. This guy is not strong, but he has so many secrets. Bai Yun Tiandi's eyes flashed. Lin Ling could stimulate her talent, but she didn't expect that he could also improve the talent of a fire element warrior. What was Lin Ling hiding? Everyone walked all the way, as if they had come to a world of purgatory. In the ancient mountains, all kinds of colorful flames were blooming, and what was surprising was that it was not hot here. Instead, it felt cool. As expected of the race with the strongest understanding of fire in the world. There were a large number of totems around the mountains. There were ancient ones that drilled wood to make fire, mythical ones that chased the sun to find fire, and so on. It could be seen that the Fire tribe's history was indeed very ancient. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward with Princess Fire Spirit. They passed by a tall rock mountain. Lin Ling suddenly stopped and stared at it curiously. What is that place? Chapter 1609. Talk, I don't know. It's a forbidden area of the Fire clan. According to legends, the ancestor of the Fire clan is there, but we've never seen it. Said the princess of the Fire clan. Lin Ling was disappointed. He had the feeling that the forbidden area of the Fire clan was hiding some secrets of the human world. Huo Ling, don't talk about the secrets of the Fire clan. Said Princess Wuxia at that moment. The princess of the Fire clan stuck her tongue out and didn't dare say anything. I'm talking to the princess of the Fire clan, it's none of your business. If you don't like it, piss off. Lin Ling didn't like Princess Wuxia. She was snobbish and always bullied the princess of the Fire clan because she was young. Princess Wuxia had been a proud girl of Champion University ever since she had become a celestial great emperor. She had never been humiliated like that before. But when she thought about how useful Lin Ling was, she controlled herself. Hee, I've heard about you, Princess Wuxia. You're like the Empress of Fire. It seems like you're not as famous as you seem. White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, who had been silent all this time, laughed. Her strength was on par with Princess Wuxia. Seeing Princess Wuxia suffer, she felt extremely satisfied. Hurry up, my father is waiting for us. Said Princess Wuxia. She pulled a long face and walked away. After a long time, they arrived at a valley. There were also flames here, but the temperature was extremely cool. A large number of people from the Fire tribe were already waiting there. They were wearing the style of the Fire tribe, but they were all extremely strong. Each and every one of them was an outstanding cultivator of the fire element. A tall and sturdy man was standing in front of them. He was about 40 years old and had a square face. He didn't look angry. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. That was the Emperor of the Fire clan. He was one of the 3 greatest legends of the human world. That guy is extremely strong. Lin Ling was shocked. Even with his current strength, he couldn't see through the man. This was the strongest person Lin Ling had seen so far. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others also looked a little serious. Was this the strength of the mortal realm's giants? I've long heard of little friend Lin Ling's fame. Now that I've seen you today, you're truly a peerless talent. You really didn't disappoint. After seeing Lin Ling, the Fire tribe monarch laughed out loud. His voice was heroic and gave people a feeling that he was very straightforward. With this sentence, Lin Ling's impression of him had improved by quite a bit. Men, welcome the important guests. The king of the Fire tribe obviously valued Lin Ling a lot. He waved his hand. Bang bang bang. In the valley, the fire drum sounded. With each beat, the earth shook and flames blossomed. In the sky, flames and fireworks rose into the air, forming beautiful and brilliant flowers. The fire race hasn't treated a guest like this for a long time. Lin Ling, you're the first young man to do so, said Princess Wuxia with a smile. She and Lin Ling seemed to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Their previous conflicts and grudges seemed to have disappeared. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much. He was very clear that the so-called attention meant that he was still useful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be greeted with courtesy today. Greetings, senior of the Fire Tribe. However, Lin Ling still knew how to act. Since the other party treated him with courtesy, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't put on airs. Heroes come from the young. Come, take a seat, said the Fire Tribe monarch with a smile. Then, he led the others to the square in the valley. There were already good wine and spirit fruits. Lin Ling and the others sat down. After a few conversations, the Fire Tribe monarch's generosity left a good impression on them. Here are some Fire Emperor fruits. They are a specialty of the Fire Tribe. 1 fruit every 100 years. Now, I'll give them to you, said the Fire Tribe monarch. Lin Ling and the others accepted the treasures with a smile. Especially Lin Ling, he sensed that the treasures contained the fire origin qi. It would be helpful for his cultivation. Huo Ling, you've made a good friend. There are many talented people in this world. There are actually people who are more powerful than us in the Fire Martial Dao, said the Fire Tribe monarch to Princess Huo Ling with a smile. That's for sure. Don't you know who I am? Princess Huo Ling was as innocent as ever. At this moment, she seemed to be happier than Lin Ling. The Fire Tribe monarch looked at Princess Huo Ling with affection. Then, he looked at Lin Ling deep in his eyes. Lin Ling's talent wasn't high. He seemed to be only at the 10th level of the profound realm. It was just that his body was strong. He couldn't understand where he got the ability to increase the talent of a fire martial artist. Of course, although he was curious, he wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. He was like an elder, giving people a comfortable feeling. Moreover, he had a bold personality. In just a few words, everyone became familiar with him. My Fire Tribe is a good place for cultivation. If you want to do me the honor, you can stay here for a few more days, said the Fire Tribe monarch after a long while. He didn't mention a word about Lin Ling's ability to increase talent. Lin Ling and the others replied politely. They also planned to stay here for a few more days. After all, not everyone could come to the Fire Tribe. It was night. Stars dotted the sky. The world was quiet. Father. In a quiet room in the valley, Princess Wuxia stood outside the door and said softly, "Oh, it's Wuxia. Come in." A deep voice came from inside the room. Then, the door opened. The room was extremely hot. There were flames dancing in the room. "Greetings, Father." Princess Wuxia immediately bowed. The Fire Tribe monarch was sitting cross-legged. There were flames of various colors on his body. It was as if he controlled the flames of heaven and earth. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, "How is this Lin Ling? This person is very arrogant. However, I didn't expect him to have the ability to increase talent." Princess Wuxia said bluntly. Then, she pondered for a moment. "Father, Princess Huo Ling is still young. She can increase her talent slowly. However, I'm about to compete for the title of Xian Di. I just need to increase my talent. Why don't I let Lin Ling increase my talent?" This Lin Ling came for Princess Huo Ling. You snatched her opportunity. I'm afraid that little girl is not willing to accept it, said the Fire Tribe monarch with a frown. I'm her elder sister. Logically speaking, the benefits should be obtained by my elder sister first. Furthermore, although the Fire Spirit Princess is my younger sister, she is formed from the essence of the fire of heaven and earth. To be honest, her blood relationship with me is not very strong. Princess Wuxia flicked the black hair on her forehead. She was reminding the Fire Tribe monarch that she was her father's blood. The Fire Tribe monarch frowned. Although Princess Wuxia's words were like that, he still treated her equally. Moreover, father, aren't you curious about Lin Ling's ability? Princess Wuxia said again. This sentence moved the Fire Tribe monarch. One must know that the Fire Tribe controlled the flames of heaven and earth. There was no flame that they didn't know. However, Lin Ling had this ability. It would be strange if they weren't curious. Moreover, what if they could obtain that ability? Chapter 16:10. The Emperor of the Human Clan's proposal. Princess Wuxia smiled and said, Princess Hu Ling is young. Even if Lin Ling has a special ability, she can't find out. Besides, Hu Ling and Lin Ling have a good relationship. She'll help Lin Ling. But I'm different. At least, I'll be fair. Therefore, I can find out why Lin Ling has such a special ability. Alright. If it doesn't belong to him, we can use the name of the Fire Clan to steal it. After all, the Fire Clan is the strongest clan in the world. Alright. Alright, you're right. Alright. The Emperor of the Fire Clan nodded. He had too many things to consider, not personal grudges, but the entire clan. But why are you so sure that Lin Ling will help you? I don't think Lin Ling has a good impression of you. Asked the Emperor of the Fire Clan. Marriage alliance, if he helps me increase my natural talent, I'll marry him as his wife, and this is an advantage for him, because I'm a titled Celestial Emperor. On top of that, I have the power to topple cities, so he won't refuse, and will even feel overwhelmed by the favor. Said Princess Wuxia confidently. Of course, that was normal. Princess Wuxia had many suitors in Champion University. That's unfair to you. Said Princess Wuxia. The Emperor of the Fire Clan shook his head. Lin Ling was only good at that kind of ability. His own talent and strength were not good enough for the Emperor of the Fire Clan. The best match for Princess Wuxia was still the peerless Sky Emperor. If Lin Ling's ability is incredible, it won't be unfair. After all, he can improve the talent of the Fire Clan. Said Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia smiled and shook her head. She didn't feel wronged. You're right. If you marry him, you can tie him up and make him work for the Fire Clan. Alright, I'll talk to him tomorrow. I'm sure he won't refuse. Said Princess Wuxia. Said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, nodding. Princess Wuxia bowed and left. The Fire Race monarch sat down cross-legged again. He was curious about Lin Ling's ability. Unfortunately, such an ability should only appear in the Fire Race and not in the body of an ordinary young man. Even if this young man was famous in the mortal world, in the eyes of the Fire Race monarch, this young man was only so-so. The heavens are indeed unfair. Such an ability appeared in his body. What a waste. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the valley of the Fire Race. There were fireflies around Lin Ling, floating into Lin Ling's body, making him feel very relaxed. The Fire Race was indeed an ancient race. Cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. The body of the Fiend God Overlord is improving rapidly. It seems like I'll be able to make a breakthrough in the next few days. Lin Ling's heart was filled with excitement. His cultivation this time could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. The 6th level of the Celestial Devil Overlord physique, wind movement and lightning strike, allowed Lin Ling to possess the power of 12 universes. Furthermore, he had countless avatars. The Ancient God Overlord physique took form, and he was one step closer to Ancient God descent. And with the improvement of his physical body, he could use more of the Yellow Springs flame. Of course, such rapid improvement was mainly due to the half-saint's essence from the symbol ancestor. After all, there were a total of 1,000 drops. It was a huge sum of money anywhere. When I reach the 6th level, my innate immortal physique will be Earth Grade 10. Lin Ling opened his eyes. Flames were burning in his eyes. Currently, he was the #1 Eastern supremacy in Xianpeng province. However, compared to the three great legends of the mortal world, his strength was still insignificant. Without mentioning others, Bai Yun Tiandi was much stronger than him. As for the 9 spirits of heaven, their strength was on par with Lin Ling. However, they had hidden trump cards that Lin Ling did not know about. Therefore, they were also very powerful. Of course, Lin Ling had also hidden his trump cards. If he were to face a late Saint Rudiment realm expert head-on, he would not be afraid. Lin Ling, are you there? The morning air was extremely fresh. At this moment, a polite voice came from outside the house. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he pushed the door open. There were 3 figures standing outside the house. They were the Fire Clan Emperor and the Fire Spirit Princess. The 3 of them looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Especially the Fire Spirit Princess, her smile was extremely cute. Lin Ling could not help but want to hug her. Hee, how do you feel in my Fire Clan? The Fire Clan Emperor said warmly. Senior treats me like an important guest and feels at home. This junior is overwhelmed by Senior's favor. Lin Ling said with a bow. That's good. I was afraid that you would not be used to it. The Fire Clan Emperor nodded with satisfaction. He waved his right hand and asked someone to set up a table and chairs. The few of them sat down outside the house and were served with good wine and spirit fruits. Lin Ling, yesterday I saw that you were not afraid of the Emperor Peerless of the Yi clan. Hee, this courage is really rare. The Fire Clan Emperor drank his wine and said with a smile. Princess Firecloud seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Ling. She smiled and said, Father Emperor, he is just like this. The tougher the person he meets, the tougher he becomes. He is simply not afraid of the heavens or the earth. However, I admire this temperament of his. When a martial artist goes against the will of the heavens, they sometimes rely on this kind of courage to move forward. Her word surprised Lin Ling because he could clearly hear that Princess Firecloud seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. Her tone was not like that of a friend but more like that of a lover. He is just a boorish man. Lin Ling said with a modest smile. For the sake of the Fire Clan Emperor, he did not refute Princess Firecloud's words. He had his own principles. He would treat others the way they treated him. Although he did not like Princess Firecloud, the other party treated him with respect. Naturally, he would not be calculative. The situation at that time was not that I was arrogant, but I could not bear to see Princess Firecloud being humiliated. Moreover, although Emperor Peerless is strong, if we really fought, it was not certain who would win. Lin Ling said with half-truth. He naturally knew that arrogance without strength was called overestimating one's strength. Since he dared to not fear Emperor Peerless, he must have some confidence in himself. Oh! The Fire Clan Emperor and Princess Firecloud's eyes lit up. Lin Ling was so confident. Of course, they were all too familiar with Lin Ling's talent, so they thought he was just trying to show off. Lin Ling's talent was at the 10th level of the Mystic class, and his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Saint realm. His martial arts comprehension wasn't bad, but he wasn't a match for Celestial Emperor Peerless. If it wasn't for Celestial Emperor Peerless underestimating Lin Ling would have suffered a lot already. I believe in baddie. Princess Firecloud was eating an apple as she raised her small hand. Even though she wasn't old, she was extremely convinced by Lin Ling. Because she knew that Lin Ling had returned from the ocean of anarchy, so he surely possessed unknown secrets. Let's not talk about this. Lin Ling, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. The Fire Clan Emperor raised his wine cup and clinked it with Lin Ling's. He said in an amiable manner. Senior, please speak your mind. The other party was a big shot of the human world, his strength was many times stronger than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Since he respected Lin Ling so much, Lin Ling would naturally respect him. You can increase your talent, but I hope you can help my fire cloud increase her talent and let her reach heaven rank as soon as possible. How about it? The Fire Clan Emperor pondered for a moment and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Chapter 1611. Improving Princess Wuxia's talent. Hu Ling, you are still young and have great potential. You can improve slowly, but your sister is about to compete for the title of CND. This is the most important thing, so you must learn to be patient. The Emperor of Fire Tribe said indifferently, his tone was reprimanding. Hu Ling, you are not a child anymore. You must be sensible. Do you remember the inheritance of our Fire Tribe? There is a totem called Kong Rong Giving Pair. That story teaches us to be courteous. Yes. Princess Wuxia said with an indifferent voice. I know. Yes. Princess Wuxia lowered her head, but she still felt wronged. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He could see that although Princess Wuxia was willful and unruly, she was very obedient in the Fire Tribe. No wonder she was often bullied by Princess Wuxia. And now, Princess Wuxia was using her sister's name to take advantage of Princess Wuxia. However, Lin Ling did not mind, because he could also help Princess Wuxia improve her talent. He immediately comforted Princess Wuxia, making her nod with a smile. Moreover, I see that Lin Ling is also a dragon among men. Xianpeng Province's #1 East Venerable, and also the 7 Emperors Heavens titled Heavenly Emperor. Your future is bright. Today, I will be the matchmaker and let you marry Princess Wuxia. I wonder if you will dislike me, Lin Ling? The Emperor of Fire Tribe laughed again. Princess Wuxia also laughed, but there was a hint of shyness in her smile. Lin Ling and Princess Wuxia's eyes narrowed. They did not expect the Emperor of Fire Tribe to make such a request. Could it be that Lin Ling dislikes me, Princess Wuxia? Or do you think that my Fire Tribe is not worthy of you? The Emperor of Fire Tribe frowned, making Lin Ling smile bitterly. He wanted to refuse, but that would make the Emperor of Fire Tribe lose face. Because if he refused, it would mean that Lin Ling disliked Princess Wuxia. Let's talk about this later. I can help Princess Wuxia improve her talent first. However, the Emperor of Fire Tribe should not refuse Princess Wuxia's promise. Lin Ling did not agree or refuse, but he did not mention his purpose of coming. Sure. The Emperor of Fire Tribe nodded. He thought, Lin Ling. As for the promise with Princess Wuxia, it was not a big deal. Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia. Wuxia, Wuxia, Prince. But to Wuxia to Hua, Hua to Wuxia, Wuxia Princess Wuxia, Princess, Wuxia, Lin, it Lin to Wuxia's Wuxia to Wuxia you to Hua Hua Wuxia, Wuxia. Hua. Hua Hua. Hua 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 to Hua 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 Hua. The Emperor of the Fire Clan was clearly in a good mood. After drinking a few more mouthfuls of wine, he left with a hearty laugh. Princess Wuxia also followed him. However, there was a hint of shyness on her face, which was extremely attractive. Your father is quite hospitable. After the two left, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Scoundrel, do you want to marry my sister? Didn't you say you were going to be my husband? You lied to me. Princess Wuxia whispered with her head lowered. It was as if her favorite toy had been snatched away by someone else. Most importantly, the person who snatched it away was her sister. This made her feel even more wronged. Silly girl, did I promise your father? If I refused your father's proposal, it would be embarrassing for him. Lin Ling looked at the wronged little girl and could not help but laugh. Princess Wuxia raised her head and her big eyes twinkled. First, I will help your sister improve her talent and fulfill the promise. After that, I will take you away and never come back. Lin Ling said. Huh, so that's what you think. You are so bad. Princess Wuxia Yutu was very happy. In the afternoon, Princess Wuxia brought Lin Ling to find Princess Wuxia. Along the way, the people of Fire Tribe were discussing. I heard that he is the new son-in-law. No way. Princess Wuxia Yutu and Emperor Peerless are married. What is Emperor Peerless? Lin Ling is the best son-in-law of our Fire Tribe because he can improve the talent of fire element warriors. How can Emperor Peerless compare to him? Indeed, but Lin Ling is handsome and has extraordinary potential. He is a match made in heaven with Princess Wuxia Yutu. No one knew when the news had spread. Many people of the Fire Tribe were looking at Lin Ling respectfully as if he was Princess Wuxia's husband. Lin Ling frowned. He did not expect the Emperor of Fire Tribe to take this matter seriously. It must be my sister who said it. Ever since we were young, my sister always wanted to snatch things from me. It is the same now. The Fire Tribe must have thought that Huado can improve the talent of the Fire Tribe, so they want Huado to stay here and improve the talent of the Fire Tribe. Princess Wuxia Yutu said whatever came to her mind. In fact, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling's origin and talent did not enter the eyes of the Fire Tribe. Only his ability to improve the talent of the fire element was what they valued. Thinking about it, if Lin Ling could improve the talent of the Fire Tribe, then wouldn't the Fire Tribe become more and more powerful? Huado is not an item. He is a person. He is not for you to improve your talent. Princess Wuxia Yutu whispered. Lin Ling touched Princess Wuxia Yutu's head. He did not care too much because he did not plan to marry Princess Wuxia Yutu. The most important thing now was to take Princess Wuxia Yutu away. Bai Yun Tiendi and the others also heard the news. They were silent about it, but there was some conflict in their hearts because the Fire Tribe had changed too much. After a long time, Lin Ling finally arrived at Princess Wuxia Yutu's room. The room was simple and there was a faint fragrance of a woman. The Fire Tribe Emperor and Princess Wuxia Yutu had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Ling, they were full of anticipation. Little friend Lin Ling, this is my Fire Tribe's 10,000-year inheritance, the 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition. It is absolutely helpful for cultivation. It will be twice the result with half the effort. At this time, the Fire Tribe Emperor gave Lin Ling a jade pot with 9 dragons coiled around it. This jade pot had an ancient aura. As long as water was poured into the pot, it would automatically turn into spiritual energy. It was extremely rare. Lin Ling looked at the jade pot and immediately discovered that the 9 dragons coiling around the pot were in fact real dragons. However, they were dead young dragons that had been cruelly refined into a treasure. Its grade had reached the level of a divine weapon. Senior, this item is too precious. Lin Ling lightly said. Just treat it as my Fire Tribe's dowry, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, smiling. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. After he left the Fire Clan, he would return the treasure. Princess Wuxia, sit cross-legged and calm your heart like water. After that, Lin Ling said to Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia Yutu was excited. Was it going to start? Princess Wuxia Yutu quickly sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling came behind her and gently touched her back. An endless stream of flames flowed into Princess Wuxia Yutu's body. These flames came from the Avalon of 5 elements. They were flames that had existed for 10,000 years. They were one of the most mysterious forces in the world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling could not control these flames at the moment. He could only use them to improve the talent of others. Chapter 16:12. First Grade Heaven Rank, Lu Bing Heavenly Flames. Heaven and Earth Warriors have different talents, also known as the Tree of Talents. The fruits at the bottom of the tree have ordinary talents, while the fruits at the top of the tree are much more noble. As for the fruits at the top of the tree, they are the rarest because they enjoy the essence of heaven and earth. However, the fruits of talents are not immutable. Although they can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, they can be replenished by the essence of heaven and earth. Lin Ling said indifferently. The mysterious flame in Princess Firecloud's body actually merged with her talent and slowly increased. Princess Firecloud closed her eyes slightly, but she was excited. Don't be emotional, relax. At this time, Lin Ling lightly shouted, causing Princess Firecloud to quickly regain her composure. Following which, her talent continued to increase. Amazing, she actually reached Earth Rank 8 and is moving towards Earth Rank 9. Princess Fire Spirit said in surprise, but she was also happy for her sister. On the other hand, the Fire Emperor's face was solemn. After witnessing Lin Ling's ability with his own eyes, he knew how mysterious this junior was. It seemed that his decision to let Lin Ling and Princess Firecloud be together was the right decision. With Lin Ling's ability, he could only serve the Fire Tribe. Otherwise, it would be a waste. It increased again, reaching Earth Rank 9. At this time, Princess Fire Spirit said in surprise. If one's talent increased by 1 grade, the help it brought would be as much as 30%. Work harder, raise Princess Firecloud's talent to heaven rank. The Fire Emperor said excitedly. Lin Ling frowned. He sensed that there was not much flame left in his body from the Avalon of 5 elements. He did not expect the Fire Emperor to be so greedy. However, Lin Ling did not care because these flames were wasted. In the future, Lin Ling could absorb them back from the Avalon of 5 elements. Rumble. At this moment, Princess Firecloud's face was filled with pain. Obviously, the process of increasing her talent was not easy. In the past, Lin Ling forcefully increased the talent of the Divine Map King, causing the latter to explode and die. Therefore, he could not bite off more than he could chew. Fortunately, Princess Firecloud's ability was stronger, and her endurance was greater. As for increasing the talent of heaven rank, Lin Ling was under a lot of pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. The mysterious flame in Princess Firecloud's fire cloud was greedily absorbing it. Rumble. The voice rang out again. Divine fire began to appear around Princess Firecloud's body. Luding, Lubing Flame. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe smiled happily. This was the inherited flame of the Fire Tribe. Princess Firecloud and Princess Fire Spirit's flames were different. The latter was born from heaven and earth. From a certain point of view, Princess Fire Spirit's talent was more powerful than Princess Firecloud's. But now, the gap was slowly shrinking. Boom! As the last sound rang out, Lin Ling was sent flying by the powerful impact and smashed into the wall. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. I finally succeeded. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Firecloud's body exploded with a terrifying flame aura. The whole room exploded and flames filled the sky. At this moment, other than the Fire Tribe Emperor, everyone else sensed how terrifying the flames were. Even the Fire Spirit Princess felt the heat and found it hard to resist. On the surface, Lin Ling looked like he was having a hard time resisting, but in his soul, the Yellow Springs flame was roaring. This caused the pressure to not affect him at all. First grade heaven rank, Luding, Lubing Heavenly Flame. At the same time, Princess Firecloud stood up in high spirits. She could not help but smile excitedly. It was as if she could see herself being titled as Xian Di. Congratulations, congratulations, Princess Firecloud has reached the heaven rank. Heaven rank, that's the highest level of immortal body. Every grade of immortal body increases one's strength by several times. Great, great, through Princess Firecloud's efforts, our Fire Tribe has given birth to another Empress. The entire Fire Tribe was cheering. At this moment, Lin Ling was ignored by everyone. Everyone was happy for Princess Firecloud. After a long time, Princess Firecloud finally retracted all the flames. She seemed to have the strength to control the world. Every word of hers was domineering. Lin Ling, thank you. She looked at Lin Ling and said. No need, this is what you deserve. Lin Ling shook his head. The agreement with the fire tribe was finally fulfilled. Lin Ling, go and rest. This matter has been hard on you. The fire tribe emperor bowed to Lin Ling. He was even more polite to Lin Ling because he had personally witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous abilities. Therefore, Lin Ling was their fire tribe's lucky star. Lin Ling nodded. At this moment, he was also a little tired, so he bid farewell and left. The fire spirit princess happily followed him. Fire Cloud, how do you feel? After Lin Ling left, the fire tribe emperor looked at Princess Fire Cloud expectantly. Lin Ling's body has ancient flames. Those flames may have come from 10,000 years ago. It was with these flames that my talent was stimulated and I reached the heaven rank, Luding Lubing Heavenly Flame. This Lin Ling is really mysterious. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid it would take me 100 years to reach the heaven rank. Princess Firecloud's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a fire empress, extremely elegant. Then, how is his ability? The fire tribe emperor was even more expectant. But speaking of this, Princess Firecloud frowned. When he was helping me to improve my talent, I sensed that there was an ancient flame in his body. But now, it has been absorbed by me. Without those ancient flames, he seems to have become very ordinary. What? The fire tribe emperor's face changed. He was disappointed. I guessed that he might have had a fortuitous encounter, so he swallowed the 10,000-year flame and used it to improve the talent of others. Unfortunately, in order to improve my talent, his ability is no longer there. Princess Firecloud shook her head and said with disappointment, his current cultivation is too weak, so he can't control those flames. Otherwise, those flames wouldn't belong to me and would be refined by him in the future. So, you have seized his flames and reached the heaven rank, but he has become an ordinary disciple of the human realm. The fire tribe emperor frowned. That's right. Princess Firecloud nodded with disdain on her face. I thought he had some mysterious power, but I was disappointed. He only relied on those ancient flames. What's the use of someone who can't help our fire tribe? The fire tribe emperor's face was filled with anger. His square face also regained its dignity. He had high expectations for Lin Ling. He hoped that Lin Ling could continue to improve the fire tribe's talent. But who would have thought that Lin Ling was so useless? His ability could only be used once. In this way, he felt that he had been deceived by Lin Ling. Because he, the fire tribe emperor, had put down his face and treated Lin Ling with respect. But Lin Ling was too useless. No matter what, he is still useful. At least my talent has reached the heaven rank. Princess Firecloud was also disdainful of Lin Ling, but she was still very excited. Heaven rank, this might be Lin Ling's only use. Unfortunately, she didn't know that although the ancient flames in Lin Ling's body had been absorbed by her, Lin Ling's most terrifying part was the yellow spring flame. Those ancient flames could still be absorbed by Lin Ling. She didn't know that Lin Ling actually had a god rank flame.